Chapter 1927. When Gunyenji said this, although she was looking at the friend in front of her who was lying limply on the ground, she was observing Bei, who was standing not far away from the corner of her eye. Bei was held down by Peter and another bodyguard. His eyes were tightly closed, and his brows were furrowed. His face was lined with wrinkles, and he looked old. His expression didn't change at all. As expected, he was shrewd and wouldn't be easily angered. Gunyenji blinked and took another step forward. She knelt on one knee on the grass beside the man and looked down. She reached out to Lu Jin. "Give me a pair of gloves." Lu Jin understood instantly. He quickly took out a pair of transparent plastic gloves from his pocket and placed them in Gunyenji's hand. Gunyenji slowly put on the gloves. Lu Yuan was a little confused and asked softly, "Why are you wearing gloves? Is she afraid of leaving fingerprints as evidence?" Lu Jin put his hands in front of him and said with a smile, "No, she thinks that man's hair is too dirty." As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, Gunyenji had already grabbed the man's hair and forced him to look up. Lu Yuan, what a weird focus and brain circuit. Indeed, like father, like daughter. He should stay away from the father and daughter. Lu Yuan quietly took a step to the side. Gunyenji looked at the man's pale face in disgust and said coldly, "What are you afraid of? You haven't said anything yet, and you want to pretend to faint? Do you believe that I'll give you an injection so that you won't be able to close your eyes and sleep until you die?" She didn't hit or scold the man, but this sentence alone was enough to make the man's heart filled with endless fear. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. "What are you staring at? Are you saying that we've wronged you?" Gunyenji tightened her grip on the man's hair. "Are you going to tell me how you convinced your old friend, Mr. Qin Huichang, to go from never agreeing to it?" The man's scalp hurt a little, but it was completely bearable because no matter how strong Gunyenji's grip was, it wasn't much. For an ordinary person, it was just the strength of a kitten scratching them. He was just very afraid of the kind of medicine that Gunyenji had said would make you unable to close your eyes until you die. "Say it. If you don't want to tell me, do you want me to guess?" Gunyenji let go, and the man's head fell to the ground with a thud. Gunyenji clapped her hands and stood up from the ground. She walked around the man and Bei a few times before looking up at Ijichu. "Young master, what did you find out?" Ijichu said casually, "He met Bei because of business, and Bei used him as a matchmaker to get to know my grandfather, Mr. Qin Huichang. Later, when we talked about the land in Z City, Bei expressed great interest and hoped that my grandfather would part with it, but my grandfather refused. And then, Gunyenji asked. After that, Bei invited my grandfather's family to Z City for a trip and then signed a contract to sell the land there." Hijichu's cold gaze landed on the back of his friend, who was sprawled on the ground. He clenched his fists and wanted nothing more than to stomp on it. "After I came back, my grandfather's family was involved in a car accident. My mother survived, but she was badly burned. This guy knew that the car accident had something to do with the Qin family, but he didn't say a word, nor did he help my mother. He just stood by and watched." Gunyenji smiled. "That's all." Hijichu nodded. "That's all he said." There's no doubt that he hid a lot of the truth. Of course, the man's evasive answer couldn't be hidden from Hijichu. However, no matter how much they interrogated him, the man insisted that he had told them everything he knew. That was why they cooperated with Hua Xiaoheng and rearranged their plans. They wanted to catch Bei and Qin Yaowang in one fell swoop and see what else this man could hide. Gunyenji thought about it and asked Hijichu, "Then do you ask, or should I?" Hijichu could do it himself, but he wanted Gunyenji to personally deal with these two people and help Qin Suan. He knew that this was very important to Gunyenji. Although he also wanted to personally seek justice for his mother, he still gave this opportunity to Gunyenji. He raised his hand. "You go first." Gunyenji nodded and walked back to the man's side. Once again, she knelt on one knee and twisted the man's ear with her plastic gloved hand. She pulled his head over and asked, "Then can you confirm that Qin Suan and her parents' car accident was instigated by Bei?" The man nodded repeatedly, but his ear hurt from being pulled. Gunyinji let go and snorted. Since Qin Suan's father, Mr. Qin Huichang, had already signed a contract to sell the land, why did they still plan a car accident to kill his family? Qin Bei opened his eyes and said loudly, "He's lying. He has no evidence. That car accident had nothing to do with us. It was an accident." Accident? Gunyinji turned to look at Qin Bei. She stood up from the ground and quickly walked to his side. "The other party didn't want to sell the land you wanted, but after a trip to Z City, he changed his mind and sold it to you. After selling the land, the family was immediately involved in a car accident. Almost the entire family died. Why are you so lucky? Are you the son of God? You want the light, and you get it?" Gunyinji spat in Qin Bei's face. "Why don't you look in the mirror and see if you deserve it?" The corners of Qin Bei's mouth twitched. He turned his head and chuckled. "Lawyer Gu, you're a lawyer. Don't make such a low-class move. My style is only given to people who deserve it. As for you, do you think you're worthy of talking about style with me?" Gunyinji took a step back. "Do you really think I can't figure out what happened?" She turned around and looked back at the old friend who was still lying on the ground. She said coldly, "You said that Qin Bei got to know your old friend, Mr. Qin Huichang, through you. Then you must know that Qin Bei wanted to buy the land, but was rejected. And you actually didn't stand on the side of your friend, Qin Huichang's family. Instead, you stood on the side of Qin Bei, who you just met. This means that there must be a huge benefit for you to think that your friendship with Qin Huichang can't compare to this benefit." Gunyinji paused, then said, "We just investigated your relationship with Qin Huichang a few months ago. In fact, Qin Huichang is not only a friend to you, but also an appreciation. You came to C City penniless to make a living. It was because you knew how to play Go that you met Mr. Qin Huichang. He treated you as a friend. Not only did he help you find a job, but he also helped you find a master to learn a trade. This skill not only allowed you to become a technical backbone in the factory that was difficult to enter, but you also worked on your own and earned your first pot of gold. But you weren't satisfied. You wanted to earn more money, and that's when Qin Bei found you. He had a plan, and you had ambition. The two of you hit it off and pinned your hopes of becoming rich on Qin Huichang's family." As Gunyinji spoke, she observed the expressions and movements of Qin Bei and this friend. She paid special attention to their micro-expressions. As expected, when Gunyinji said, "You weren't satisfied. You wanted to earn more money," Qin Bei glanced at her and seemed to smile mockingly. Obviously, this meant that she had guessed wrong on this point. Gunyinji's mind raced, and she immediately said, "No, you didn't want to earn more money, but you still needed money. This means that something happened to you at the time, and you needed money." As soon as she said this, the friend couldn't help but raise his head and look at Gunyinji with hatred. His gaze was like a poisonous snake that wanted nothing more than to spit out its tongue. The corners of Gunyinji's lips curled up slightly. "I guessed correctly. As for why you suddenly needed money, it's very simple. Either you were sick and needed expensive medical bills. But in that era, everything was very cheap, and medical bills were no exception. Even if you paid for it yourself, it wouldn't be much. So this doesn't make sense. Then you owed someone a lot of money. And in that era, there was no stock market or usury, so it shouldn't be because of that. Then it can only be because you secretly gambled and owed gambling debts." As soon as Gunyinji finished speaking, Qin Bei closed his eyes again. Gunyinji laughed. "Qin Bei, why did you close your eyes? Worried that you'll reveal the secret in your heart again? I can even speculate that the gambling debts of this friend had something to do with you." Qin Bei, the friend, immediately turned to look at Qin Bei and spoke for the first time. "Qin Bei, tell me the truth. When I gambled with those people, were you the one who set it up?" Qin Bei closed his eyes tightly and didn't say a word. Gunyinji clapped her hands and laughed. "Not saying anything? That's tacit agreement." Qin Bei was so angry that his liver hurt. He opened his eyes abruptly. How is not saying anything a tacit agreement? Not saying anything is obviously denying it. I didn't even know him when he owed gambling debts. How did you set it up? Denying that his gambling debts had something to do with you? Don't even think about taking advantage of it." Gunyinji squatted down again confidently and pointed at Qin Beiyoi. She said to the friend, "Do you believe that he set you up first?" The man's gaze wandered, and he was at a loss. He said in a hoarse voice, "I really want to believe you, but you don't have any evidence to make me believe you." "I don't have evidence." Yinji rolled her eyes and walked over to Qin Yaowang, who was lying on the makeshift stretcher. She pointed at her face and said, "This is the evidence." The man propped himself up from the ground and slowly sat up. He looked at the motionless Qin Yaowang in confusion. "Where's the evidence?" "Here." Gun Yinji poked Qin Yaowang's face with her finger. "Did you know that her face had plastic surgery?" The man's eyes flashed twice. Then he pretended to be shocked. "Really? How did you know?" "I couldn't tell at all." Gun Yinji rolled her eyes. "All right, stop acting. You're overacting. It's too fake. You clearly know what lawyer Qin Suwen looked like when she was a child. How could you not know that Qin Yaowang had plastic surgery?" Gun Yinji pointed out. He Chengjian's body trembled. This was the first time he had heard something related to Qin Suwen's appearance when she was a child. He couldn't help but ask, what does Suwen's appearance when she was a child have to do with Qin Yaowang's plastic surgery? He Jichu stood expressionlessly in the morning light, but he had one hand in his trouser pocket, tightly gripping a photo. It was the family photo that Qin Suwen had taken with her parents when she was a child. For various reasons, he had never shown this photo to He Changjian. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1916, Reorganizing the Past 1. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. 8 o'clock in the evening the next day. Mwah mwah, little angels. Chapter 1928. Gun Yinji looked at He Jichu in surprise. He Jichu gave her an almost imperceptible look. She knowingly changed the topic and said to He Changjian, "General, don't be anxious. You'll understand why when I find out more about lawyer Qin Suwen's family." He Changjian could only suppress the growing uneasiness and anxiety in his heart and patiently listened to Gun Yinji's questions. The friend, who had already sat up, opened her mouth awkwardly and mumbled, "It's been so long. I'm not familiar with them." "Who are you not familiar with?" Gun Yinji was a little annoyed. "Qin Huichang's family, or Qin Beioi's family. You're really not familiar with them? You're not familiar with Qin Beiyoi, and he let you get such a big mansion? And in the center of Sea City, where every inch of land is worth gold. Where you're not familiar with Qin Huichang's family. If you're not familiar with them, how can you be in and out of his house for so many years, just like their family?" "Oh no." Gun Yinji shook her head. "How can I say that you're like their family? This is really the first time the word family has been slandered so harshly." The friend blushed and muttered, I'm not familiar with Qin Yaowang." Gun Yinji slapped Qin Yaowang's face so hard that it almost caved in. "Okay, even if you're not familiar with Qin Yaowang, let me tell you now that Qin Yaowang has had plastic surgery, and she had plastic surgery when she was young. She even used the most advanced biological plastic surgery. There's an extra benefit to biological plastic surgery. I don't think Qin Beiyoi and Qin Yaowang know about it." Gun Yinji turned around, and the smile on her lips was almost mocking. She looked at Qin Beiyoi and enunciated each word clearly. "That is, using biological plastic surgery, we can find out the exact age of her plastic surgery through the biological material on her face." Qin Beioi's entire body trembled uncontrollably. He had never imagined that Gun Yinji would be able to uncover everything that had happened so long ago, without any evidence at all. Gun Yinji saw him tremble and smiled even more sweetly. She looked at the friend sitting on the ground and said in a clear voice, "If I told you that Qin Yaowang had plastic surgery when she was 8.5 years old, what would you think?" 8.5 years old? The friend was clearly a little confused. She began to calculate which year Qin Yaowang was 8.5 years old. Gun Yinji didn't wait for him to figure it out and immediately said, "It was a year before Qin Huichang's family got into a car accident. In other words, it was a year before Qin Huichang sold the land to Qin Bei." "Your Excellency, when did Qin Bei meet you? Was it a year before your old friend got into a car accident?" The old friend jerked his head up and glared at Qin Bei. Half a year before they got into trouble. That's right. Gun Yinji clasped her hands together in front of her chest, her eyes sparkling. So Chinbei was prepared. It's not a coincidence or accident that he met you. He had obviously come prepared. Do you still think that you were just unlucky to suddenly fall into a gambling game and owe a huge amount of debt? The old friend recalled what had happened in the past. He stood up abruptly and stumbled towards Chinbei. It's you. It's all your fault. How can you be so crazy? Chinbei roared angrily, scaring the man into stopping in his tracks. Seeing that Chinbei was still brimming with hostility, the man cowered and didn't dare to step forward. Gun Yinji incited him, as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. You're still afraid of him? Didn't you see that he was arrested? You're still afraid? You're really a coward. Chinbei snorted. He's a coward? He wasn't a coward at all when he sent his old friend's family to their deaths. Nonsense. I didn't. The old friend's eyes flashed. He tried to put on a brave front and tried to cover Chinbei's mouth. Gun Yinji pulled him away and sighed. What's going on? Could it be that the car accident at Qin Huichang's family wasn't caused by Chinbei, but by you? The man waved his hands and said frantically, It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Haha. It would be strange if it wasn't you. Chinbei rolled his eyes. You were the one who gave me the idea back then. Otherwise, how could Qin Huichang obediently sell his land? So you're admitting that you did something? Gun Yinji pursued. So what if I admit it? Chinbei threw caution to the wind. Anyway, at this point, do I still have a way out? Even if I didn't do it, those two people won't let me live. Gun Yinji stretched out her finger and shook it. You're wrong. It's not that those two people won't let you live. It's the three of us who won't let you live. Gun Yinji pointed at herself and continued. Then how did he give you the idea? At this point, Chinbei suddenly stopped talking and revealed a strange smile. Guess. The old friend also came back to his senses after his panic. He knew that he'd said too much, so he simply shut up. You want to play dead? Gun Yinji snorted. Then let me guess again. She drew a circle around Qin Yaowang's face with her finger, and her nails left a faint white mark on Qin Yaowang's face. Gun Yinji thought about it and said, Then let's think about under what circumstances a person would do something they didn't want to do. First, he was forced. But at that time, there was no trace of Qin Huichang being forced. From the facts of our investigation, Qin Huichang's actions had always been free, including going to Z City to sell land, and later returning to C City to get into a car accident. So this can be ruled out for the time being. Second, he was threatened. There are many things that could be said about this. Gun Yinji looked down and stared at Qin Yaowang's face. If he was threatened, then what could threaten him? Generally speaking, it's the safety of one's family. Then whose life was it that was used to threaten Qin Huichang? Now we're thinking about why Qin Yaowang had plastic surgery to look like this a year in advance. Gun Yinji looked up at He Changjian, who was staring at her eagerly. Qin Yaowang had plastic surgery to look like Qin Suin a year in advance. She should have known that Qin Beioi used someone's life to threaten Qin Huichang. He Changjian had actually already guessed it, but because this guess was too horrifying and painful, he had been unwilling to face it or admit it. Now that Gun Yinji had said it herself, He Changjian blurted out, That's impossible. Qin Yaowang had plastic surgery, so how could she look the same as Suin? Did you make a mistake? Gun Yinji took a deep breath, and tears welled up in her eyes. Why is it impossible? Otherwise, why would she have plastic surgery in advance? In fact, after thinking about it, only by putting Qin Yaowang's plastic surgery a year in advance into the endless cycle of the land sale and car accident would the whole case have a chance to reveal the truth. No, impossible. This is impossible. He Changjian seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, and his entire being seemed to have deteriorated. He muttered in denial. This doesn't make sense. It's completely impossible. Why is it impossible? Gun Yinji didn't think much of it. If an animal walks like a duck, swims like a duck, and cries like a duck, then it's a duck. What's there to not understand? Of course it's impossible. He Changjian raised his head abruptly and denied it flatly. If Qin Yaowang really had plastic surgery to look like Suin, Then Suen has known Qin Yaowang for so many years. How could she not recognize her? She even investigated the truth of her family's accident herself. That's the problem, Gu Nianji said lightly, her tone tinged with pity. Gu Nianji said lightly with a hint of pity in her tone. Why didn't Qin Suen recognize her? Qin Yaowang had plastic surgery to look like her. Gu Nianji sighed. General, have you forgotten that Qin Yaowang knows how to remove memories? He Chengjian's face suddenly darkened. You're saying that Qin Yaowang knew how to remove memories when she was 9 years old? Gu Nianji, aren't you being too whimsical? Qin Bei burst into laughter. He laughed at Gu Nianji and said, Gu Nianji, oh Gu Nianji, you have a glib tongue, but even General, he doesn't believe you. He Jichu walked over, raised his arm, and slapped Qin Bei twice in the face. He almost fainted from the slap. The back teeth in his mouth were completely loose, and he grimaced in pain. Shut up. You don't need to say anything now. He Jichu had already figured out the whole thing and warned Qin Bei in a low voice. Qin Bei could still order Gu Nianji around, but he didn't dare to act rashly in front of He Jichu. Gu Nianji glanced at him and said to He Chengjian, who was still resisting, have you forgotten that Qin Yaowang has always emphasized that her memory-removing surgery is an ancestral skill? Have you never thought that before Qin Yaowang, there was someone else in the Qin family who knew how to perform this surgery? He Chengjian's face was livid. Do you think Qin Yaowang's words are true? What evidence do you have? The evidence is him. Gu Nianji pointed at Qin Bei and said, when the Qin private hospital was founded, Qin Yaowang was still young and still in school. But why did Qin Bei run a private hospital? Didn't he open an orphanage in the past? Based on his collusion with the Rawl family, decades ago, Rawl's grandfather sent medical experts to Huaxiao Empire for free medical treatment many times. Qin Bei must have learned medical skills from that person at that time. The corners of Qin Bei's mouth twitched. His swollen eyes opened a slit from He Jichu's slap. He looked at Gu Nianji and muttered, You're so smart. If only you were my own granddaughter. You flatter me. Gu Nianji said mockingly, I'd rather be an ordinary person than have the perverted evil genes of your family. She then said to He Chengjian, but no one knew that Qin Bei had medical skills. He also hid this advantage very well. Instead, he tried his best to hire other doctors to work at his hospital. Later, Qin Yaowang's talent in medicine was probably inherited from Qin Bei. Qin Bei is the true medical genius. I'm guessing that the evil memory-stripping surgery was actually created by Qin Bei himself. He has opened an orphanage for so many years, and the orphanage has adopted so many normal and abnormal orphans. They can all be used as his test subjects. Later, he passed this technique to Qin Yaowang. That's why Qin Yaowang always said that her family's memory-stripping surgery was passed down from her ancestors. This is not a cover-up, nor is it an exaggeration. It's the truth. Gu Nianji was actually able to start from Qin Yaowang's specious modesty. Qin Bei suddenly understood a principle. This was the true perfect gene. Qin Yaowang's perfect gene experiment had actually succeeded. This is today's second update, Chapter 1916, Reorganizing the Past 2. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are 2 updates today. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1929. You're saying that Qin Bei himself is also a doctor. He also knows medicine. He Chengjian was shocked. He looked at Qin Bei in disbelief, then at Gu Nianji. His expression became serious. Do you have any evidence? How can you accuse him of something like this? Gu Nianji nodded confidently. He knows medicine, but I don't think he's a doctor. A doctor has the heart of a parent, helps the needy, and solves the suffering of the people. What has he done? Gu Nianji pursed her lips. Qin Bei's medical skills were all learned by harming others, and he has never used them in the right way. You're slandering me. Qin Bei couldn't hold it in anymore. How dare you spout nonsense without evidence? Do you really think you can frame others just because you're a lawyer? Gu Nianji snorted. No evidence? Then where did Qin Yaowang's memory-stripping surgery come from? Where did Qin Suin's memory stripping surgery come from when she was a child come from? What evidence do you have to prove that Qin Suin underwent memory stripping surgery when she was a child? Qin Bei sneered. Qin Suin's body has already become a skeleton, and you still want to lie? Qin Suin's body had become a skeleton and had been displayed in court, so everyone knew about it. You want evidence? He Zhichu spoke up. Okay, I'll give you evidence. Although my mother's body has already been turned into a skeleton by you, the skeleton can still speak. As he spoke, He Zhichu waved his hand behind him. His orderlies walked over with 3 instruments and placed them in the middle of the grass in a triangular formation. It was almost 8 o'clock, but the sun was blocked by the clouds. The sky above the empty space beside the sinkhole had already darkened. Show it to him. He Zhichu put his hands behind his back and stood behind an instrument. The orderlies immediately began to operate the 3 instruments. Not long after, 3 beams of light shot out from the instrument and gathered into a line in the middle of the empty space. A holographic virtual scene appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was startled, because what appeared here was a set of bones. He Zhichu said calmly, "This is my mother, Qin Suin's skeleton." Following that, green lines began to linger on the skull of the skeleton. Like a painting, it was constantly being drawn and stretched, adding and deleting. Not long after, a female figure appeared in front of them. She was lifelike and wore a black suit that Qin Suin usually wore when she appeared in court. She was the size of a real person. This female portrait was almost identical to Qin Yaoguang. He Zhichu raised his chin and said dryly, "This is a reconstruction of my mother's original appearance using a court-approved craniofacial reconstruction technique. Look closely. You can make my mother's appearance look completely different. You can remove all her memories before she was 9 years old, but you can't change her bones. Genes determine the bones, and the bones determine the appearance. Qin Beioi, is this not evidence?" He Chengjian stared blankly at the beautiful woman with an indifferent expression in the open space in front of him. He could no longer hold it in. His eyes turned hot and tears flowed out of his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly and staggered towards the statue. Su, is it you? This is what you look like. Su. He wanted to hug the gentle-looking woman, but when he reached out, he missed. Her arms passed through the air, and the woman's virtual line of sight was looking straight ahead, right in Gun Yinji's direction. Gun Yinji also stared blankly at this person. Although she was mentally prepared, she was still shocked speechless when she saw a life-sized virtual figure appear in front of her. Her heart was suddenly filled with nameless admiration and attachment, as well as heart-wrenching pain. It was as if someone was holding a small file and grinding it against her heart, trying to grind it into brittle pieces bit by bit. Qin Beioi was still stubborn. He sneered, "Magic tricks can be evidence? Major General, why don't you just kill me? Why do you have to use fake evidence to try and convince me? I'm telling you it's impossible." He Zhichu finally took out the family photo. He coldly showed the photo to Qin Beioi. "Then what about this photo? Qin Beioi, you old man. Take a good look at it." His heart was filled with indescribable anger and sorrow. He strode forward and pulled Qin Beioi out from the hands of Peter and the bodyguard. He pressed down on his neck with one hand and kicked him in the back of his knee, forcing him to kneel in front of the photo. "Take a good look at it. You took their land. You killed their people. You even stripped their daughter of her appearance. You removed their daughter's memories. You want evidence from me now?" He grabbed the back of Qin Beioi's neck and pressed his head against the ground, forcing him to kowtow to the photo of his grandfather's family. When Gun Yinji saw this, she quickly found a relatively flat rock from the forest beside the grass and stuffed it in front of Qin Beioi. She said to He Zhichu, "Young master, make him kowtow to this. The grass is too soft. It's too easy on him." He Zhichu, however, he still listened to Gun Yinji's suggestion. He grabbed the back of Qin Beioi's neck again and knocked it against the rock. It wasn't a big deal to kowtow on the grass, but it was different to kowtow to a rock. Qin Beioi's head hurt violently. His forehead was quickly damaged, and blood gradually dyed the rock red. He Chengjian finally came back to his senses when he heard the sound of kowtowing. He turned his head to take a look and immediately strode over. He asked Hijichu, "What photo is this?" Hijichu pursed his lips and stopped what he was doing. He handed the photo to He Changjian. He Changjian took it and could tell at a glance that the two adults in the photo were his father-in-law and mother-in-law. After he married Qin Suan, he had helped Qin Suan investigate her parents back then, but he had only found information and photos of these two people. It was what they looked like in this family photo. The little girl nestled between the two of them was undoubtedly Qin Suan when she was young. She looked so much like Gun Yinji when she was young. He Changjian looked up at Gun Yinji in surprise, then looked at the photo. He suddenly became excited and reached out his arms to her. "Yinji, so you're my biological daughter. Come here. Dad has wronged you. Dad has let you down. I knew it. You're so good at fighting lawsuits, and you always remind me of Susu. Susu treated you so well back then, even better than her own son. I should have known that you're my daughter. You're not Gu Xiangwen's daughter." At that moment, Lu Jin, who had been watching quietly from the side, suddenly wanted to rush over angrily, but Lu Yuan was quick to react. He grabbed his hands with one hand and covered his mouth with the other. Lu Yuan's hand strength was much stronger than Lu Jin's, and Lu Yuan was a martial arts practitioner. He had never abandoned his martial arts after so many years. Therefore, Lu Jin had no chance of struggling. When Hua Xiaoheng climbed up from the sinkhole, he happened to see this scene. He raised an eyebrow, patted the dust off his body, and stood up straight. However, no one noticed that someone had climbed up from the bottom of the sinkhole. Even a most vigilant Peter was attracted by the show in front of him. It wasn't until Hua Xiaoheng walked up to him that he was shocked. As the KGB's ace of the Far East, there would actually be a day when someone would sneak up on him without him noticing. Peter immediately reflected on his mistake and took a big step to the side to stay away from Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng happened to be standing where Peter had been with his hands behind his back. He was in the exact same posture as the bodyguard, and he quietly blended in. Of course, Gun Yinji didn't notice that someone had come. She was also confused by He Chungjin's reaction. Shouldn't he be furious and unable to tolerate the child that Qin Suan had secretly given birth to behind his back? But why would he think that she was his biological daughter? Gun Yinji pursed her lips and said calmly, "General He, you're mistaken. I'm not your biological daughter." "How can that be?" He Changjian was excited. "You look almost identical to Susu when she was young, and you look quite similar to Susu now. Just by looking at your appearance, I can tell that you must be her biological daughter, and you've inherited her talent in the law. How can that be not?" Gun Yinji had a headache. She spread her hands and said, "I'm Lawyer Qin Suan's biological daughter, but I'm not your biological daughter." Lu Jin was watching from the side. Gun Yinji didn't want Lu Jin to misunderstand at all, and she didn't want him to be sad. He Chengjian blinked, as if he found Gun Yinji's words difficult to understand. He frowned and said, "What do you mean? You're Susu's biological daughter, so of course you're my biological daughter. What are you hinting at? I won't allow you to speak ill of Susu, even if you're her biological daughter." Qin Bei sat on the ground and laughed out loud. "He Changjian, oh He Changjian, aren't you disgusting? Your wife made you a cuckold, and you still don't understand? TSK, if she's your biological daughter, do you want your biological daughter to marry your biological son? Ha ha ha! What right do you have to laugh?" Gun Yinji was furious. She slapped Qin Bei so hard that his neck was almost broken. "Your daughter, Qin Yaoguang, strongly supported my engagement to young Master He." Gun Yinji sneered and rubbed her red palms. She knew whose biological daughter I was from the beginning to the end. Who's more disgusting? At this point, Gun Yinji didn't want to continue hiding it. He Changjian had to face this fact, and there was no better place than here to reveal the truth. Gun Yinji turned to look at He Changjian and said, "Back then, Qin Yaoguang proposed gene editing therapy in order to treat young Master He. She did a lot of artificial insemination zygotes. One of them was a zygote she synthesized using the germ cells of Lawyer Qin Suan and my father, Gu Xianwen. Later, she transplanted it into her own uterus, implanted it, and finally gave birth to me. That's why Qin Yao Wang was the culprit. If you want to blame someone, blame Qin Yao Wang. She had evil intentions and was deliberately trying to disgust you and lawyer Qin Suan. Gu Nianji lowered her eyes. Her thin body looked extremely lonely in the dim sky. She said in a low voice, "Lawyer Qin Suan is innocent. She didn't betray you. She didn't even know about my daughter's existence until she died." This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1918, Reorganizing the Past 3. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are 2 updates today. At 8 o'clock in the evening. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1930. I didn't even know until I died. He Chengjian chewed on this sentence. His bloodshot mind gradually calmed down, and his heart was blank. The person he loved the most in the world had experienced so much pain, but he didn't know it all. Not only did he not know, but even she herself didn't remember. This realization pained his heart, and his chest ached. He didn't cover his chest. He just shifted his gaze away and looked at the calm and composed 3D holographic virtual woman in front of him. It was his familiar posture and eyes, but not his familiar face. He had never dreamed that Qin Suan's true face would be so beautiful. Although her facial features were very similar to Qin Yao Wang's, their temperaments were completely different, causing their appearances to be slightly different. It was like they were on the same rose tree. Qin Suan was the flower on a rose tree, and Qin Yao Wang was just an annoying thorn on the rose tree. No, it was a poisonous thorn that could kill. He Chengjian suddenly retracted his gaze and strode towards the friend sitting on the other side. When he arrived in front of him, He Chengjian bowed slightly and suddenly reached out. He grabbed the man's neck and slowly tightened his fingers. It was like a red-hot iron clamp around his throat. The man didn't expect He Chengjian to be so old, but his grip strength was stronger than He Jichu's. Blood crawled up his cheeks at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his face quickly turned purple. His breathing was rapid, and his eyes bulged like a goldfish's. The oxygen supply to his brain was insufficient, and he was about to hallucinate. He Chengjian held the family photo He Jichu had given him and almost stuck it on the face of his friend. "You still dare to say that you didn't know what Suan looked like when she was young? You really didn't know that you would set a trap to capture Nianji the moment you saw her?" He Chengjian's grip became stronger and stronger, and the man was almost suffocating. His heart tightened as he desperately tried to absorb oxygen from the thinning air. "You're lying. You can't just deny it," He Jichu said calmly from the side. He Jichu said calmly from the side. "With tangible physical evidence and a logical chain of reasoning, we can sentence him without a confession." Gu Nianji quickly said, "That's right. Let's understand the sentence with zero confession." Zero? Zero confession? Why did you sentence me to jail for something I didn't admit to? The man's eyeballs were about to burst. Gu Nianji nodded. Of course, the so-called zero confession sentence doesn't mean that you don't have a confession at all. It means that you don't have a confession that you personally committed the crime. Just like you, sir, who are stubborn and refuse to admit that you personally participated in the crime of persecuting lawyer Qin Suan and her family. In this case, we have tangible physical evidence, witnesses, and logic, motive, to form a complete chain of evidence, and the court can sentence you. Gu Nianji quickly thought about the person's actions and tried to find a breakthrough point. She suddenly thought of what He Chengjian had just said. "You still dare to say that you don't know what Suan looked like when she was young? You really didn't know that you would set a trap to capture Nianji the moment you saw her?" The memory of falling into this man's cellar in Sea City suddenly replayed in her mind. Thinking back to what she had just deduced, Qin Huichang must have been threatened. Moreover, he was threatened by the safety of his loved ones, which was why he agreed to sell the land. She exclaimed as if she had been enlightened. "I know. He was the one who made the first move." Gu Nianji pointed excitedly at the friend, whose face was purple. "It was him. He set a trap to kidnap lawyer Qin Suan, just like the time he kidnapped me. He helped Qin Bei kidnap lawyer Qin Suan, who was only 8 years old at the time, and used her life to threaten old Mr. Qin Huichang. Hua Xiaoheng spoke at the right time. If Qin Suan had disappeared when she was 8 years old, why didn't her father, Qin Huichang, call the police? Gu Nianji's eardrums vibrated when she heard this voice, and her heart was filled with joy. She looked up at Hua Xiaoheng, her eyes shining like sunlight shining through the clouds and into her eyes. "You're here." Her eyes could speak. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and responded with his eyes. "I'm here." Gu Nianji's gaze was almost glued to Hua Xiaoheng's face. Hua Xiaoheng felt that her gaze was honey, and he felt sweet at a glance. Although he didn't like sweets, he couldn't refuse Gu Nianji's sweetness. He smiled at her, his eyes filled with love and affection that he had never shown before. Gu Nianji suddenly felt that she wasn't lonely anymore. Even if the whole world abandoned her, she still had Major General Hua. With the nourishment and warmth of love, Gu Nianji's mind worked even faster. She even broke through a key point. I know why Qin Yaowang had plastic surgery to look like Qin Suan a year in advance. I also know why old Mr. Qin Huichang didn't call the police." Gu Nianji's clear voice echoed in the open space near the Tunguska sinkhole. The clouds were low, the sky was dark, and the temperature dropped sharply. There were specks of snow slowly falling from the sky. The first snow of the long Siberian winter had arrived. Gu Nianji didn't feel cold at all. On the contrary, her entire body was hot, as if the sun had penetrated the thick clouds and was shining on her alone. Almost everyone's eyes were on her, except for He Ji-chu, who only took a glance before looking away with a frown. He couldn't look at the woman he had once loved so deeply. So deeply. Gu Nianji walked to He Chungjin's side and gently but firmly took the yellowed family photo from his hand. She said clearly, "Qin Yaowang had plastic surgery to look like Qin Suan a year in advance to confuse and deceive Qin Huichang. I speculated just now that this friend kidnapped Qin Suan and used her life to threaten Qin Huichang. Generally speaking, when something like this happens, the victim's family will choose to call the police. The police will help you find the kidnappers. But Qin Huichang didn't call the police. Why? Judging from Qin Suan's personality, Qin Huichang and his wife aren't weak and ignorant people. They wouldn't avoid the police and directly contact the kidnappers to negotiate terms. And Qin Suan's personality is even more resolute. She would rather die than live in dishonor. Even if she's still young, this kind of personality won't change. Moreover, the kidnappers are holding back because their ultimate goal is to make Qin Huichang agree to sell the land, not to really take Qin Suan's life. In other words, before Qin Huichang agrees to sell the land, they can't kill this family. Moreover, they have to make her live well. Only then can they achieve their goal. But why would Qin Suan cooperate with them? I can imagine that Qin Suan, who was only 8 years old back then, wouldn't have given these people any chance to compromise. Under such circumstances, or rather, this cunning old fox, Qin Beioi, who had long understood Qin Huichang's family's temper and personality, had no intention of letting Qin Suan threaten her father, Qin Huichang. Gu Nianji walked to Qin Yaowang, who was lying on a makeshift stretcher bed. She pointed at her face and said, his plan was probably to let Qin Yaowang, who had plastic surgery a year ago, replace Qin Suan. At that time, there was no internet. If the kidnappers wanted to contact their families, they would usually use the phone. Considering that the kidnappers this time aren't ordinary people, and they have the support of the American consortium, lower, they must have handheld cameras in their hands. So, they must have used Qin Yaowang to pretend to be Qin Suan and filmed a videotape of her crying and begging for mercy. She personally asked Qin Huichang to sell the land in exchange for her freedom and not to call the police. She explicitly hinted that if she called the police, these people would kill her. Then, the videotape could be sent to Qin Huichang's hands without anyone noticing through the hands of this friend. When Qin Huichang, who knows his daughter very well, sees this videotape, what will he think? They definitely won't think that someone looks exactly like their daughter. Even more so, they won't think that someone is pretending to be their daughter. Instead, they'll think, why would their stubborn daughter be so scared? What did the other party do to her to scare her out of her wits? For biological parents who love their children, worldly possessions like money are far less important than their children. Therefore, Qin Huichang, who originally didn't plan to sell the land and might call the police, changed his mind in an instant. He agreed to sell the land and didn't plan to call the police, but the condition was that he saw his daughter unharmed. At this point, Gun Yinji paused for a moment and observed the expressions of Qin Bei and the friend. Qin Bei was experienced and prudent, but the corners of his mouth twitched from time to time. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. However, the eyes of the friend flickered even more intensely. It was obvious that her speculation was correct, and the man's psychological defenses were beginning to crumble. He Jichu clenched his fists and resisted the urge to shoot the man to death. He said coldly, "If you're willing to become a tainted witness, I can plead with the judge to give you a lighter sentence." The man's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had found hope. His body was instantly filled with strength. He held He Chengjian's hand and tried to squeeze out a sentence. "Let go of me first, as long as General He also agrees to let me be a tainted witness." I'll say, this was the second update of today, Chapter 1919, Reorganizing the Past, for a reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. Mwah, big shots, little angels. Chapter 1931. He Chengjian's face was expressionless, as if he was in extreme grief and had lost all hope. He looked down at the friend, whose eyes were flickering. He slowly let go of the hand that was strangling his throat and straightened up. "Speak." He only threw down one word. The friend covered his throat and coughed twice. He only felt relieved when he saw He Chengjian express his stance. He stood up with his hands on the grass and pointed at Qin Bei, who was sitting not far away. He gritted his teeth and said, "It was him. He took the initiative to talk to me at a dinner party. He said that he wanted to open a clinic and had his eyes on a piece of land in Z City. However, after going to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, he found out that the land was already owned. He contacted the owner of the land, but the person said that he wasn't selling the land. I asked him, didn't all the land belong to the country after the founding of the People's Republic? Why is there still land that is private? Qin Bei told me that most of the land is state-owned, and only a very small number of land has clear property rights. Later, after liquidation, it returned to the previous owner of the land. That's the situation with the land he had his eyes on. I could only express my sympathy. He didn't say whose land it was. Then I fell into his trap and lost a lot of money gambling. Those people were so fierce. They said that if I didn't pay back the money, they would go to my house and cut off my business. I returned all the money in the bank to them, but they still wouldn't give up. They said that if I didn't pay back the money, they would go to the police station to sue me for gambling. At that time, gambling was a heavy sentence. I was scared to death. Then Qin Bei came again. He knew about my situation and said that he had a way to make money. As long as I could help him, he would give me a sum of money to pay off my gambling debts. At that time, I was already at my wit's end. I had borrowed all the money I could from my relatives and friends. I really didn't have any money, so I could only listen to him. Qin Bei said coldly, "You were the one who listened to me. Your old friend Qin Huichang's family actually had such a large piece of land in Z City. Moreover, most of his family members had gone abroad and had very powerful overseas connections. When his relatives went abroad, they left all their assets in the country to Qin Huichang. Qin Huichang was actually very rich. That's why you're resentful. You think that your friend has money but doesn't help you pay off your gambling debts, so you can't even be considered a friend." "I didn't," cried the friend in a panic, turning his head quickly from side to side. "I really didn't. I just want to borrow some money. I've never thought of asking them to pay off my debt." Gun Yinji narrowed her eyes. "I think you do. That's the only way to explain why you would suddenly help an outsider harm someone you're indebted to. That's for sure. Money is one of the reasons, but for some people, seeing their close friends suddenly become rich when they have almost nothing is more difficult to accept than seeing an outsider become a millionaire." He Jichu added calmly, "This isn't a debt of gratitude, but a debt of gratitude. A man who is never satisfied is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Do you still want me to be a witness to testify against Qin Bei? That friend of theirs flew into a rage out of embarrassment. Gun Yinji pouted and thought to herself, would it be possible for you to be a tainted witness? Why don't you take a look at who you've harmed? However, she didn't say anything else. He Chengjian put his hands behind his back and stared at the beautiful 3D holographic figure in the snow of Siberia. He said in a deep voice, continue. The friend recalled for a while and said, actually, I don't remember much after that. It was Qin Bei who asked me to help kidnap Qin Huichang's only daughter, Qin Suan. How did you kidnap her? He Jichu interrupted him. Tell me clearly. The man was stunned for a moment. He didn't want to say it, but he was frightened by He Jichu's sharp and cold gaze. He couldn't help but say, one day after school, I said I had something fun for her to play with. After she came, as he spoke, he glanced at Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji laughed. Don't tell me it's really the same as tricking me into falling into a trap? The corners of the man's mouth twitched as he said, more or less, but that's not the point. The point is, Qin Bei was the one who ordered me to do it. Qin Bei laughed mockingly and admitted bluntly, yes, I was the one who told you to do it. But I didn't point a gun at your head. You agreed without hesitation. It was very unexpected at the time. I thought it would take more effort and more money. The man was so embarrassed by Qin Bei's words that he couldn't even lift his head. It was easy to do bad things behind someone's back, but it was very embarrassing to be exposed in person. Gun Yinji looked at Qin Bei in surprise. He had actually confessed. He Jichu had already arranged for someone to record the entire scene and upload it to the cloud at the same time. He had to capture all of the confessions of these two people. He Chengjian was still expressionless. He only looked at the friend and then at Qin Bei. He grunted indifferently. What else? I'll tell you the rest myself. Qin Bei waved his hand and his aura returned. The friend panicked and quickly said, I'm the witness. You guys aren't going back on your word, are you? He was afraid that because Qin Bei had taken the initiative to confess, these people would use Qin Bei as a witness to testify against him. Gun Yinji shook her head speechlessly and looked away. She didn't want to see this person's ugly behavior. It was really an eyesore. Qin Bei also glanced at this person disdainfully and scoffed. He ignored him and thought to himself, you still want to be a witness ? How could he believe the words of that old fox, He Chengjian, not to mention the person they had plotted against back then? It was Qin Suan, the person He Chengjian had in his heart. It would have been better if he didn't know about these things. Once he knew, Qin Bei knew that he had no chance of survival. So now that things had come to this, he was going all out. Only by putting himself in a dead end would he have a chance of survival. He said in a low voice, I didn't need that land back then because Lorraine told me that this land would be zoned to the special zone. At that time, only this land was privately owned and could be transferred. The other lands were all state-owned, so I couldn't buy them even if I wanted to. Moreover, he also revealed that according to the special zone policy formulated by the country, after it was zoned as a special zone, privately owned land could enter the circulation field. At that time, just this land alone would be worth millions. Decades ago, even 10,000 yuan households were the object of everyone's admiration, not to mention millions and tens of millions. If I had this land, even if I didn't sell it, I could use this land as collateral to get a bank loan to open a hospital. I knew who this land belonged to the moment I heard it. My ancestors used to work for the Qin family. Our family surname was later changed to the same surname as the owner. They used to be famous in our place. Later, their family went abroad and went north. No one was in Z City anymore. I happen to know that Qin Huichang and his family didn't go abroad and went to C City, so I started to make preparations. I first investigated the situation of their family, then came up with an idea. When I came back, I gave my daughter, Qin Yaoguang, plastic surgery. This friend has already told me what happened after that. Qin Bei laughed. To be honest, many of the ideas were suggested by this friend. He was the most familiar with Qin Huichang, so his ideas were the most effective. From the kidnapping of Qin Suan to Qin Yaoguang pretending to be Qin Suan to shoot a distress video, and the car accident that Qin Huichong's family encountered after returning to Sea City. It was all done by this person. Qin Bei made a gesture of counting money. I know people the best. I'm only responsible for paying, and there will be capable people to do things for me. The friend was sweating profusely. He was so anxious that he couldn't speak clearly. He's talking nonsense. It's all his fault. He's the one who ordered it. I'm just helping. He Chengjian turned around abruptly. At some point, he was already holding a pistol in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots that sounded like firecrackers rang out in the wilderness next to the Tunguska sinkhole in Siberia. The friend lowered his head in disbelief and looked at his heart that had almost been pierced through. A beast-like howl burst out of his throat. Halfway through the howl, his legs went limp and he knelt on the ground. He happened to be facing the holographic 3D virtual portrait of Qin Suan with her long hair fluttering in the wind. He fell straight down as if he had kowtowed to her. Then, he lay on the ground and died. Gun Yinji clicked her tongue. Why did you kill him just like that? You let him off too easily. He Jichu said coldly. No, for someone who's afraid of death, only death is the greatest punishment. However, he still walked to He Chengjian's side and took the pistol from his hand with his gloves on. He said, Father, you don't have to do it yourself. Let me do it. He Chengjian shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, I didn't ask for it. I should be the one to compensate you. He knew it was too late, but it was better late than never. The snowflakes in the sky were getting heavier, and the ground was covered with a layer of white snow. The man's blood dyed the snow red. He Chengjian walked step by step to Qin Bei and muttered, Why? Without waiting for Qin Bei's answer, He Chengjian shouted again, Why? You schemed to seize the land just to open a hospital and make a fortune? Don't take us for fools. Gunyinji quickly said, his private hospital worked with Loler. I don't know how many unknown things they've done. We have to interrogate them properly. Hijichu put his hand on Gunyinji's shoulder and stopped her from stepping forward. He said calmly, he's using the private hospital as a cover to cover up their laboratory. Qin Bei smiled disapprovingly. My daughter is a great scientist to begin with. I used the money earned by my own hospital to fund her laboratory. Why would I need to cover it up? Just funding her laboratory. Hijichu's investigations over the past few days had not been fruitless. He ordered someone to bring a suitcase over and threw it on the snow in front of Qin Bei. See for yourself. Your daughter's laboratory is just a cover. You have your own laboratory. Nianji was right when she said you were a medical genius. All these years, you've also been studying medicine and genetics. However, unlike your daughter's research on perfect genes, you're working with foreigners to study the absolute weakness of the Huaxiao race's genes. He Chengjian's eyes widened as he questioned Qin Bei. Why are you working with foreigners to study the absolute weakness of the Huaxiao race's genes? What are you trying to do? Qin Bei's pupils constricted. His last secret had been exposed by He Jichu and Gun Yinji. What else did he have to worry about? He looked up at the sky and laughed out loud. His aura was no weaker than He Chengjian's. Don't you know what I'm trying to do? He raised his head and looked proudly at the crowd around him. He said loudly, measure the Huaxiao race's genes and make the country happy. Inferior races are only fit to be gene banks and breed with other advanced races. He Chengjian's eyes were bloodshot. When he realized that he no longer had a gun in his hand, he simply pounced on Qin Bei and grabbed him by the throat. Qin Bei seemed to have been waiting for him to do so. As soon as He Chengjian pounced on him, Qin Bei quickly grabbed He Chengjian's hand that was strangling his throat and said loudly, there's a time bomb on my body. Hurry up and give me a helicopter to leave. Otherwise, I'll die with him. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1920, Reorganization of the Past 5. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. 8 o'clock in the evening the next day. Kiss, kiss, little angels. Chapter 1932. There is a time bomb in his body. What kind of trick was this? Gun Yinji was dumbfounded. She was a little impressed by that old man, Qin Bei. How many backup plans had he prepared? Chu was very anxious when he heard that, but he didn't dare to fire. What if he detonated the time bomb in Qin Bei's body? He was an insider, so he knew that this kind of time bomb that was implanted in the human body was much more powerful than a normal time bomb. As long as it detonated, not only He Chengjian, but also the people around him would be in trouble. He could only throw caution to the wind and try to pull He Chengjian away. Gu Nianji quickly pulled him back, but He Zhichu was too strong and ran too fast. She stumbled and followed him to Qin Bei's side. Xiaoheng rubbed his body and pulled Gu Nianji away. He quickly spun around and hugged her in his arms. Qin Bei saw that these people were surrounding him and laughed so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. Ha ha! With all of you dying with me. Even if I die, I won't feel wronged. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. As he spoke, he activated the time bomb in his body and began to shout the countdown. Lu Jin couldn't help it anymore. While Lu Yuan's expression was solemn and his attention was on Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng, he pushed him away and took out his phone from his pocket. He quickly opened his electromagnetic detection and shielding software and ran toward Qin Bei. As he ran, he quickly adjusted the signal and cracked the code of the time bomb. From the time he broke free from Lu Yuan to the time he ran to Gu Nianji's side in front of Qin Bei, it had only taken him 9 seconds. Qin Bei's countdown had already reached 2. At this moment, Lu Jin pressed his phone and shouted, "Stop counting! I've already intercepted your time bomb signal." Qin Bei's mouth was still in the shape of 2, but his expression was a little strange. A second passed, and the countdown of the time bomb was completed, but the bomb did not explode. It seemed that the time bomb crisis had indeed been resolved. He Zhichu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He grabbed He Chengjian's arm and pulled it away, but he couldn't move it at all. "Father!" He Zhichu's heart sank. He thought about what He Chengjian had just said. His father probably didn't want to live anymore. "Father, we won't let him go. Please let go of me first." "Who are you calling an inferior race?" He Chengjian didn't care at all that Qin Bei said that there was a time bomb, nor did he care about He Zhichu. He only tightened his grip on Qin Bei's throat and roared, "Aren't you from the Huaxiao Empire yourself?" Gu Nianji snuggled in Hua Xiaoheng's arms, feeling very safe. She thought quickly and said loudly, "Qin Bei was originally from the Huaxia Empire. He was the same as his daughter, Qin Yaowang. They both had Huaxia genes. We tested it." "You're Chinese, yet you call yourself an inferior race?" Peter muttered. "You Chinese really have too many people. Yeah, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest." Gu Nianji snorted. "There are also many foreigners who have the spirit of the Huaxia Empire. This Qin Bei was probably one of the most sincere foreigners who contributed money and effort. There are always Huaxia people on the internet saying things that humiliate the Huaxia people. Try to understand them. So what if I'm Chinese? I'm ashamed to be a Chinese. I want to change my genes. I want to turn myself into a Caucasian." Qin Bei roared with all his might. "I'm going to turn into a Caucasian soon." Lu Jin was already standing beside Gu Nianji. He pulled her out of Hua Xiaoheng's arms with one hand and sneered, "Stop dreaming. Turn into a Caucasian? You're albino." "What did you say?" Qin Bei's expression changed. He looked even more devastated than when he had shouted that he was going to detonate a time bomb and perish together with He Chengjian. "Who are you calling albino?" "I'm talking about you." When Lu Jin's tongue was poisonous, he wouldn't stop until the other party felt like dying. "Do you think that because your skin is gradually whitening and losing its pigment, you become a Caucasian? You've got albinism from a genetic mutation. T Caucasian. You might as well bask in the sun every day. When you tan yourself, you can say that you've mutated and have black genes. I'll believe you." Gu Nianji looked at Qin Bei curiously. No wonder every time she saw Qin Bei, she felt that he looked a little more youthful. It turned out that his skin was gradually losing its pigment. She couldn't help giggling. "So that's how it is. No wonder your hair is white without any impurities, and your face is getting redder and redder. Qin Bei, why do you hate your own race so much?" Qin Bei was angered by Gu Nianji and Lu Jin's words. He roared, "Huaxia has always been an inferior race. It should have been divided up by the great powers back then. Isn't it good to be a colony of the great powers? Why are you resisting? An inferior race still wants to be number one in the world. The great powers won't let you off. Gun Yinji spat at him and retorted, Huaxia's average standard has been pulled down because of you. She clicked her tongue twice and said, I've seen a lot of energetic foreigners on the internet these past few years. There are exquisite, elite, virtuous, and even unimaginable elite seals. But I've never seen a foreigner with such spirit as you. Those elite foreigners are just keyboard warriors who talk nonsense on the internet. You're the only one who sincerely contributes money and manpower to help the great powers prepare to destroy Huaxia. Hua Xiaoheng said lightly, That's not surprising. When Japan invaded Huaxia, there were also many spies in Huaxia. But we still won. Yes. Gun Yinji nodded incessantly. Who does this old man think he is? He wants to destroy Huaxia on his own. Does he have the ability and intelligence to do so? He really knows how to add drama to his own show. Lu Jin mocked. It's not surprising that he has this wish. After all, he's a spiritual foreigner. But if he has this wish and truly believes that he has the ability, then he's hysterical. He even wants to drag my girl down with him. Did he ask me? He's so stupid. Qin Bei was furious from Gun Yinji and Lu Jin's combined attacks. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood onto He Qingjin's chest. He Jichu became even more anxious. Father, let go. Let go. I'll deal with him. Let me deal with him. However, He Qingjin refused to let go. His fingers exerted even more force, and Qin Bei's eyes rolled back. He could only exhale, but not inhale. Gun Yinji quickly pushed with Xiaoheng. Go and help pull General He back. It's not worth dying with such a person. The time bomb crisis in Qin Bei's body had been resolved. Gun Yinji trusted Lu Jin very much. Lu Jin scanned Qin Bei with his phone and pursed his lips. The time bomb is in his stomach. How uncreative. If I were the one who set it up, it would be much more hidden than this. He Qingjin suddenly turned around and stared at Lu Jin. He frowned. Who the hell are you? Lu Jin was instantly stumped. His eyes wandered and he began to look around. Gun Yinji gritted her teeth, thinking that this was the best chance. She said loudly, He's my father, Gu Xiangwen. He's not the murderer who killed Qin Suan. Lord, he has canceled your arrest warrant. Don't blame my father anymore. He Qingjin seemed to have thought of something, and his face darkened. He roared, Gu Xiangwen, how dare you come in front of me? Speak. Did you know that you and Susu had Gun Yinji? Although Qin Yaowang had secretly synthesized the fertilized egg, He Qingjin didn't believe that Gu Xiangwen didn't know at all. Lu Jin was tongue-tied. After a while, he said honestly, I really didn't know at first. It wasn't until I went to do gene editing on the fertilized egg that I realized. Gun Yinji quickly explained to Lu Jin. She said anxiously, General He, my father was actually the one who did the gene editing. The person who really saved young master, he was my father. It wasn't Qin Yaowang. You have to think it through. He Qingjin glared at Lu Jin. It was this person who had a child with his beloved Susu. Susu was innocent. He just wanted to tear this person into pieces. But he had also saved He Jichu. Qin Suan and He Jichu were the two people He Qingjin valued the most in this world. For a moment, He Qingjin couldn't decide whether to hate Gu Xiangwen or thank him. In his shock, his grip loosened a little. At that moment, Qin Bei took advantage of this opportunity to bite the back of He Qingjin's hand. He bit so deeply that the back of He Qingjin's hand was bleeding. Gun Yinji saw this and exclaimed, Let go of him! Qin Bei is biting me. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, almost blocking everyone's vision. He Jichu's eyes were red. He finally pulled He Qingjin away. At the same time, he used all his strength to kick Qin Bei, sending him flying. Qin Bei had been standing next to the sinkhole, but now he was kicked into the sinkhole. He Jichu immediately pulled out his gun and fired 3 shots at the rapidly falling Qin Bei's stomach. Bang! Bang! After the gunshots, there was an earth-shattering explosion that almost shook the entire valley. Snow rustled down from the branches and hit the ground in large chunks, creating clouds of snow mist. Qin Bei didn't even have time to make a sound before the time bomb in his body was detonated by He Jichu's bullet. He was instantly blown into ashes. It was literally annihilated into nothingness. The intensity of the time bomb in his body would produce an extremely high temperature in a very short period of time. The human body wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of temperature. Even the bottom of the sinkhole had been blown up, showing the power of the time bomb in his body. If it had really been detonated in the open space next to the sinkhole, no one would have survived within a 5-meter radius. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a little scared. The corners of Peter's mouth twitched. Fortunately, young Master He intervened. Otherwise, everyone would have been finished. Qin Bei, that old guy, is too powerful. Lu Jin, on the other hand, was still brooding over Qin Bei's attempt to hurt Gunyinji. He sneered. With me here, he won't be able to show off. Gunyinji, the most smug person was obviously you. This was the second update of today, Chapter 1921, The Most Smug Person. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1933. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. Qin Suin's holographic 3D avatar was still smiling in the heavy snow. He Chengjian couldn't take his eyes off her. It was as if he had forgotten about the people or things around him. He just quietly looked at the most important person in his life. He Jichu walked over worriedly and said softly, "Father, let's go back." He Chengjian didn't say anything. He had stood there for a long time, and his head was a little dizzy. The wound on the back of his hand that Qin Bei had bitten was still bleeding. He Jichu saw that he didn't speak, so he asked again and patted him on the shoulder. He Chengjian actually fell straight down just like that. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly rushed forward to support him. He Jichu's heart tightened. He turned to look at Lu Jin, pursed his lips, and begged, "Can you help me check on my father's condition?" Lu Jin didn't have any ill feelings towards He Jichu, but he still frowned and said, "Your father once wanted Ninji's life. If I save him, he won't continue to want our lives when he wakes up, right?" He was still holding a grudge against He Chengjian for setting up a trap to severely injure Gunyinji. He Jichu smiled bitterly. "No, my father isn't someone who doesn't know right from wrong. He's just been deceived for too long." Gunyinji couldn't bear it. She quickly pushed Lu Jin and said in a low voice, "Dad, just help General He, for the sake of the monk. General He's contributions to the country over the years are indelible. I don't care what contributions he made to the country." Lu Jin glared at her. "He almost killed you back then. What happened back then was too complicated." Gunyinji sighed. She knew that she had to use another way to convince Lu Jin. She rolled her eyes and said deliberately, "But General, he was injured by Qin Bei. Who knows if this cunning old man has any tricks up his sleeve? It's understandable that you don't want to see him. After all, this old man is quite powerful. I'm afraid of him." Lu Jin jumped up and immediately said to He Jichu, "Send your father to my RV. I have a full set of medical testing equipment there." He Jichu was overjoyed and quickly said, "Thank you, Uncle Gu." As he spoke, he picked up his father and carried him to his car. Lu Jin followed Lu Yuan back. When they passed by the SUV that Peter and Gunyinji were in, Lu Jin said to Lu Yuan, "There's also a time bomb in this car. You have to get someone to dismantle it. Although I've disabled the automatic detonation mechanism, it's not foolproof. If someone shoots at the taxi, it will still explode." Lu Yuan, he couldn't help but say, "Why are you only telling me such an important thing now?" Lu Jin rolled his eyes confidently. "How was that important? With me around, you want to remotely control a time bomb? Do you think I'm dead?" Lu Yuan, if he had known earlier, he wouldn't have said anything. Countless facts had proven that he shouldn't have argued with someone like Lu Jin. Gunyinji looked at Qin Yaoguang, who was still lying alone on the temporary stretcher bed, and said, "What about her? What else can we do?" Hua Xiaoheng walked over. "I heard that it was sent to the KGB for research." Gunyinji, Peter had already gone to get someone to take Qin Yaoguang away. He Jichu and He Chengjian's men were cleaning up the scene, so they wouldn't leave any traces. The 3 instruments were also packed up and taken away. In the blink of an eye, everyone had left, as if nothing had happened. When Hua Xiaoheng pulled Gu Nianji away, Gu Nianji was still looking back at the sinkhole. She still felt that something was wrong. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips. What are you still looking at? Can't bear to part with it? No, I just feel strange. I just thought it was a little strange. Gu Nianji shook her head. Maybe I'm overthinking it. She thought she was seeing things. The scene above the sinkhole looked a little strange. She couldn't tell what was strange about it, but she felt that it was different. Hua Xiaoheng smiled, but didn't say anything. He brought her back to the staff parking lot of the Tunguska Hotel. Lu Jin's RV was parked there. They were the last to return. The RV was filled with He Zichu and He Chengjian's plainclothes soldiers. Their personal secretaries were also waiting anxiously in front of the RV. Gu Nianji thought about it and knocked on the car door. She asked, "Young Master He, can I come in?" After a while, He Zichu came over to open the car door and let her in. Just as he was about to close the car door, Hua Xiaoheng blocked the car door with his hand and squeezed in as well. He Zichu wasn't in the mood to argue with him anymore. He turned around and walked back to Lu Jin's temporary ward in the RV. He Chengjian lay on a hospital bed with his eyes closed and was surrounded by many instruments. Lu Jin was sitting in front of the experiment table not far away, doing a virus test. "How is General He?" Gu Nianji asked softly with concern. He Zichu sat in front of He Chengjian's hospital bed and said in a low voice, "He's awake, but he's still not feeling well. Uncle Gu is testing my father's blood for the virus." Gu Nianji's eyes widened in surprise. "No way. Qin Bei's bite was really poisonous." He Zichu nodded helplessly. "I guess so. There's a virus." Gu Nianji gasped. "Young Master He, it's a good thing that you detonated the time bomb in his body with one shot. Otherwise, I really don't know how many of us would have been hurt." It was obvious how serious the consequences of Qin Bei's counterattack before his death would be. Hua Xiaoheng also said, "Young Master," he said that Qin Bei's research was aimed at the genetic weaknesses of the Huaxia Empire. Could his virus, this time, be related to this? This was what He Zichu was most worried about. He sighed and looked at He Chengjian without blinking. He shook his head. "I don't know." Gu Nianji didn't know what to say. She turned to look around and realized that Lu Yuan wasn't there. She asked curiously, "Where's President Lu?" Hua Xiaoheng remembered something and quickly said, "I'll go talk to President Lu. Nianji, stay here and don't move." Gu Nianji smiled mischievously and said, "Okay, but Major General Hua, you don't have to buy me oranges. I won't eat oranges for the rest of my life." Hua Xiaoheng, He Zichu. Hua Xiaoheng patted Gu Nianji's head. "Naughty." He got up and left the RV, leaving Gu Nianji to accompany He Zichu and wait for Lu Jin's test results. Not long after, He Chengjian opened his eyes and looked around. He Zichu quickly leaned over and asked happily, "Dad, are you feeling better?" He Chengjian nodded slightly, and his gaze fell on Gu Nianji, who was beside He Zichu. He looked at her in disappointment and slowly reached out from under the blanket. "Nianji, come here and let me take a good look at you." Gu Nianji walked over and tried her best to maintain a smile. "General He, are you feeling better?" He Chengjian looked at her for a long time and finally said, "Nianji, are you willing to call me father?" Gu Nianji, she lowered her eyes and declined softly. "Uncle He, you'll recover soon." He Chengjian sighed and looked away. He looked at the shadowless lamp above his head and muttered, "If Susu and I had a daughter, she wouldn't be any worse than you, Gu Nianji." Lu Jin happened to walk over with the virus test results. He said angrily, "He Chengjian, if you say that again, don't blame me for falling out with you." He Chengjian turned his head and glared at Lu Jin. "Gu Xiangwen, how dare you come here? Don't think that I'll let you go just because you saved us." Lu Jin spread his hands. Look, is this kind of person worth saving? Father, don't be angry." He Zichu tucked He Chengjian in and turned to Lu Jin. "Uncle Gu, my father was just saying that in a fit of anger. He won't do anything to you." "Ha, you make it sound like he's never wanted me." Lu Jin snorted and put the virus test report in He Zichu's hand. "Look at it yourself. Your father is indeed infected with the virus. Hijichu suddenly became nervous. He hurriedly read the virus test report, but he still didn't understand. Uncle Gu, can you explain to me what kind of virus my father is infected with? Gunyinji also looked at Lu Jin inquiringly and said, Dad, tell me quickly. How can laymen like us understand such a professional report? Lu Jin's mood improved when he heard this. He smiled and said, This virus should be a new type of virus developed by Qin Bei and the others. It's specifically targeted at the genetic weaknesses of the Huaxia Empire. This virus mainly infects the hippocampus, which is in charge of memory in the patient's brain. In the most serious case, it can wipe out all of the patient's memory. Moreover, after the memory is wiped out, the brain function will degenerate, and in the end, the patient will become a mentally disabled patient with a low IQ. Lu Jin paused for a moment. In my opinion, Qin Yaowang's so-called memory stripping surgery should have been used to infect part of the hippocampus during the surgery, causing the patient's short-term memory to be permanently lost. Because she was working with the military at that time, I don't think she would dare to use a more powerful virus. Therefore, after the infection, she could use the excuse of follow-up observation to give the patient medicine that specifically resists this virus so that the patient could recover. There wouldn't be any sequelae of brain function degradation. Hijichu's expression changed abruptly, and the corners of his mouth twitched twice. He said hatefully, They're really too bold. Gunyinji whispered, Qin Yaoguang and Qin Bei are still quite afraid of my father. Young master, look, when my father was around, they didn't dare to do this kind of experiment openly. It wasn't until my father used the car accident that they dared to jump out and brazenly propose the memory-stripping surgery and cooperate with the military. Hijichu knew that Gunyinji was saying this to defend Lu Jin, so that Hijichu wouldn't feel bad and think that Lu Jin knew that someone was harming people and still stood by idly. But he didn't think too much about it. Qin Bei had done it so secretly that even he had only focused on investigating Qin Bei after discovering that something was wrong with what his old friend had told him. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have thought that there was an even bigger secret hidden behind Qin Yaowang's laboratory. I know. Uncle Gu is a good person, Hijichu said calmly, ignoring Lu Jin's rolling eyes. He continued to ask, Then does Uncle Gu have a way to treat my father's virus infection? Lu Jin nodded. Qin Bei's laboratory must have antiviral drugs in this area. Have you sent people to search his laboratory? It's just sealed off. We haven't searched all of it yet. Hijichu picked up the phone and ordered the people he had left in the imperial capital to search Qin Bei's laboratory immediately. But Lu Jin paused for a moment and said, Because this virus erodes the hippocampus, which is in charge of memory. Even if it's cured, your father's memory will be lost forever. Which part is memory? Hijichu asked with a frown. Lu Jin didn't say anything. Hijichu frowned and understood. Could it be all of his memory? Lu Jin nodded slowly. Qin Bei's counterattack before he died should have used the most powerful virus he had developed. It infected the entire hippocampus. So even if we find a drug to resist the virus, his memory will be erased. He Changjian, who was lying on the hospital bed, slowly said, No, I'd rather die than erase all of my memories. This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1922, It's Really Poisonous. A reminder to everyone about their monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. 2 updates today. The second update is 8 o'clock p.m. P.S. Thank you to Ling Luoluo for the 100,000 Chidian coins recommendation red packet yesterday. I heard that you clicked on the wrong button. In addition, if a certain Han was really going to be established, he would be able to join the Alliance Leaders Group. The group number would be announced soon. The Alliance Leaders Group should be a certain Han's core group. Any benefits would be shared in the Alliance Leaders Group. Moi, Big and Little Angels. Chapter 1934. Hijichu quickly walked over and knelt on one knee in front of He Qingjin's bed. He said carefully, Father, your memory is gone. We can help you get it back. But if you don't receive treatment, it's not just the loss of memory that awaits you. Lu Jin nodded and said straightforwardly, "Yes, there's also the deterioration of your IQ. At your age, it's not just Alzheimer's. So why did you refuse?" He Chengjian looked straight at the shadowless lamp above the makeshift bed and said firmly but slowly, "No, you can't help me get my memory back." He Jichu closed his eyes and lowered his head silently, but his back was still straight and his shoulders did not collapse. Gun Yinji couldn't bear it, but she understood what He Chengjian meant. To He Chengjian, the days he lived with Qin Suan were the most cherished memory of his life, right? Before He Jichu was born, how could He Chengjian and Qin Suan know everything about the days they met and fell in love? "Ah Chu, when I met your mother, it was her first day of college. I saw her back and thought it was very familiar. I thought she was Qin Yaowang." He Chengjian chuckled. His voice was already a little muffled. "At that time, I was already engaged to Qin Yaowang. I never thought that there would be someone in this world who would have such a similar back to another person. When she turned around, I knew I had mistaken her for someone else. But she smiled at me generously and said, 'You must have mistaken me for someone else, right? It's okay.' She waved at me, turned around, and left. My heart actually beat faster. I wanted to hear her speak again, like I was possessed. Her voice isn't the most pleasant to listen to, and her looks are average, but in my eyes, her every move, every action, and every word she speaks are all very much to my liking. At the time, I didn't know what it meant. Later, I found out that it was love at first sight." He Chengjian was immersed in his memories of the past. The makeshift ward in the RV was quiet. Only his voice echoed. I found all kinds of opportunities to see her and created all kinds of opportunities to meet her. The library, the cafeteria, and the classrooms of the school. I've graduated and distinguished myself in the army. My military rank has been promoted to lieutenant colonel, but I'm still like a hot-headed boy who creates accidental encounters every day when I'm free. She's so smart. She should have known about it long ago, right? But she didn't say anything. When she saw me, she just casually chatted with me, just like a normal friend. On her birthday, I prepared a small birthday dinner for her. There was no one else, just the two of us. I baked the cake myself, although it was burnt. All kinds of seafood are boiled. It's fine as long as it's cooked. I've never cooked before, but for her I can learn from scratch. But I don't have the talent, so I can't do it well. So I choose boiled seafood. Because seafood itself is delicious. Just boil it in plain water and add a little sauce, and it will be very delicious. She took a bite of the cake I made and picked up the boiled seafood I made with her chopsticks. She smiled and said that I was wasting God's gifts. Then she asked me if I had any more ingredients for the cake. I said yes, took her to the kitchen, and watched her quickly make a beautiful birthday cake. That was the best birthday cake I've ever eaten in my life. He Chengjian licked his lips, as if he was reminiscing about the delicious birthday cake from more than 30 years ago. Then I told her that I liked her, wanted to be with her, and wanted to marry her. She smiled and stroked her hair, saying very clearly that she couldn't. She told me the clues she had noticed. Finally, she said that your identity was definitely not ordinary. You hid your identity in front of me. If you didn't have a wife at home, you had a fiancé or girlfriend, and she wouldn't be with someone like me. I was very surprised by her acumen, but not long after I met her, I broke off the engagement with Qin Yaowang. Because I knew her, I knew what the person I liked was like. And I'm not a superficial man who looks at people's faces. Qin Yaowang confused me before. I don't know why I was like this. I admit that when I first saw Qin Yaowang, I did feel moved, so I agreed to get engaged to her, but that was only limited to the stunning and attractive appearance. At this point, He Chengjian chuckled again. It wasn't until today that I realized that the appearance that stunned and tempted me back then was also Susu, not Qin Yaowang. He sighed. Can you say that I'm a man who doesn't look at appearance and only cares about inner qualities? It doesn't seem like it, but I'm not a superficial man who only looks at appearance. At least from beginning to end, Susu's appearance was the only one that attracted me. Gun Yinji's heart was filled with sorrow. This was a story that belonged to Qin Suan and He Chengjian. She and her father, Gu Xiangwen, were excluded. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to admit that she wasn't the product of two people falling in love and getting to know each other. Gun Yinji couldn't help walking to the dejected Lu Jin. She hugged his arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. Lu Jin also wrapped his arms around her thin shoulders and hugged her tightly, like a drowning person grabbing onto the last straw. He refused to let go. He Changjian was silent for a long time before continuing. On that day, I confessed my identity to her. I even said that I used to have a fiancé, but after I met her, I had already broken off the engagement with that fiancé. I asked her if she could give me a chance to pursue her. She smiled and nodded. She said, "Did you really break off the engagement? Then it doesn't matter." She's such a straightforward person who can let go of things. She's never pestered me about whether I loved my former fiancé or not. The people who stood up for Qin Yaowang once mocked her. She said, "So what if I loved her before? Now that I don't love her anymore, isn't it reasonable to break off the engagement? If you don't like her, why force her to be together?" Those people said that he Changjian likes you today, but he'll like someone else in the future. Don't think that a playboy like him will be loyal to you for the rest of his life. In the end, she choked those people with one sentence. She said, "How can you be so sure that I'll like him for the rest of my life? This is a two-way choice. If I don't like him anymore, I can break up. If he doesn't like me anymore, he can break up. It's that simple." I was scared out of my wits when I heard what she said. I was scared every day, afraid that if I didn't do well, she would break up with me. Not to mention that I've never loved Qin Yaowang. Even if I did, that kind of love and the feeling of being with Su Su would be completely different. Every day I spend with her, I'm fascinated, and I'm often worried about gains and losses. That's why I tried my best to marry her and immediately got her pregnant and had children. Only then did I feel a little relieved. However, this kind of life couldn't go on forever. Later, we started a quarrel about treating Achu's illness and had a disagreement. She really did what she said and planned to divorce me. Although he was talking about something as uncomfortable and embarrassing as divorce, He Chengjian still looked like he was yearning for it. I tried everything I could, but I couldn't get her to change her mind until that day. He Chengjian turned to look at Gun Yinji. That day, Gu Xiangwen sent you here and finally saved our marriage that was about to fall apart. When Lu Jin heard this, he was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He couldn't help but beat his chest and stomp his feet. He said regretfully, "If only I had waited a few more days." It could be said that if he had waited another day, he wouldn't have had to send Gun Yinji to the He family. He would have directly proposed to Qin Suan, and then the three of them would have been able to live happily together. Lu Jin began to fantasize about the beautiful days of the three of them. Don't even think about it. He Chengjian suddenly propped himself up from the hospital bed and said sternly with a ferocious expression on his face, "I will never let go. I will never divorce Su Su. Never." He shouted so loudly that it was as if he had used up the rest of his life to shout. After saying this, he fell onto the hospital bed. The equipment around the makeshift hospital bed let out an ear-piercing sound, and the numbers on the dashboard began to jump rapidly. Lu Jin's expression changed. His heart has stopped beating. As he spoke, he quickly walked over to the hospital bed, picked up the pacemaker, and began to shock He Chungjin's heart. Lu Jin's movements were fast and accurate. Not long after, He Chungjin's heartbeat returned to normal, but it was much weaker than before. He opened his eyes again and saw He Jichu's pained face. He felt extremely guilty towards He Jichu. He tried his best to raise his hand and caress his head, but he couldn't reach He Jichu. Lu Jin said, "We have to find an antiviral drug and a vaccine immediately. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." He could also develop a vaccine and drug himself, but the problem was that it would take time. No matter how smart Lu Jin was, he couldn't synthesize a vaccine and drug in an instant. For Qin Bei to be able to hide the virus in his teeth, he must have been immune to it. In other words, he had injected himself with a vaccine. It was such a pity. If Qin Bei hadn't been blown to smithereens, He Chengjian might have been rescued faster. However, seeing He Jichu's heartbroken expression, Lu Jin had emotional intelligence for the first time. He didn't say out loud to rub salt on He Jichu's wound. He Jichu jumped up abruptly, picked up the phone, and called the people he had left behind in the imperial capital. He roared, "How's the search of Qin Bei's laboratory going?" "Chief, we found a lot of vaccines and drugs. What do you plan to do with them?" "Send them all to me. Find the fastest private plane." He Jichu said without hesitation. He Chengjian shook his head weakly. "Achu, there's no need. I'll let you down. I'm going to see your mother." As he spoke, he used the last of his strength to pull off the oxygen mask. His heart, which had just been stimulated by the electric shock, quickly lost enough oxygen supply and stopped beating again. The piercing pain spread from his heart to his limbs, but He Chengjian didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He looked calmly in Gun Yinji's direction and slowly closed his eyes. This was the second update of today, Chapter 1923, Love at First Sight. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1935. Father. He Jichu roared. His usually clear and cold voice was terrifyingly hoarse, like the sound of sandpaper rubbing against a rough steel plate. He jumped up and grabbed Lu Jin's hand. "Uncle Gu, save my father. Save my father." Lu Jin quickly pushed him away and walked over to observe He Chengjian's condition. 5 minutes later, he said regretfully, "Young master, it's not that I don't want to save your father, but your father has already passed away. No matter how powerful I am, I can't save a dead person. If he could, he would have saved Su Wen long ago." Lu Jin thought about it regretfully and shook his head. He took a step back and made way for He Chengjian's bed. He Jichu stood alone in front of He Chengjian's bed. His lower lip trembled violently. He tried hard for a long time, but he couldn't say a complete sentence. He looked at his father, closing his eyes in front of him, and there seemed to be a smile on his lips. His mind was empty for a moment, as if he hadn't thought of anything, but also as if he had thought of a lot. His knees went weak. He knelt on the ground and buried his head in front of He Chengjian's bed. He thought about how his father had always doted on him the most since he was young. In their family, it wasn't a strict father and a loving mother, but a strict mother and a loving father. He had been immersed in his own world for so many years, chasing after the woman he liked. He had rarely thought about what his father would do. Perhaps in his subconscious, he had always known that no matter what happened, his father would always be by his side to support him. That was why he could be more willful and self-centered than others. Even though he had grown up to be able to take charge of things on his own and had risked his life to do many missions, he still had a clear path in his heart. It was all given to him by his father. Now that his father finally couldn't hold on anymore, he wanted to look for his mother. He had finally abandoned him. He Jichu didn't blame his father for making this choice, because if he were in his father's shoes, he would have made the same choice. But he was also his father's son. After so many years of relying on each other, how could he let it go so easily? Moreover, in the past 7 years, he had focused all his attention on tracking down Gun Yinji's whereabouts and had neglected his father. Gun Yinji looked at He Jichu kneeling in front of He Chengjian without saying a word and felt extremely uncomfortable. She knelt beside him and put her arm around his shoulder. "Young master, don't be too sad. General, he doesn't want to see you so sad." He Jichu shook his head. His face was deathly still, and he didn't say a word. He Jichu would be in big trouble if he continued to hold in like this. Gun Yinji panicked. Young master, brother, don't be like this. If you want to cry, then cry it out." He Jichu's emotions suddenly broke down. He turned around and hugged Gun Yinji tightly. He rested his chin on her neck, as if he wanted nothing more than to embed himself in her body. Gun Yinji shook his arm and comforted him gently. "Brother, your father is gone, but you still have us. General, he doesn't want to live anymore. Just let him go with dignity." She then said angrily, "In the end, it's all because that old thief Qin Bei is too sinister. He even resorted to such a disgusting method. By subduing him, General, he is doing the people a favor." He Jichu's tears finally flowed down and dripped onto Gun Yinji's shoulder. When Lu Jin saw this, he wanted to pick He Jichu up and throw him outside. He said impatiently, He Jichu, you're already 30 years old. Think about my Yinji. She was said to be an orphan since she was young. Gun Yinji rolled her eyes at Lu Jin speechlessly. She wanted to say that he was going too far. He was still stabbing He Jichu in the heart at a time like this. Unexpectedly, when He Jichu heard this, his sobs gradually stopped. Yes, compared to Gun Yinji, he had no reason to feel sorry for himself. He had no reason to be weak. He gradually let go of Gun Yinji and looked at her concerned expression. Her big eyes were filled with undisguised worry, and fine beads of sweat seeped out of her forehead. She really cared about him, although it wasn't the kind of care he wanted. However, this was already the closest they could get to each other. He Jichu took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, Sister, thank you for not despising your useless brother. Gun Yinji's tears fell as well. She buried her head in He Jichu's arms and cried, Brother, I don't despise you. You're not a useless brother. Without you, I would have become a slice of Qin Yaoguang in the laboratory a long time ago. But if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been born to suffer. He Jichu took out a tissue from his pocket and patiently and carefully wiped Gun Yinji's tears. But I still wanted to be born. Gun Yinji held his hand and said with a smile through her tears, No matter what the reason was, it's always good to be able to give me life. And I'm very happy to be able to save my brother's life. This will make me feel less guilty. What are you feeling guilty about? He Jichu calmed down and pulled her up from the ground. The matters of the previous generation have nothing to do with you. You saved me. In this life, I'll only recognize you as my sister. Lu Jin's eyebrows had just risen, but then he lowered them in relief. It was good that he recognized his sister. If he wanted to recognize someone else, Lu Jin wouldn't care, but Lu Yuan would. This was a big shot that Lu Jin couldn't afford to offend. He was a very sensible person. He only lowered his head to the people he truly admired. Gun Yinji herself had her own selfish motives. She wanted her father to be able to regain his identity in a dignified manner and be able to gain He Changjian's forgiveness. However, doing so would inevitably hurt He Changjian. He Changjian could have died without knowing that Qin Suan had a child with someone else. Brother, I hope you don't blame me for making your father sad and regretful for the sake of my own father, Gun Yinji muttered. But he's my father, I know. He Jichu no longer had any ill feelings towards Lu Jin. On the contrary, he was filled with gratitude towards him. This was the person who had truly saved his life. He had saved him twice, and his father, He Changjian, once. Moreover, this person was Gun Yinji's biological father. He Jichu nodded at Lu Jin. He took Gun Yinji's hand and handed her to Lu Jin. He said aloofly, Uncle Gu, I know that Yinji actually yearns to live with her father and mother. Mother won't be able to live, but you can still be with her and make up for the regrets of the first half of your life. Lu Jin nodded repeatedly. Of course. She's my daughter, and I'll never leave her again. Gun Yinji also breathed a sigh of relief. This was great. She didn't have to worry about Lu Jin doing anything earth-shattering and unreliable anymore. At that moment, the door of the RV was open again. Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan got into the car. Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan looked at He Changjian's lifeless, pale face on the makeshift hospital bed and He Jichu's reddened eyes. They asked, What's wrong with General He? He Jichu replied dryly, My father passed away. He then looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Do you still want to continue with your plan? What plan? Gun Yinji and Lu Jin looked at each other, then at Hua Xiaoheng. Major General Hua, what other plans do you have that you haven't completed? Qin Yaoguang was taken away by the KGB of the Soviet Union for experiments. Qin Bei was detonated by He Jichu's shot, and the time bomb inside his body was reduced to ashes. Even Lorraine had been kicked into the sinkhole by them. What other plans did they have? Hua Xiaoheng had gone to look for Lu Yuan just now, for this matter. It hadn't been easy for him to convince Lu Yuan, and now he had to convince Lu Jin. However, He Changjian had already passed away. This was a little unexpected. Hua Xiaoheng didn't immediately answer Gun Yinji and Lu Jin's questions. Instead, He looked at He Chu and said, "General, he suddenly passed away. What are you going to do?" "Just now, your military surveillance cameras have already recorded everything. General, he had carried out acts of lynching. This is a very serious problem." He was talking about He Changjian shooting his friend to death. He Chu had a legitimate reason for killing Qin Bei because Qin Bei had threatened all of their safety at the time. He had fired in self-defense. However, He Changjian had shot to death the friend who had betrayed Qin Huichang, but he had shot a person who couldn't fight back. Although that person had committed a felony, He Changjian shouldn't have lynched him, especially since He Changjian was still the #1 member of the Supreme Military Council. If he was still alive, the problem would be even more serious. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. She said in a low voice, "Could this be the reason why General He was determined to die? If he passed away, the mistake just now could be dealt with leniently. At least it wouldn't affect He Chu. No, it can be said that from the moment he shot that friend to death, he didn't want to live anymore." Was Xiaoheng sighed. In the end, he wanted to perish together with Qin Bei. He Chu was silent for a while, then said, "I can handle all of these things. You don't have to worry about me." When he said this, his expression was determined and tenacious. The pain of losing his father didn't break him down. Instead, it made him truly grow up. He could strategize and hold up the sky for the people he wanted to protect. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and didn't beat around the bush. He continued, "Okay, let's talk about my plan now." Gun Yinji and Lu Jin wanted to prick up their ears to listen. His gaze swept past Lu Jin and Gun Yinji's crossed hands, and he said calmly, "I've already contacted the other side. In 15 minutes, they'll open the magnetic field channel. Yinji, Uncle Lu, come with me and President Lu." Before Gun Yinji could react, Lu Jin was already stunned. Go, go, go. Go where? How? Do you have enough energy? You can also open the magnetic field channel. Don't your magnetic field resonators need to use DNA markers? He actually asked such a professional question. Gun Yinji's feelings of parting were instantly shattered. She looked up at the roof of the RV, and her thoughts had already drifted to the other side. She was about to see Ms. Song, Chi, Brother Xiong, and Brother Zhe, and she would bring her father with her. Gun Yinji grabbed Lu Jin's hand and said loudly, "Dad, come with us. If you don't leave, I won't recognize you as my father anymore." Okay. Lu Jin was very obedient to Gun Yinji and was pleasantly surprised. He continued to ask Hua Xiaoheng, "How did you do it?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said, "Of course we need DNA markers. But when I went back a month ago, I already brought the DNA samples of the three of you over to mark them. So in 15 minutes, the magnetic field channel will open again, and we'll be able to go back together. You can ask our chief scientist about other questions after you get there." This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1924, The Closest Distance. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are 2 updates today, at 8 o'clock in the evening of the second update. P.S. Thank you to Disc Loves Reading for the 70,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Wu AI Tang for the 20,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Thank you to McMug Loves Blue for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Congratulations to Disc Loves Reading and Wu AI Tang for becoming the 32nd and 33rd leaders of Hello, Major General. Kiss me, little angels. Chapter 1936. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat, and she glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. Why didn't he just say Ms. Song directly? Instead, he said chief scientist in a roundabout way. She didn't believe that there was a more talented candidate among the high-energy physicists over there than Ms. Song. However, looking at President Lu Yuan, who was standing behind Hua Xiaoheng with a rare expressionless face, she seemed to understand something. Looking at her father, who was still excitedly discussing academic issues at this critical juncture, she shook her head inwardly. As expected, he relied on his own abilities to be single. The more capable he was, the more unbreakable he was when he was single. Gun Yinji pursed her lips and smiled faintly. Dad, of course they can open the magnetic field channel. Otherwise, how would Major General Hu come over? As she said this, she glanced at He Jichu again. When Hua Xiaoheng mentioned his plan, he didn't care about He Jichu, who was standing there. Did this mean that He Jichu actually knew Hua Xiaoheng's true identity? Gun Yinji had suspected it before, but now it had finally been confirmed. He Jichu noticed her gaze and looked down. He said calmly, Major General Hua contributed to this entire plan. He also showed his sincerity to my father and me. This is his true identity. Faced with Gun Yinji's puzzled expression, Hua Xiaoheng calmly held her hand. Their fingers intertwined. He explained, some things need to be resolved once and for all, so we have to rely on the power of the other side. Fortunately, General He and young Master He are both reasonable people. They didn't make things difficult for us, so this plan was able to be carried out smoothly. Of course, it was impossible for the Soviet Union to send out their real ace of the Far East, Peter, without the help of someone like He Changjian. And only He Changjian would be able to make Hua Xiaoheng not have to give up more benefits. Gun Yinji looked at He Jichu in shock. She hadn't expected He Changjian to not kill Hua Xiaoheng even after knowing the truth that time. He had suspected that ace of the Far East, Peter Hua Xiaoheng, was actually Hua Xiaoheng from the other world, so he would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. He had asked Qin Jining to use an anti-material rifle against him. Gun Yinji had taken a bullet for him and almost died. He Jichu looked at Gun Yinji with a complicated expression. He thought that as long as he gave up on Gun Yinji and was with another woman, his father wouldn't have to kill Hua Xiaoheng. He hadn't thought through the stakes, but how could a person's feelings be so easily? Unless he had never used his heart. He touched Gun Yinji's head sadly and tried his best to act like an older brother. Yinji, have a safe trip. I won't be seeing you off. Gun Yinji pushed Hua Xiaoheng's hand away and walked over to hug He Jichu. Brother, come over to our place for a vacation when you're free. He quietly plucked a strand of hair from He Jichu's body. He Jichu smiled wryly. He wanted to contact them, but he didn't have the strength to do so. This was because they no longer had the energy to activate the high-energy magnetic field. Therefore, the other party had been in regular contact with Hua Xiaoheng to keep abreast of the situation here. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't take the initiative to contact them. He took a deep breath and said, No need. I hope you can seal off the magnetic field channel and stop contacting us. The two worlds are becoming more and more different. If we continue to interact, it will only bring harm to both of us. That was the truth. Lu Jin immediately gave scientific evidence. In fact, parallel worlds will eventually go in completely different directions. This is a Y-shaped curve, not a Type 2 curve that is always parallel. Gun Yinji was completely clueless about high-energy physics, but she trusted Lu Jin's skills and abilities, so she felt even worse when she heard this. Brother, then you have to be good. I'll call you with the quantum communicator. She made a gesture to make a phone call. Is that okay? Lu Jin nodded. The quantum communicator doesn't use much energy, and it's at the quantum microscopic level. Even if it's connected, it won't cause the fission of the two worlds. He Jichu actually didn't even want to make a phone call, but seeing Gun Yinji's insistence, he still nodded. I'll be very busy during this period of time. If I don't answer your call in time, don't mind. No. Gun Yinji quickly shook her head. I also have a lot of things to do. When I'm free, I'll call you. It's okay if you don't answer. Lu Yuan listened for a while, then walked over and pressed Gun Yinji's shoulder. He said to He Jichu seriously, Young Master I have something else to tell you. Gun Yinji had no choice but to take a step back and wait for Lu Yuan to talk business with He Jichu. Lu Yuan took out his phone and sent a series of documents to He Jichu. He said, I just communicated with the company and have already authorized the change of the Lu Corporation's shareholding. The documents signed by Lu Jin and I have already been sent to the CSRC. From now on, the Lu Corporation will be state-owned. I hope you can send someone reliable to manage the Lu Corporation. Lu Yuan had to leave. The Lu Corporation that he and Lu Jin had founded was the only thing he couldn't let go of. He Jichu was shocked. You want to give the entire Lu Corporation to the state? That was not a small amount of property. It was taken from the people and used for the people, Lu Yuan said calmly. Lu Yuan said calmly, "For me, I founded this company just to have a place to live. Now that I'm going home, I naturally have to leave it to you." He paused for a moment, then said implicitly, "Industries like internet security and medical education shouldn't be controlled by private individuals in the first place. Young Master you do have a lot of things to do." He Jichu suppressed his feelings deep in his heart and nodded in agreement. "Yes, I understand. In this position, I shouldn't avoid my responsibilities. I will discuss these issues with the cabinet and the Senate. I will indeed be busy in the future." He looked at Gu Nianji again, and there was a hint of reluctance in his hoarse voice. "Nianji, after you pass, you have to protect yourself well. I can't attend your wedding, but your father can. Just remember to send me your wedding photo." Gu Nianji nodded fiercely. Of course, of course. Brother, are you really not going to attend our wedding?" Brother has been very busy recently. He Jichu felt that Huo Xiaoheng would probably be eager to hold a wedding to bind Gu Nianji to him once she returned to the other side. Gu Nianji said, "We won't hold a wedding right away. I also have a lot of things to do. Besides," she looked at Huo Xiaoheng, "I just found out who my biological mother is. I won't mourn her for a year." Although they wouldn't build a hut next to a grave like the ancients, they wouldn't hold a wedding banquet or a wedding. Huo Xiaoheng didn't object. "It's okay. I'll mourn for my mother-in-law with you." Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin again, but caught a glimpse of Lu Jin's evasive gaze. She snorted in her heart. Lu Jin still had something to say. She still had doubts about the cause of Qin Suan's death. Of course, Qin Yaoguang and Qin Bei were the culprits of Qin Suan's death, but Qin Suan had been ill for so many years. How did she suddenly die that day? What was the catalyst, or rather the fuse? Gu Nianji had deliberately ignored this point in order to pin Qin Yaoguang down in the lawsuit, because she didn't want to involve Lu Jin. But now that the case was over and Lu Jin had gone to the other world with them, she had time to plan this matter properly. However, she still had a sweet smile on her face. She held Lu Jin with one hand and Huo Xiaoheng with the other. She nodded at He Jichu. "Brother, we'll be leaving then. Take care." He Jichu's fingers moved, but he still put his hands behind his back. "Okay, you take care too." Lu Jin walked up and placed the keys to the RV in He Jichu's hand. He said heroically, "I'll give you this RV too, but it's for you alone, not for the country. Remember to take good care of it. Several of our properties have already been transferred to Nianji's name. I'll entrust them to you for safekeeping. Is that okay?" When he said this, he even gave Huo Xiaoheng a threatening look. This was giving Gu Nianji a way out to find her maternal family. The corners of He Jichu's mouth twitched. Huo Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't say anything. He Jichu gripped the keys tightly. "Thank you, Uncle Gu." Lu Yuan glared at Lu Jin and led the way to leave. Gu Nianji, Huo Xiaoheng, and Lu Jin followed behind. When she reached the door, Gu Nianji suddenly turned around and saw He Jichu's tall and handsome figure standing alone in a makeshift ward of the RV. Behind him was a makeshift hospital bed, and on the makeshift bed lay He Changjian, who was motionless. The world seemed to have instantly turned into an old-fashioned black-and-white photo. He Jichu's sparkling almond-shaped eyes became the only highlight in this black-and-white world. "Brother, take care." Gu Nianji said goodbye to He Jichu. He Jichu nodded slowly and watched the four of them disappear out of the RV door. The snow outside was very heavy, and it had already reached her feet. Gu Nianji's hunting suit had been specially made by Lu Jin. It could also keep her warm, so she didn't feel cold at all. Moreover, her heart was hot, so hot that it was burning. The four of them staggered back to the open space beside the Tunguska sinkhole. The place had already been cleaned up. The snow covered all traces, as if nothing had happened. Huo Xiaoheng looked at his watch. 1 minute left. He held Gu Nianji's hand tightly, and Lu Yuan's hand on the other. Gu Nianji also held Lu Jin's hand tightly, afraid that he would do something again. Lu Yuan also held Lu Jin's hand on the other side. The four of them held hands and stood in a square. White snow surrounded them, and the mountains were silent. Other than them, there was no one else. Soon, the 1 minute countdown was up. Gu Nianji felt as if there were ripples in front of her. It was just like how she had felt in the sky above the Tunguska sinkhole. She felt a little dizzy and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she found that her surroundings were still snow white. It was no different from the previous scene. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng blankly, then at Lu Jin. She didn't know if they had come over. Hua Xiaoheng smiled, but didn't say anything. Lu Jin, however, was already looking around. Where's your chief scientist? Where is he? I want to discuss high-energy physics with him. Lu Yuan suddenly felt something. He turned around and saw a beautiful figure standing under the snow-covered birch tree, smiling as she looked in their direction. 18 years had passed, and this woman was actually the same as when he had left. Time had left no trace on her and only accentuated her beauty to the extreme. This was the second update of today, Chapter 1925, so close, yet so far. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. Moi, big shots, little angels. Chapter 1937. How is that possible? Had he seen wrongly? 18 years had passed. It was impossible for her to still look exactly the same as she did 18 years ago. Could it be that there was something wrong with his eyes? Or was he hallucinating because of the magnetic field? Lu Yuan's heart was beating faster than ever. The mental preparation he had been making collapsed at this moment, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Lu Jin, who was looking around, suddenly screamed, "Boss Lu, you're crazy." He shook off Lu Yuan's hand and grimaced as his hand shook. "It hurts so much, it hurts so much." "Boss Lu, why are you crazy? You can't afford to break my hand." Lu Yuan ignored Lu Jin completely. He couldn't take his eyes off the approaching figure. She had appeared in his dreams so many times, but now it was as if she had walked out of his dreams directly. She hadn't changed at all. Gun Yinji was shocked and quickly looked at Lu Jin's hand. She saw that his hand had 5 red marks on it, and it was almost swollen. Just how much strength did he have to use? Gun Yinji couldn't help glaring at Lu Yuan resentfully. In the end, she saw Lu Yuan turn his head to look behind him as if he was possessed. What was he looking at? Gun Yinji followed Lu Yuan's gaze. A woman in a white coat and a black mink hat was carrying a shiny black suitcase. She was walking over step by step in the creaking snow. Gun Yinji was overjoyed. She jumped up and waved at her. "Ms. Song, Ms. Song, I'm back." Song Jinning had seen Gun Yinji a long time ago, and her gaze had never left Gun Yinji's face. Seeing her wave, she waved back and smiled. "Yinji, you're finally back." Gun Yinji took 2 quick steps and ran toward Song Jinning. Then, as if she had remembered something, she turned around and grabbed Lu Jin's arm. She said excitedly, "Dad, this is Ms. Song Jinning, our genius high-energy physicist. She's also the chief scientist who opened the magnetic field channel this time." Lu Jin was overjoyed. "Huh, she's the chief scientist. That's great. I have a lot of questions to discuss with her." He immediately followed Gun Yinji forward. Gun Yinji laughed and threw herself into Song Jinning's arms. "Ms. Song, I missed you so much." "Little Yinji, I miss you too." Song Jinning couldn't help but tear up. No one knew how she had managed to get through the days and nights of the past year. He was worried about Gun Yinji and his son, Hua Xiaoheng. He had to mobilize all the manpower and resources to control the entire magnetic field experiment. After a year, she felt that she had aged more than 10 years, and there were almost crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Song Jinning put down the suitcase and hugged Gun Yinji affectionately for a while. Gun Yinji hugged Song Jinning's arm and introduced her. "Ms. Song, this is me." She suddenly remembered something and couldn't help looking at Hua Xiaoheng. She didn't know how to introduce Lu Jin. Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly at her and said calmly, "Ms. Song knows everything." "Ms. Song, this is my father, Lu Jin. He has another name, Gu Xiangwen." Gun Yinji winked at her. "But let's not use the name Gu Xiangwen, in case those people have bad associations." Song Jinning understood and held Lu Jin's hand in surprise. "You're Lu Jin. I heard from Xiaoheng that you were the one who sent Yinji over 8 years ago. I have a lot of high-energy physics questions. I wonder if I have the honor of discussing them with Mr. Liu? No problem, no problem. I also have a lot of questions to ask Ms. Song. Liu Jin was very interested in the development of high-energy physics in this world. He remembered that they clearly didn't develop that quickly, but how did they suddenly obtain enough energy to achieve magnetic resonance? In the year that he had been unable to contact this world, what huge changes had happened that he didn't know about? Song Jining nodded repeatedly. I hope that Mr. Liu can start class at our Institute of High-Energy Physics and train our reserve talents. It would be even better if I could do experiments with Mr. Liu. Really? Can I take a look at your lab? Liu Jin was in high spirits. He couldn't wait to roll up his sleeves and go to the podium. But let me be honest, I don't know how to speak. I have a serious interpersonal disorder. If I say something wrong and offend your students and researchers. Unexpectedly, Song Jining didn't care at all. She immediately said, people who are really engaged in scientific research don't have the energy to deal with interpersonal relationships. I wish that our laboratory was filled with patients with interpersonal disorder. That way, everyone would only focus on the experiment. Even if there were any disputes, it would be related to the experiment. How great would that be? Huh, do you really think so? Liu Jin was stunned. This was the first time he had heard someone redefine interpersonal disorder in such a fresh and refined way. Really? Why would I lie to you? I've never been merciful to my students in the laboratory. If you do something wrong, you have to be punished. It's that simple, Song Jining said without hesitation. Liu Jin shook her hand vigorously, as if he had found a confidant. That's right, that's right. Being mocked for doing something wrong is already the lightest punishment. If you don't even want to listen to mockery, I'm sorry. Please go back to your kindergarten and let your nanny kiss and hug you. No one in the field of science will take care of your fragile self-esteem. Gunyinji, Xiaohong. Lu Yuan's mood finally calmed down. He put on a gentle smile again and walked over silently. He bent down to pick up the black suitcase that Song Jining had placed beside her. He stood behind her, blocking the wind and snow from the call behind her. Liu Jin caught a glimpse of a tall figure behind Song Jining. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Song Jining. He asked in confusion, "You look familiar. Where have I seen you before?" Gun Yinji quickly glanced at Liu Yuan. As expected, the gentle and harmless mask on Liu Yuan's face was about to crack. She held back her laughter and quickly pulled Liu Jin away. "Dad, can you try a new way to strike up conversation? How did you meet Ms. Song?" Hua Xiaoheng also walked over and said to Song Jining, "Ms. Song, there's another person. Do you remember?" Song Jining turned around and looked up at Liu Yuan, who was standing diagonally behind her. Hua Xiaoheng had come back last month to do a DNA marker. He had mentioned to her that he would bring 2 other people back besides Gun Yinji. One of them was Liu Jin, Gun Yinji's biological father, Gu Xiangwen. The other person, Hua Xiaoheng, was Liu Yuan. He was his uncle, Hua Guanyin, who everyone thought had been blown up in an experiment 18 years ago. Compared to his appearance and her memories, he had indeed aged quite a bit. However, they had been separated for 18 years after all. Judging from these 18 years, Liu Yuan had taken good care of himself. Song Jining reached out her hand to him gracefully and smiled. "Should I call you President Liu Yuan or Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan?" After being disturbed by Liu Jin and Gun Yinji just now, Liu Yuan thought that his excitement had calmed down. However, with one look and one action from Song Jining, the calmness that he had just built up collapsed once again. Liu Yuan hadn't heard anyone call him Hua Guanyuan in many years. He hadn't expected that the first person to call him Hua Guanyin would be her after returning to his hometown after 18 years. Liu Yuan's heart instantly rippled like a sea, and he could almost hear the sound of the waves in his ears. However, on the surface, he still maintained a decent smile and elegantly reached out his hand to shake Song Jining's hand. However, before he could touch Song Jining's hand, he quickly moved it away. "Just call me Hua Guanyuan," Liu Yuan said in a gentlemanly manner. Song Jining didn't mind. She smiled and retracted her hand. She nodded. "Okay, Mr. Hua Guanyuan, welcome home." "Thank you, Ms. Song." Hua Guanyuan bowed slightly. His demeanor was impeccable. Gun Yinji looked at Lu Yuan, who was still impeccable in front of Song Jining. She wanted to look up at the sky and let out a long sigh. She thought to herself that Lu Yuan and Lu Jin had been friends for so many years because they were indeed similar. They had both relied on their own abilities to be single. But to be precise, Lu Yuan was better on the road to being single. Because no matter what, Lu Jin had a daughter as big as her, while Lu Yuan had nothing. She was sighing when Lu Jin suddenly pushed her away and walked over. He stood next to Lu Yuan and looked at Song Jining carefully. He suddenly laughed and pointed at Song Jining. I remember now. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. I've really seen you before. I've seen many of you. Gun Yinji was speechless. She quickly walked over and pulled Lu Jin's arm. Dad, what are you talking about? What do you mean I've seen many of you? You must have seen her in your dreams. Can we not be unconventional all the time? Lu Jin was anxious. I've really seen many of her. The corners of Lu Yuan's eyes twitched imperceptibly. He quickly raised his hand to cover Lu Jin's mouth, but he was still a step too late. Lu Jin said straightforwardly, Boss Lu has drawn many portraits of her. Gun Yinji was extremely embarrassed. She didn't even dare to look at Lu Yuan's instantly darkened expression. She quickly said, Dad, you remembered wrong, no? My memory is comparable to a camera. How could I remember wrong? Lu Jin said very seriously, Boss Lu's pencil drawings are very beautiful and realistic. I've really seen many of them. That's his sweetheart, his second love. No matter how generous Song Jining was, she didn't expect someone like Lu Jin to exist. It was obvious that the diagnosis of this serious interpersonal disorder was not wrong. Her fair cheeks were slightly red, as if a thin layer of rouge had been applied. The redness seeped out from the bottom of her skin, like a halo in a traditional Chinese painting, all the way to the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. Song Jining had always been very slow when it came to relationships, and she wasn't a glib tongue. She didn't know how to respond, so she could only look at Lu Yuan and smile politely. Lu Yuan wanted to beat Lu Jin up, but when he saw that Song Jining didn't seem to be disgusted at all, she blushed and smiled at him. He couldn't help but smile as well. His mellow and deep voice seemed to have warmth, like a warm spring breeze that warmed people's hearts. Lu Jin is such a person. His words are a little exaggerated. Don't mind him. If he's been rude, I'll apologize to you on his behalf, Lu Yuan said gently. His tone was slow and unhurried. How am I exaggerating? I'm a scientist, and I'm very realistic. Lu Jin was extremely displeased and muttered. I even remember how many pencil drawings he drew. Gun Yinji was worried that Lu Jin would say more to embarrass Lu Yuan, so she had an idea. She immediately rubbed her hands and stomped her feet. It's so cold. It's so cold. I'm freezing. Major General Hua, let's hurry back. Where's the plane? Do we have a special plane? Is there anyone else? Why is Ms. Song the only one who came to pick us up? You're cold. Lu Jin's attention was indeed diverted. He quickly took off his coat and draped it over Gun Yinji. He waved his hand and said, Hurry up and find a plane to get out of here. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1926, a lot of you. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today, at 8 o'clock in the evening. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Wu AI Hall for the 20,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1938. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the valley surrounded by mountains. It was covered in snow. It was so white that it was dazzling. He couldn't see anyone else. However, he knew that the Huaxiao military was conducting such an experiment. How could there be no one around? They were just hiding it well. Song Jining was also worried that Gun Yinji would freeze. She naturally held Gun Yinji's hand and said, There's a private plane at the hotel. Now that the snow has stopped, we should be able to leave. She turned around and reached out to Hua Guanyuan. Hua Guanyuan, give me the suitcase. This suitcase isn't light. I'll carry it for you. Hua Guanyuan said gently but firmly. Unexpectedly, Song Jining shook her head and insisted, "No, it's not in line with the rules." Huo Yuan understood when she said that. This must be a highly confidential instrument. It was probably the core control of the magnetic resonance instrument related to opening the magnetic field. He didn't ask further and silently handed the suitcase over. Hua Xiaoheng took it and said, "Ms. Song, I'll be fine with it." His security clearance was the highest, so Song Jining didn't continue to object. She pulled Gun Yinji and said, "Let's go back quickly. Your hands are so warm." Gun Yinji, QAQ. Her lie had been exposed. Lu Jin said happily, "It's good that it's warm. That's my coat. It's very warm." Gun Yinji saw that Lu Jin was only wearing ordinary casual clothes and felt very sorry. She quickly took off his coat and forcefully draped it over Lu Jin. She smiled and said, "I'm not cold now. Dad, I'll go with you and talk to you." She naturally took Lu Jin's arm and walked forward with him intimately. Lu Jin was in high spirits and extremely pleased with himself. He even turned around and raised his chin at Huo Guanyuan. Huo Guanyuan didn't have the time to pay attention to him. His attention was all on Song Jining. He turned to Song Jining and said, "Let's go too." Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to disturb the two of them. He walked a few steps forward and said, "I'll go see Yinji. She doesn't know the way very well. She might get lost with Uncle Lu." Huo Guanyuan's lips twitched. He thought to himself that Lu Jin didn't have too many direction detecting instruments on him. Would he get lost? If Lu Jin heard this, he would definitely laugh his head off. However, he was more than happy to be able to be alone with Song Jining. Naturally, he didn't expose Hua Xiaoheng's nonsense. Song Jining nodded. "Yes, Huo Guanyuan, since you're free now, can you tell me how the experiment accident happened 18 years ago? This question has been on my mind for a long time." Meanwhile, on the other side of the dimension, the heavy snow had gradually stopped. He Jichu sat beside his father's body without saying a word. After an hour, he stood up and walked out of the trailer. The outside world was crystal clear, like a world of white snow and glass. There was no one on the empty ground beside the sinkhole. Even the footprints were covered by snow. He seemed to be the only one left in the empty world. There was no one like him in the past, and there would be no one like him in the future. But he didn't even shed a tear. Who are you crying for? From now on, he was alone. Jichu stood quietly beside the sinkhole for a while. He took out his phone and pulled up a photo of Gun Yinji from the recently deleted photo album on his phone. She was smiling very happily. It was still the photo that his father, He Changjian, had sent someone to secretly take when she had first arrived in this world, and he had taken her out to play. In the photo, Gun Yinji was protecting a cute child in front of her. She was looking up at the blue sky and white clouds above her head. It was obvious that she was in a good mood, and her smile was sincere and refreshing. He Jichu, who was beside her, was handsome and elegant, like an orchid tree. Gun Yinji was delicate and beautiful, like the dew of a begonia. And the little boy was lively and cute, just like their child. The three of them were talking and laughing, completely enjoying the joy of a family of three. At that time, he had been really angry when he found out that his father had sent someone to secretly take photos of them. However, the photo was so good that he had secretly kept it and hidden it in his phone's photo album. Later, when he found out that she was his half-sister, he had deleted all her photos. This was the only one that he kept. He deleted it and restored it and deleted it again. In the end, he couldn't bear to delete it permanently, so he restored it again. It didn't matter if it was restored now. She and him were separated by an entire space-time barrier. He could do whatever he wanted to her without worrying about any consequences. Because he couldn't get through, they could never be together. "Chief, should General He's body be transported back to the country?" Jichu's personal secretary waited for a long time and finally couldn't help but interrupt Jichu's unusual silence. Jichu collected his thoughts and put his phone back into his pocket. He nodded lightly. "Yes, inform the country that General He died in a battle with the traitor Qin Beiyoi in order to protect the country's secrets and our lives. Let them welcome him with a state funeral." "Yes, Chief." Jichu's personal secretary saluted and immediately went back to make arrangements. He Changjian had died in the Soviet Union. When the leaders of the Soviet Union found out, they all rushed over to send him off. The leader of the Soviet Union, Putin, was the only one among the leaders who knew the truth. He also admired and respected He Changjian very much. He ordered the Soviet Union's National Military Band and Honor Guard to also send him off with a state funeral. He Jichu brought his father's body back to the Imperial Capital International Airport. The place was already under martial law. The top leaders of the cabinet, parliament, and military had all arrived. They stood neatly on the tarmac, waiting for He Changjian's body to disembark from the plane. He Jichu was dressed in formal attire and personally carried the coffin with the 6 standing members of the Supreme Military Council and an alternate member. There were a total of 7 standing members of the Supreme Military Council, including He Changjian. 8 people were needed to carry the coffin, so they added an alternate member. This was the highest funeral qualification of the Huaxia Empire's military. Xie Qingying was dressed in plain clothes and stood with everyone with a haggard expression. She hadn't fully recovered from her injuries, but when she found out that something had happened to the He family, she ignored her parents' dissuasion and struggled to get up. She came to the airport to personally welcome He Jichu. She didn't know what had happened in the Soviet Union. Why did General He suddenly die? When she saw He Jichu get off the plane with a solemn expression, her heart tightened. The ceremony in front was carried out in an orderly manner. Xie Qingying followed everyone in a daze. It wasn't until she returned to the He family that she had time to talk to He Jichu. "Young Master He, my condolences." Xie Qingying comforted him with heartache. He Jichu replied lightly. Seeing that Xie Qingying had lost a lot of weight, he said, "Your injuries haven't healed yet. Go back and recuperate. I'm fine here. My injuries are much better. I was worried about you." Xie Qingying walked to his side and sat down. Why did Uncle He suddenly pass away? Doesn't the Soviet Union have to take responsibility? It has nothing to do with them. It was Qin Beiyoi who did it, He Jichu said calmly. My father died to protect us. It was actually him. What about Ninji? Xie Qingying came back to her senses. How is she? Did you find her? Did Qin Beiyoi kidnap her? He Jichu didn't say anything. After a long while, he said, I found her. She left with Peter and never came back. Xie Qingying's mood suddenly relaxed. She moved closer to He Jichu and pressed her forehead against his. She said softly, It's okay. You still have me. I'll be with you. He Jichu moved away and leaned back on the sofa. He supported his head with his hand and said expressionlessly, Actually, she's my biological sister from a different father. You don't have to target her anymore. What? Xie Qingying blinked and didn't react for a moment. She's your biological sister? Why didn't you say so earlier? If she had known earlier, she really wouldn't have needed to be so jealous. Not only had she gotten into a fight with Gunyinji, but it had also affected her relationship with He Jichu. It really wasn't worth it. For the first time, Xie Qingying was unhappy with He Jichu. Young Master He, remember to tell me everything in the future, okay? The most important thing in a relationship between two people is honesty. Only then can they get along well. Otherwise, no matter how good a relationship is, it will be worn out. The corners of He Jichu's mouth twitched, and he said with a half-smile, I thought the most important thing in a relationship between two people is tolerance. As for honesty, I'm sorry, but my job has determined that I won't be honest with anyone, and I can't be honest with anyone. Even if they were an intimate couple, they still had to give each other some privacy. Otherwise, no matter how good a relationship was, it would suffocate the other party. It was like the sand in one's hand. The tighter one gripped it, the more it would fall through one's fingers. Xie Qingying thought about it and realized that what He Jichu said was true. She knew the nature of He Jichu's work. However, she didn't want to know about He Jichu's work. Xie Qingying smiled and said, Of course, I won't ask you anything about your work, but in terms of personal feelings, it's okay to be honest with each other, right? He Jichu raised his hand non-committally. I'm very tired. I want to be alone for a while. You can go back first. Xie Qingying really wanted to accompany He Jichu at this time. She insisted, Young Master I'll go to another room. You can rest. I'm worried about you being the only one at home. He Jichu looked up at her for a while, then closed his eyes and went to the bedroom alone. Xie Qingying heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that he didn't object. She went to the kitchen and ordered the orderlies to prepare dinner for He Jichu. When He Jichu woke up, it was nighttime. He should be able to have a good meal then. There were still many things to do tomorrow. As night fell, the Imperial Capital International Airport in the other world was brightly lit. A plane from Russia landed steadily on the tarmac of the Imperial Capital International Airport. The plane door opened, and Hua Xiaoheng, dressed in his Major General uniform, walked out of the plane. A bright red carpet extended from the cabin of the plane to the concrete floor of the airport. General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai stood on the red carpet excitedly, waiting eagerly. Hua Xiaoheng walked down the plane suspension ladder and steadily walked up to the three of them. He raised his right arm and gave the three of them a standard military salute. General Ji, Speaker Long, Prime Minister Bai, Hua Xiaoheng, the commander of the Huaxiao Empire's Special Operations Forces, is back. End of report. This was the second watch of the day. Chapter 1927, Sand Between Your Fingers. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 watches today. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1939. General Ji's eyes were red. He held back his tears and reached out his hand. Xiaoheng, welcome back to the team. Hua Xiaoheng shook his hand tightly. He was also very excited. If General Ji hadn't removed all obstacles and used the entire military to support him, he wouldn't have been able to go to the other world. He wouldn't have been able to find Gunyinji for the rest of his life. General Ji, Xiaoheng was lucky enough to complete his mission. He said in a deep voice, in addition to Gunyinji, I also brought back Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan and the great scientist who invented the magnetic resonance instrument, Lu Jin. General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai all knew about this. The 3 of them decided to welcome Hua Xiaoheng's return with the highest rules. At the same time, they also wanted to welcome Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan, who had been lost in the other world for 18 years, and the genius scientist, Lu Jin, whom they had been looking forward to the most. Hua Xiaoheng had only shown them some news reports from the other world about Lu Jin's deeds. Just the fact that he was a double Nobel Prize winner in physics and biology was enough to amaze them. Not to mention Lu Jin's genius performance in biomedicine, high-energy physics, and weapon development. For the Huaxia Empire, which was thirsty for talent, this was a priceless asset. Speaker Long sighed. Old Ji, my foresight isn't as good as yours. When Xiaoheng wanted to retire from the military to look for Ninji, I was still angry. If it weren't for General Bai persuading me, I would have become a sinner of the country and the people. Yes, the 3 of us voted to decide whether Xiaoheng should stay or leave. In the end, General Bai stood on Old Ji's side and voted to stay. It was a 2-to-1 vote. Speaker Long, the minority followed the majority. Xiaoheng didn't have to retire from the military. He agreed to use the country's high-energy magnetic field energy reserves to support Xiaoheng's departure. General Ji sighed. In the end, Xiaoheng was the one who took responsibility. We all know that the place Xiaoheng is going to is extremely dangerous. He might even die there. Speaker Long also nodded. Yes, I really can't bear to see Xiaoheng, a major general with a promising future in the military, die just like that. We don't know if Xiaoheng has a counterpart over there, and we don't know if General He's warning that the 2 of them would die at the same time is true. Prime Minister Bai was also very excited. At that time, Xiaoheng insisted that even if he really died in the past, he wouldn't blame anyone. He also made a military pledge. I'm just the Prime Minister, and I don't have as much prestige as the 2 of you, but I feel that with Xiaoheng's contributions to the country and the people, we shouldn't let such a good soldier sacrifice his lifelong happiness. Fortunately, Lady Luck was still on their side. Hua Xiaoheng saw that although the 3 highest leaders were talking about him going to the other world, they were very vague. Even if someone heard them, they would never be able to guess where he was going. They had a strong sense of confidentiality. Hua Xiaoheng was also very grateful for the support of these three top leaders. The truth was, without them and without the support of the country, he would not have been able to find Nianji in his next life. He saluted the three of them again and said solemnly, "Chief, I'm going to welcome Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan home." General Ji was even more excited. He waved his hands and said, "Quick, quick, quick! Make him come down. I haven't seen him for 18 years. Does he still recognize me?" Before Hua Xiaoheng, Hua Guanyuan had been General Ji's favorite successor and had been heavily groomed. In the end, an earth-shattering experimental accident had blown him up into nothingness. They all thought he was dead. He hadn't expected to see Hua Guanyuan in his lifetime. General Ji couldn't help wiping the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand. Speaker Long and Prime Minister Bai laughed at him together. "Old Ji, didn't you always say that a man should bleed but not cry? What are you shedding? Could it be horse piss?" "You're the ones shedding horse piss." General Ji glared at Speaker Long and said to Prime Minister Bai, "Old Bai, you used to be the kindest person, but now you've learned bad things from Old Long." As the three of them chatted and laughed, Hua Xiaoheng had already led Hua Guanyuan out of the plane. He had already changed his clothes on the plane. The military uniform of a senior colonel of the Huaxia Empire military from 18 years ago looked a little old and out of place, but on Hua Guanyuan, it was unexpectedly valiant. It could be seen that the military uniform didn't look good in the style, but in the person wearing it. General Ji, Hua Guanyuan, senior colonel of the intelligence department of the Huaxia Empire's military headquarters, returned to the team. Standing in front of General Ji, Hua Guanyuan gave a military salute that was even more standard than Hua Xiaoheng's. He reported his military rank and position from 18 years ago. General Ji couldn't stop crying. He was even more excited than when he saw Hua Xiaoheng. He patted Hua Guanyuan's shoulder hard. Other than saying, "It's good that you're back," he was so choked up that he couldn't say anything else. Hua Guanyuan stood opposite General Ji calmly and solemnly. He held General Ji's hand and tried his best to control his emotions. He was already past the age of knowing his destiny, but he had taken good care of himself. He looked like he was just in his early 40s. He was tall and straight, and his facial features were deep but not European. He had the most handsome silhouette of the Huaxia Empire. The hardships on his face didn't diminish his masculinity and handsomeness. Instead, it added a bit of age to his charm, making it more fragrant as time went by. Prime Minister Bai and Speaker Long were also very familiar with Hua Guanyuan in the past. Now that he had returned, both of them surrounded him. "Guanyuan, it's been hard on you all these years. The country and its people haven't forgotten you, and we haven't forgotten you either." Prime Minister Bai was only 1 year older than Hua Guanyuan. The two of them used to be classmates and had a good personal relationship. Hua Guanyuan learned from Hua Xiaoheng that his old classmate was already the prime minister. He smiled and said, "It's my honor that Prime Minister Bai still remembers me." "Guanyuan, what are you talking about? We're old friends who haven't seen each other for many years. We definitely have to have a drink. Even if we don't drink today, we'll drink to our heart's content another day." Prime Minister Bai held his hand tightly and laughed. "Guanyuan, go home and rest for a few days. When you have enough rest, come to work at our Senate." Speaker Long spared no effort in trying to poach General Ji. General Ji came back to his senses and quickly pushed Speaker Long away. He glared at him and said, "That's enough. You've already poached my people, and you still want to poach. When did I poach your people?" Speaker Long also glared back at him. "Don't think that you can look down on me just because your two generals are back. I'm sorry, I have Xiaoheng and Guanyuan, so I could do whatever I want." General Ji pretended to be arrogant, and Speaker Long was so angry that he almost flipped out. He pushed with Xiaoheng and said, "Where's Nianji? Where's Nianji? Didn't you go pick her up? Nianji is mine." General Ji froze for a moment, then laughed and said, "Ha ha, Nianji is yours. Ask Xiaoheng if he agrees." As the three of them joked, Nianji had already followed Xiaoheng off the plane. She walked down the red carpet briskly. Speaker Long ran in front and grabbed Nianji's hand. He wanted to laugh, but tears actually flowed out. Nianji, you're back. You've suffered. He held Gunyanji's hand, almost in tears. Gunyanji loved to cry, and now she was emotional. She had returned to the place she had left for more than a year, and she had long regarded it as her real home. The two of them hugged their heads and cried together. General G's mood had already recovered, and he couldn't help laughing at Speaker Long. Old Long, just now you said I was peeing. Who's peeing now? Gunyanji stopped crying and quietly rolled her eyes at General G. General G was stunned by her glare and chuckled. Little Nianji is very dissatisfied with me. General G, I just came back, and you're already laughing at me. And our Speaker Long, the people of the Senate are not to be trifled with, Gunyanji said arrogantly. She now had Hua Xiaoheng, Lu Jin, Miss Song, and Speaker Long to support her, so she began to show off again. Speaker Long was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly wiped away his tears and held Gunyanji's hand. This is one of our own. Nianji, your position as Chief Legal Counsel is still reserved. The people in your department are all waiting for you to come back. I told them that you had something to do at home, so you had a long vacation. Now, you can return to the team, right? He was actually very envious of Hua Xiaoheng and Hua Guanyuan's military salute to General G and say that they would return to the team. Unfortunately, Gunyanji wasn't a soldier, and neither was he, so he couldn't enjoy that kind of treatment. Before Gunyanji could speak, Hua Xiaoheng had already spoken on her behalf. Nianji just came back and needs to rest for a few days. Speaker Long, don't be anxious. Wait for her to rest, and then think about what work she needs to do. Hey, Xiaoheng, you can't say that. Nianji became the Chief Legal Counsel of our Senate based on her own ability. You can't just say that she doesn't want to do it anymore. Gunyanji laughed. Speaker Long, don't listen to him. I'll make the decision on my own matters. I'll at most refer to Major General Hua's words. As she spoke, she gave Hua Xiaoheng a look. The people present were all smart people. Seeing her like this, they couldn't help but laugh. That's enough, you two. Flirting in public. Our old bones can't take it. You guys pay attention to your image. Gunyanji tilted her head with a smile and said, General G, Speaker Long, Prime Minister Bai, I also want to introduce someone to you. As she spoke, she stepped to the side and waved her hand in the direction of the cabin door. Duh. My father, Lu Jin. The cabin door opened, and the tall and handsome Lu Jin appeared at the cabin door. He pretended to wave at the people below and walked down the plane's ladder step by step. He was full of the attitude of a great scientist. General G, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai couldn't help but restrain their previous humor and ease. They looked solemnly in Lu Jin's direction. It wasn't until Lu Jin walked up to them and nodded slightly at them. Hello, my three big shots. I'm Lu Jin. I heard that you guys treat my daughter, Gunyanji, well. I came to your country for her sake. I hope you won't disappoint her. General G, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai instantly understood. He was a living slave to his daughter. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1928, Lifetime. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. At 8 o'clock in the evening of the second update. P.S. Thank you, Enigma Yangxi, the leader of the Alliance, for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Moi, little angels. Chapter 1940. General G was the first to react. He shook hands with Lu Jin and said, Mr. Lu, don't worry. I watched Nianji grow up, and she's engaged to Xiaoheng. That means she's half a member of the military. I'll definitely treat her better. Speaker Long didn't want to be left behind. He also reached out to Lu Jin and said, Mr. Lu, Nianji is the Chief Legal Counsel of our Senate. I want to groom her as my successor. Prime Minister Bai saw that Lu Jin's hands were held and he couldn't squeeze in, so he could only say from the side, Mr. Lu, when you have time, please help us take a look at the syllabus formulated by the Education Department and the Scientific Development Plan of the Science and Technology Department. We need a talent like you. Because Prime Minister Bai did not mention Gunyanji, Lu Jin pretended not to hear him and only exchanged a few pleasantries with General Ji, and Speaker Longun Yinji was worried that Lu Jin's severe interpersonal disorder would flare up. She smiled and watched from the side for a while before interrupting them. She smiled and said, "If you guys have anything to say, you can talk about it later. But this time, don't forget the person who helped us get back." Lu Jin understood and quickly said, "Ms. Song is too amazing. I have a lot of questions to discuss with her. We'll contact each other when I'm free." After saying that, he turned around and looked at the entrance of the plane with a smile. At this time, Song Jining was walking down alone. Hua Guanyuan couldn't help but walk over and stand at the bottom of the plane's ladder to welcome her. General Ji suddenly remembered the death of Hua Guanyuan's wife, Luo Xinxue. In that case, it was revealed that Hua Guanyuan had written a love letter to Song Jining. Although he didn't send it out, his covetous intentions were clear as day. Song Jining stepped over the last flight of stairs and smiled at Hua Guanyuan, who was waiting there. Prime Minister Bai was smart now and quickly said, "Ms. Song is the director of our Institute of High Energy Physics. She is outstanding and intelligent. If Mr. Liu has any questions, feel free to ask. By the way, Mr. Liu, we've prepared a courtyard house for you on the second ring road for you to stay in. Also, should I add an office in the Institute of High Energy Physics and prepare a laboratory for you? If there's anything you need, just tell us. Our cabinet will definitely support you." The Institute of High Energy Physics was a research institution under the Education Department of the cabinet. Prime Minister Bai was in charge of the cabinet, so he had this power. General Ji's expression changed slightly as he said, "Mr. Liu will be an important scientist in our military. His residence, laboratory, and office will be supported by the military and will require a very high level of security." As he spoke, he passed the task to Hua Xiaoheng. "Xiaoheng, I'll leave your father-in-law's security to you." Hua Xiaoheng was about to nod when Lu Jin said quickly, "No need. I live with Boss Liu. I plan to prepare the laboratory and office myself. I'm a person who loves freedom the most. Your cabinet and the military all sound scary. I don't want to be locked in a cage and be watched by everyone." In less than 3 sentences, Lu Jin's severe interpersonal disorder flared up. Gun Yinji had already lost her temper. However, she had also thought it through. As the saying went, one had to eat salted fish to satisfy thirst. Lu Jin had such a temper. If she wanted to cooperate with Lu Jin and make use of his talent and intelligence, she would have to endure his bad temper and unfriendliness. If she couldn't stand it, then she would have to give up on the idea of cooperating with Lu Jin as soon as possible. Fortunately, General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai had long known about Lu Jin's severe interpersonal disorder. What kind of people hadn't they seen in their careers? Therefore, they didn't mind. They smiled and said, "Mr. Liu, you must be joking. We can't wait to protect you. Why would we lock you in a cage and let people watch you?" Gun Yinji stepped forward and held Lu Jin's arm. She smiled at the three of them and said, "General Ji, Speaker Long, Prime Minister Bai, don't be too anxious. Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan has his own arrangements for my father." She winked at Hua Guanyuan. Hua Guanyuan smiled and said gently, "Don't worry. Lu Jin is actually very easy to get along with. I'll slowly tell him that I'm too tired today. Please come to the airport to pick us up. When we're done resting, I'll go to the military to report to the chiefs." General Ji nodded repeatedly. In fact, he didn't care if Lu Jin was easy to get along with. What he valued was Lu Jin's talent, not his bootlicking. To put it bluntly, there were a lot of people around him who were flattering him. There was no need for him to make a reclusive, great scientist obediently and respectfully. Besides, they all understood that capable people had a temper. "Guan Yuan, you've been on this mission for 18 years. Today, you've finally succeeded." General Ji sighed. "Unfortunately, after so many years, things have changed. Your wife passed away a few years ago, and your daughter. Sai, forget it. You should go back and rest first. We'll go back for a meeting." He waved at Hua Guanyuan, Lu Jin, and Gun Yinji. "I prepared a special car for you. It's from Xiaoheng's department. Don't worry. Gu Nianji also smiled and nodded. She forcefully held Lu Jin's arm and almost dragged him away. Lu Jin knew why Gu Nianji was in such a hurry to take him away, but he didn't care at all. Instead, his lips curved into a smile as he said to Hua Guanyuan happily, "My girl really cares about me." She was worried that I would say the wrong thing, so she gave those people a warning shot. Hua Guanyuan was about to praise Gu Nianji when he heard Lu Jin say, "Boss Lu, you are actually married here and have a daughter? You really kept it a secret. You haven't said a word in 18 years. I thought you were single here." Hua Guanyuan's expression darkened. He quickly glanced at Song Jining. Fortunately, Song Jining was talking to Hua Xiaoheng, so she probably didn't hear what they were doing. However, how could Lu Jin let him go? He immediately clasped his hands together and laughed. "Oh, I was right. Ms. Song is your second spring. You have your first spring." Gu Nianji caught a glimpse of Song Jining's gaze drifting over. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly tried to divert Lu Jin's attention. "Dad, you don't know how despicable CEO Lu's cheap daughter, Hua Jialan, is. She even worked with someone else to kill me." "What? Why haven't I heard you say that before?" Lu Jin immediately exploded and said angrily to Hua Guanyuan, "Boss Lu, where's her cheap daughter? How dare she bully my daughter? I won't let her off easy. She still wants to kill me. She's too bold. Does she have that kind of IQ?" I can say without hesitation that the person who can kill Lu Jin's daughter hasn't even been born yet. Gu Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng had mentioned Luo Xinxue and Luo Jialan to Hua Guanyuan before. However, he had only said that Luo Jialan had been imprisoned, and had not said that she had been silenced in prison. Therefore, Hua Guanyuan only smiled faintly and said, "Luo Jialan is in prison. If you don't let her off easy, you can only go to prison to find her." Lu Jin looked at him in confusion and said, "Why aren't you angry? Are you happy that your daughter is in prison?" "She's not my daughter," Hua Guanyuan said casually. Hua Guanyuan said casually, "She's the posthumous child of my comrade. Although her mother, Luo Xinxue, and I were married, we weren't husband and wife. I haven't even touched Luo Xinxue's finger." As Hua Guanyuan spoke, he couldn't help but look at Song Jining. Song Jining's side was facing him, so he couldn't see the expression on her face. However, Hua Guanyuan, who had excellent eyesight, noticed that Song Jining's jade-white earlobes were slightly red. This was today's second update, Chapter 1929, She's Hiding It So Well. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. Mwah, big shots, little angels. Chapter 1941. Gu Nianji saw that Hua Guanyuan's gaze kept drifting towards Song Jining. She pursed her lips and chuckled. She pulled Lu Jin's arm and said, "Dad, that's all in the past. Why are you still bringing it up? Besides, I sent that Luo Jialan to prison a long time ago. Like I said, the person who can take your life hasn't been born yet." Lu Jin patted Gu Nianji's head with a smile. Yes. Your IQ is high. Whatever you say is right." She finally pulled Lu Jin away and gave Hua Xiaoheng a look. Hua Xiaoheng understood and ended the conversation with Song Jining. He said in a low voice, "Ms. Song, Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan has lived in the other world for 18 years. If you have any questions, you can ask him. Although Senior Colonel Hua is not a professional like Nianji's father, he is not completely ignorant of high-energy physics. Otherwise, he would not have been able to represent the military to assist you and grandfather in conducting experiments. Besides, he's much more reliable than Nianji's father." Song Jining nodded repeatedly and said seriously, "I understand. I do have some questions to ask him. When I boarded the plane in Tunguska, Siberia, Russia, I kept asking him about the experiment back then. I didn't have time to ask him about the situation there." He looked up and saw that Hua Guanyuan had quietly walked over. He smiled at him. "Senior Colonel Hua, are you going back to the Hua family or to my place?" Hua Guanyuan pondered for a moment and said, "I have my own dormitory. Your dormitory has been taken back by the organization," Hua Xiaoheng said tactfully. At that time, Everyone thought that you had sacrificed yourself and even awarded you the title of a martyr. Hua Guanyuan didn't mind and said casually, "Then I'll go back to the Hua family." Hua Xiaoheng coughed again. "It's good to go back to the Hua family, but my father is also at home and my grandfather is in the hospital. You can take my car and rest at my place for a while." He pointed in the direction of his car, but before he could walk over, General Ji stopped him. He followed General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai into General Ji's car. Hua Guanyuan grunted and came to Song Jinning's side. He asked calmly, "Director Song, where do you live now?" Song Jinning smiled and said, "I spend most of my time in the high-energy physics dormitory, but I bought a house on the 3rd Ring Road, and I'll be staying there on the weekends." She had already divorced Hua Guanchen, so of course she wouldn't return to the Hua family. Gun Yinji pulled Lu Jin around a corner and saw an SUV parked in the backlight of the airport tarmac. What a familiar car. Gun Yinji felt like she was seeing an old friend. She wanted to kiss the hood of the car. Just as she lifted her foot, the doors on both sides of the car suddenly opened at the same time, and 2 imposing men in military uniforms got out of the car. The man on the left side was wearing a military cap. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was handsome and always had a smile on his face. It was Yin Shixiao. Gun Yinji's footsteps stopped abruptly. Then she jumped on the spot and threw herself at Yin Shixiao. Brother Xiong, I finally get to see you." Yin Shixiao caught Gun Yinji as she threw herself at him and spun her around on the ground like he did when she was young. Gun Yinji almost flew up as she giggled. Her laughter was crisp, melodious, and extremely infectious. Lu Jin was originally quite worried and wanted to stop Brother Xiong, but when he heard Gun Yinji's unrestrained laughter, he knew that Gun Yinji was genuinely happy, so he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The man who got out of the right side was more handsome and refined, but his face was expressionless, and he didn't show his emotions like this Brother Xiong. He just stood quietly to the side and waited for Yin Shixiang to put Gun Yinji down before nodding slightly at her. "Yinji, you're back." Gun Yinji turned to see him and cheered again. She rushed up to him and said, Brother Zhe, you back from Africa?" He was really touching my sore spot. The corners of Zhao Liang's mouth twitched. He curled his right index finger and gently tapped Gun Yinji's forehead. "I've been back from Africa for a long time. You heartless little girl, I thought you were in danger. Looking at how lively you are you having so much fun that you've forgotten about home?" "How could I?" Gun Yinji covered her forehead and cried out. "I miss you guys every day. I miss Brother Xiong, Brother Zhe, and Chi-Chi, but none of you saved me." Zhao Liangzi immediately couldn't pretend anymore. He rubbed her forehead with heartache. "Brother Zhe was just joking with you. Yinji, don't be angry. Brother Zhe apologizes to you." "I'm not angry." Gun Yinji made a face. "I was just joking with you. You're still as naughty as ever." Zhao Liangzi smiled and shook his head. He looked up and saw that Gun Yinji's father, Lu Jin, had already walked over. He quickly retracted his teasing attitude and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm Zhao Liangzi, Major General Hua's personal secretary." Yin Shixiang also walked over and introduced himself. "Mr. Lu, I'm Yin Shixiang and Major General Hua's personal secretary." Gun Yinji held Lu Jin's arm and said proudly, "Brother Xiong, Brother Zhe, he's my father, my biological father." Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi looked at each other. They thought to themselves that this Lu Jin looked different from that Gu Xiangwen. Gun Yinji remembered Hua Xiaoheng's instructions on the plane. He said that only General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai knew where she had gone. Everyone else thought that she had been kidnapped abroad. Even Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi didn't know. It wasn't that he had deliberately hidden it from them, but that their security level wasn't high enough. Hua Xiaoheng had warned Lu Jin repeatedly at the time, afraid that he would expose himself. However, Lu Yuan, or Hua Guanyuan, had only said one sentence, and Lu Jin had listened. Hua Guanyuan had said that if others knew that Gun Yinji had gone to the other world, she wouldn't be able to live her life in peace. It had to be said that Hua Guanyuan was the person who knew Lu Jin the best. He had told Lu Jin that his daughter was more important than anything else to be able to live a happy life and live well. So when he heard this, he immediately said that there was absolutely no problem. No matter how unreliable he was, he had never failed when it came to matters related to Gunyinji. Now that he faced Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liang's puzzled gazes, Lu Jin said very seriously, 8 years ago, I sent Nianji to Major General Hua's side. Thank you for helping to take care of her. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangza understood and didn't continue asking. They smiled and nodded at him. Mr. Lu, you're welcome. Nianji is very obedient, smart, and sensible. She doesn't need us to worry about her. Yes, with Major General Hua around, there's nothing for you to worry about, Lu Jin said seriously. In less than 3 sentences, he had revealed his true colors again. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangza felt their faces hurt at the same time. Gunyinji held back her laughter and looked back. Get in the car, get in the car. Ms. Song and Senior Colonel Hua are here, and Major General Hua. Huh? Where did he go? Hua Guanyuan and Song Jining walked over together. Hua Guanyuan looked at General Ji's car. Xiaoheng is in General Ji's car. Gunyinji could only nod. Then let's get in the car and wait for him. At that moment, there were only General Ji, Speaker Long, Prime Minister Bai, and Hua Xiaoheng in General Ji's car. Even the driver and personal secretary had been kicked out of the car to stand guard. General Ji asked with a serious expression, Xiaoheng, it's good that you brought Nianji, Lu Jin, and Hua Guanyuan back, but what about that person? He pointed at a black van parked behind his car. There was a coffin with a Caucasian man lying inside. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, That's Lorraine, who was brought over from the other world. Lorraine III, the owner of the Lorraine Consortium. Lorraine Consortium? The Lorraine Consortium that also exists in our world. Prime Minister Bai gasped and said in surprise, It's really him? How could you bring him here? Aren't you going to mark the DNA? General Ji looked at the car window in confusion. I heard that you came back once, but wasn't that to mark Hua Guanyuan and Lu Jin's DNA? Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said, I happened to meet Lorraine once, so I got a few strands of his hair. When I came back to mark it, I marked him as well. General Ji and the other two looked at each other. He knew Hua Xiaoheng very well, and it was hard to believe that he was just marking it conveniently. Tell me honestly, why did you mark Lorraine? General Ji asked in a low voice. Don't try to play tricks on us. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said, There's really no special reason. I just wanted to invite him to our side as a guest and do us a little favor. What favor? Prime Minister Bai didn't understand. He came from the other world, not this world. Don't talk nonsense. General Ji scolded Hua Xiaoheng coldly. Lorraine here isn't a good person at all, and Lorraine from the other side probably isn't any better. You still want to invite Lorraine from the other side as a guest? Who are you fooling? Speaker Long also became serious and said in a low voice, Didn't the Special Operations Forces confirm that the respiratory infection that suddenly appeared in our country a few years ago was the strain of virus that flowed out of Lorraine's laboratory? Maybe Lorraine from the other side did the same thing? Hua Xiaoheng calmly took out his phone and opened the financial news. As he searched for the information he was looking for, he said, Yes, we once reported the results of our investigation to the military and the Senate's Special Task Force. That epidemic was indeed a small test of Lorraine's laboratory's abilities. Unfortunately, Lorraine here was very cautious and took very strict precautions. Our Special Operations Forces organized several operations, but all of them were unsuccessful and almost alerted the enemy, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. In the end, I met Lorraine in the other world. He was relentless in his pursuit of Nianji and me. So, I had no choice but to beat him at his own game and invite him into the trap. As he spoke, Hua Xiaoheng had already found the information he was looking for and handed it to General Ji. Help with this. General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai gathered together to look at Hua Xiaoheng's phone. They saw the important financial news from the United States displayed on his phone. Mr. Lorraine III, the president of the Lorraine Financial Group, suffered a sudden heart attack and died on the spot. General G raised his eyebrows and looked up with a happy expression. You used the principle of a counterpart to kill Lorraine here. Hua Xiaoheng said seriously. I didn't do anything. I only wanted to invite him over as a guest. Unfortunately, he passed away as soon as he arrived. I'm also very sorry. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1930. I'm also very sorry. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are 2 updates today. 8 o'clock in the evening of the second update. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Wu AI Hall for the 120,000 Chidian coins yesterday. A new big alliance is rising. Don't worry. There will be more updates when the gifts are given. Mwah. Everyone, little angels. Chapter 1942. Regret my A***s. General G glared at Hua Xiaoheng, his teeth itching. This guy was really going to die. Speaker Long held back his laughter and spread his hands. Mr. Loler was an old friend of ours. It's a pity that he passed away suddenly. Prime Minister Bai seemed to understand something and nodded. I'll send a message of condolences to the Loler Consortium when I get back. Unfortunately, Mr. Loler really worried about our country's population problem. Xiaoheng pursed his lips. These old guys obviously hated Loler more than the other, but they were better at acting than the other. He put away his phone and glanced at the van behind him. He whispered, I'll take him to the military to be cremated now. General G nodded meaningfully. You have to personally see him cremated with the coffin. Don't let anyone else see his face. Yes, Chief, Hua Xiaoheng replied solemnly. I promise to complete the mission. After getting out of General G's car, Hua Xiaoheng made a few gestures to his private car. In Shixiang saw it from the car and also reached out to make a gesture to indicate that he had received it. He retracted his hand and said to the driver in the front seat, Drive back to Major General Hua's official residence. Gun Yinji looked back at Hua Xiaoheng, but didn't ask anything. She suppressed her doubts and began to chat and laugh with Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi with a relaxed expression. Hua Xiaoheng watched his private car drive away with Gun Yinji and Lu Jin and sighed softly. He turned back to look at the van beside him and thought to himself, without you, we really wouldn't have been able to make Loler die without a sound. Hua Xiaoheng's private car stopped in front of the official residence of the Special Operations Forces headquarters. In Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi got out of the car first and opened the door for them. Gun Yinji followed and said happily to Lu Jin, Dad, this is Major General Hua's home. We used to live in Sea City for 6 years. I only moved here 2 years ago because I wanted to go to the imperial capital for graduate school. In fact, she had only lived in the imperial capital for more than a year before she was kidnapped to the other world. Lu Jin got out of the car and squinted at it. He then raised his hand to look at his watch as if he was looking at the time. Then he said, It's not bad. The security here is quite tight. In addition to the guards on the surface, there are also snipers lying in ambush. Gun Yinji, it was one thing to stand guard on the surface, but how did the sniper who was hiding in the dark see through it? Glancing at Gun Yinji's undisguised confusion, Lu Jin smiled. You want to know how I could tell there was a sniper lying in ambush? Gun Yinji nodded repeatedly. If I say I guess, Dad. Gun Yinji was furious. Can't you speak properly? Ha! Lu Jin was especially happy to see Gun Yinji get angry. I won't tease you anymore. These snipers aren't very hidden because they didn't isolate the heat source, so I detected them. He showed the watch to Gun Yinji. Look, the number on the LED screen of this smartwatch shows how much human heat radiation there is around here. Subtract the number of people I can see from the numbers here, and the rest is the number of people I can't see. What does it mean to be invisible in this place? Of course, it was an ambush sniper. What's more, it shows that the heat source is from the sniper rifle. Gun Yinji was amazed. I really have to hand it to him. How high is the radiative energy of the human body? The key was that this instrument was too sensitive. In Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi were shocked. The snipers lying in ambush around the official residence of the commander of the Special Operations Forces headquarters were known as the most secretive in all of Huaxia. In the end, they were detected by Lu Jin before they could even meet face to face. If this was detected by the enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Yangzi immediately walked over and said respectfully to Lu Jin, "Mr. Lu, can you share with us the sensitivity of the heat source detection you used? We can improve our work." "Yes, it's indeed worth improving," Lu Jin said bluntly. "But no matter how you improve it, I can detect it here. But don't panic. I'm probably the only one who could detect it. It's impossible for anyone else to detect it." Zhao Liang's Gunyinji tugged at Lu Jin's arm and whispered, "Dad, I often live here. If it's not safe here, I really don't know where it's safe." "Oh, I see." Lu Jin thought about it for a moment, then took off the smartwatch he had modified and placed it in Zhao Liang's hand. "You can experiment with it, but let me tell you, the key is that the material you use to isolate the heat source isn't up to standard, so your ambush won't be able to hide from the more sensitive heat source detector." Song Jining was also stunned. She asked curiously, "Is there any material that can isolate the heat source?" "Of course," Lu Jin said without hesitation, "but with your level of technology, you probably haven't reached that level yet, so there's no need to worry." In Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi felt their knees hurt as well after their faces hurt. Gun Yinji smiled awkwardly at them and stammered, "What my dad means is that you've already done enough. There's no need to think too much." In Shixiang was both angry and amused. He reached out and patted her on the head. "You little girl, you might as well not have said it. Listen, what's the difference between that and worrying for nothing?" "That's what I mean. I'm just saying it another way." Gun Yinji smiled mischievously. In front of them, Zhao Yangzi had already pulled Lu Jin towards Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. At the same time, he seriously asked him about electromagnetic signal shielding and physical heat source shielding, as well as computer programs for intelligent signal detection. Song Jining also joined in the discussion, and the three of them quickly entered an academic atmosphere. In Shixiang didn't know much about this. He lagged behind and smiled at Gun Yinji. "Yinji, that's great. I reckon the military will have to worship your father like a Buddha." "Of course," Gun Yinji said proudly. "My dad's abilities are amazing. If you're not convinced, you don't have to hang yourself. Just die of anger." In Shixiang laughed out loud. Even the calm Hua Guanyuan curled his lips. He had lived with Lu Jin for 18 years, so how could he not know what Lu Jin was capable of? And he also understood Lu Jin's thoughts. In order to intimidate the people from the military, Lu Jin had racked his brains to show off his abilities without batting an eyelid. He was actually not such a high-profile person, but he now knew very well that his existence was a powerful help to Gun Yinji, so he didn't hide it anymore. The few of them entered Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Zhao Yangzi, Lu Jin, and Song Jining had already gone upstairs to investigate. In Shixiang led Hua Guanyuan to a suite on the first floor with familiarity and said, "Senior Colonel Hua, you can stay here for the time being. I think the military will make other arrangements for you. You don't have to worry." "I'm not in a hurry." Hua Guanyuan nodded. "It's good to have a place to stay. I'm not picky." Gun Yinji couldn't help thinking of Hua Guanyuan's huge business and assets in the other world. That was the network security empire that he had built from scratch after he had gone there. However, he had given up just like that. He didn't miss it at all. Gun Yinji was very impressed by Hua Guanyuan. She rolled her eyes and went to her room on the second floor to get a card and a bunch of keys. She said to Hua Guanyuan, "Uncle Hua, this is my apartment. I won't be staying there for the time being. If you're free, you can stay with me." Of course, Hua Guanyuan wouldn't take Gun Yinji's house. He smiled and said, "No need. I'm fine living here. Besides, the military will probably make arrangements for me. Thank you for your kindness." Seeing that In Shixiang was in the room, Gun Yinji waved her keys and whispered, "Are you really not going? I live in the same apartment complex as Ms. Song in the same building." Hua Guanyuan naturally reached out to take the card and keys. He smiled and said, "Then I'll borrow it for a few days. I'll return it to you when I have a house." "No need, no need." You could stay as long as you want. Gun Yinji said with a smile. Major General Hua actually bought this house. I've returned it to its rightful owner now. It's Xiaoheng's money? He bought it for you. Uncle is only borrowing it for a few days. Hua Guanyuan said it openly, as if he had no selfish motives at all. Gun Yinji rolled her eyes countless times in her heart. Boss Lu, you're not young anymore. Why are you still being so reserved? However, she still smiled and said, Senior Colonel Hua, Major General Hua paid this money from his trust fund. You also have a share of grandmother's inheritance. A trace of sadness flashed through Hua Guanyuan's eyes at the mention of Xiezian. Instead, he returned the card and keys to Gun Yinji and said, I'm going out for a while. Gun Yinji wanted to chase after him and ask where he was going, but she heard him call In Shixiang after he went out and asked him to help prepare a car. He said that he was going back to the Hua family's mansion, so she didn't follow him. She walked up the spiral staircase and headed for Lu Jin and Song Jining on the second floor. She pulled Song Jining to the side and whispered, Ms. Song, Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan has returned to the Hua family's mansion. Do you want to follow him and take a look? Song Jining asked curiously, Why should I follow him? I've already divorced Hua Guanchen. That's not my home. Gun Yinji was speechless. She thought to herself, it's because you and Hua Guanchen are divorced that you're letting you go. That scumbag didn't come to the airport to greet them. So you probably don't know that your own brother, Hua Guanyuan, is back, right? This is today's second update, Chapter 1931, High-Profile Intimidation. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are 2 updates today. All the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1943. Facing Song Jining's beautiful face and her puzzled gaze, Gun Yinji thought of something. Beauty was beauty, but soulless. No, it wasn't that Song Jining didn't have a soul, but that she didn't have the string of love between a man and a woman, right? Then how did Hua Guanchen, that scumbag, catch up to Song Jining? Just as she was having a headache, she suddenly heard Lu Jin's voice approaching from afar. Yinji? Where's Yinji? And where did Boss Lu go? Lu Jin had come down from upstairs. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. She quickly poked her head out of Hua Guanyuan's suite and waved at Lu Jin. Dad, come here for a moment. Lu Jin beamed when he saw Gun Yinji. His mood was as clear as the sky after the rain. What's the matter? What are you doing here? Lu Jin walked in. When he entered the room, he saw that Song Jining was also in the room. Lu Jin stopped in his tracks and quickly glanced around the room. Huh? Boss Lu isn't here? Song Jining knew that the boss Lu Jin was referring to as Lu Yuan, Guanyuan's alias in the other world. She smiled and said, Mr. Lu is looking for Xiaoheng's uncle, right? He went back to the Hua family. Lu Jin nodded and said politely to Song Jining, Ms. Song, just call me Lu Jin. Mr. Lu is treating me like an outsider. Sure, you can also call me Jining. Song Jining tried her best to get close to Lu Jin. She had only talked to Lu Jin about a few high-energy physics issues. Lu Jin's knowledge and insights had broadened her horizons, and she was impressed. Gun Yinji felt a little guilty when she saw that the two of them were getting more and more intimate. She quickly said, Dad, Senior Colonel Hua went back to his house. I heard that his brother is at home. Sigh, I don't know if Senior Colonel Hua can handle his powerful brother. Lu Jin was confused. There's someone that boss Lu can't handle? Yinji, you're not lying to me, are you? Gun Yinji said seriously. Why would I lie to you? No matter in which world, no one can lie to you. That's true. Lu Jin was very satisfied with the answer, but he still asked in confusion. But Boss Lu is only slightly weaker than me. His brother can't be more powerful than me. I don't know how powerful Senior Colonel Hua's younger brother is. Gun Yinji coughed. All I know is that the woman that Senior Colonel Hua couldn't get, his brother did. Also, Hua Xiao was his younger brother's biological son. Is the person who gave birth to such a powerful son even more powerful himself? Lu Jin immediately said, That's not necessarily true. From a genetic point of view, it was possible for genes to mutate. Although this possibility was not high, With so many people in the world, there is always a possibility of a mutation. Otherwise, why would there be a saying that good bamboo shoots come out of bad bamboo? Gun Yinji was almost speechless by Lu Jin's words, so she could only follow his lead. She stamped her feet and said in a coquettish voice, "Dad, are you going or not? What if Senior Colonel Hua gets sick because of his brother? Who's going to cook for us?" Lu Jin suddenly raised his head, looking energized. "That's right. Although Boss Lu is powerful, he's not the type to argue with others directly. Everyone praises him for his eloquence. Actually, I think he's angered himself to the point of suffering internal injuries." Gun Yinji, he had a high EQ, Gun Yinji thought to herself. But seeing that Lu Jin had already decided to go to the Hua family, she didn't continue arguing. As she held Lu Jin's arm, Gun Yinji turned to look at Song Jining. She smiled and said, "Ms. Song, my father is unfamiliar with this place and doesn't know how to speak. Do you want to go with him? If my father says something wrong and offends General Hua Guanchen, can you put in a good word for him?" "Actually, it's useless for me to speak," Song Jining said tactfully. "Hua Guanchen has no feelings for me, and I have no feelings for him either. I don't want to see him." Gun Yinji was a little frustrated and asked in confusion, "Ms. Song, can you really control your feelings so easily?" "Yes." Song Jining nodded and said straightforwardly, "I'm very simple about feelings. It's like there's a switch in my mind about feelings. When I like it, I turn on the switch and let the feelings flow. Once I hate it and don't like it, I won't hesitate to withdraw my feelings and turn the switch tightly." Gun Yinji, it was really the language of a scientist. Gun Yinji felt very tired. Lu Jin listened with relish and quickly nodded. "Well said, well said. I've always thought that feelings can actually be quantified. Some people say that it's boring to be calculative about feelings, but that's not the case. But I think it would be good if we could be calculative about feelings. That way, we could derive a formula and verify whether this relationship will succeed. If the success rate is very low, there's no need to start at all. It's a waste of time in life." Song Jining's eyes lit up, and she almost shook Lu Jin's hand. "A confidant. Lu Jin, I didn't expect someone to be able to articulate my feelings so clearly. I just think it's a waste of time to talk about relationships. So when I was young, I cut the Gordian knot and married the person who pursued me the most," Song Jining said regretfully. Of course, the result wasn't satisfactory. This was the result of not using a formula to derive it properly. Seeing that the two of them were already discussing the variables and functions needed to optimize their love and equality as they walked, Gun Yinji's head was about to explode. With these two genius scientists together, it could be foreseen that in the near future, they might invent a language that only the two of them understood to communicate. Was President Liu really going to suffer a tragedy? Gun Yinji looked at the backs of the two people in front of her in panic. She didn't know what to do. She didn't want to get involved in the emotional lives of her elders. But it was only because Hua Guanyuan's decades of bitter love that she felt sorry for him and wanted to help him. But her father and Song Jining really got along well. She liked all three of them very much, and she didn't want any of them to be sad. What should she do? Zhao Yangzi walked over with Lu Jin's smartwatch. Seeing Gun Yinji's uneasy expression, he said in surprise, "Yinji, what's wrong? We're already here. Is there anything else you're worried about?" Gun Yinji glanced at him sideways. "Brother Zhe, have you paid the patent fee for using my dad's invention?" Zhao Yangzi immediately put on a smile. "Little Yinji, we're family. Uncle's invention is also your invention. Will you still haggle over every ounce with Brother Zhe?" Gun Yinji snorted and suddenly thought of Bai Shuang in the other world. Of course, there's also Zhao Yangzi in the other world. Gun Yinji didn't have any feelings for Zhao Yangzi. As expected, she wasn't someone who looked at appearances. Gun Yinji's mood improved again, and her dark jade-like eyes were filled with smiles. She suddenly asked, "Brother Zhe, if there was a girl who looked exactly like Bai Shuang, would you fall in love with her?" Zhao Yangzi's smile froze on his face. He hadn't heard the name Bai Shuang in a long time. The people around him, whether it was friends, relatives, colleagues, or even his superiors, wouldn't mention this name in front of him. They thought that he would be sad and pained at the mention of this name. Yes, he would be sad and pained, but he actually hoped that someone would mention Bai Shuang in front of him and talk about Bai Shuang with him. That way, he wouldn't be the only one who missed her. He would feel that she hadn't left yet, and that she had always lived in everyone's hearts. Moreover, whenever he heard this name, his mood would be like riding a roller coaster. One moment it was high, and the next moment it was low. That kind of instant weightlessness was like a stimulant to him, and he couldn't resist it. It was a complex mix of sweet and bitter emotions. In the past, he was the only one who had tasted it, but now there was finally another person. Zhao Yangzi looked at Gun Yinji with a complicated expression and said softly, "No, even if she looks exactly like Bai Shuang, I know that's not her. Do you remember? When Bai Shuang started pursuing me, I thought she was interested in Major General Hua," Zhao Yangzi said with a smile. The corners of Gun Yinji's mouth twitched. She wasn't interested in listening to such words. Everything related to Major General Hua was blocked. Gun Yinji turned around and left to chase after Lu Jin and Song Jining. In Xixiang happened to come out of the dining room and asked, "Yinji, where are you going?" "I'm going out for a walk with my dad and Ms. Song." Gun Yinji waved her hand without looking back. "Brother Xiong, go back and tell Chi-Chi that I'll go play with her when I'm free in a few days." In Xixiang quickly nodded. "Chi-Chi has been talking about you. Why don't you go see her tomorrow?" "I might not be free tomorrow." Gun Yinji thought about Lu Jin's matter. She had to arrange her father's life and work before she had the time to do her own things. In Xixiang quickly said, "Then give Chi-Chi a call yourself tonight." "Okay, I'll call later." Gun Yinji had actually wanted to contact Ma Chi-Chi as soon as she came back, but she wasn't sure what she was doing now, so she didn't dare to disturb her. Now that In Xixiang said it was fine, she could call. She looked up and saw that Lu Jin and Song Jining had already reached the entrance of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Gun Yinji quickly looked for In Xixiang and said, "Brother Xiong, give me a car. I'll drive him out for a walk." In Xixiang called the orderly to drive a car over and said, "This car is more stable. Don't drive too fast." "Got it." Gun Yinji ran to the door and stopped Lu Jin and Song Jining. "Please wait a moment. I'll have someone drive over." Not long after, a black SUV stopped in front of them. The orderly got out of the car and gave the car keys to Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji thanked him with a smile and got into the driver's seat. Lu Jin opened the car door and asked Song Jining to get in first. He also got in. Gun Yinji was a little uneasy at first, but when she saw Lu Jin ask Song Jining to sit in the back seat while he sat in the front passenger seat next to Gun Yinji was happy again. It seemed that in Lu Jin's heart, his daughter was still the most important thing. Gun Yinji was elated, but after starting the car and driving out, she felt a little guilty. After thinking about it for a long time, she didn't know if the subtle hints would work on Lu Jin and Song Jining. She decided to go straight to the point and asked bluntly, "Dad, do you want to find me another mother?" Lu Jin was looking out the window at the scenery. When he heard this, he was stunned. "Why should I find you another mother?" "Yinji, your mother is irreplaceable." "Gun Yinji," she asked Song Jining again, "what about Ms. Song? You're so beautiful. Do you plan to start a second relationship?" Song Jining frowned. "It's too much of a waste of time to talk about relationships. My work schedule is full at the moment, so I don't have time to talk about relationships." Lu Jin nodded repeatedly. "If you have the time, you might as well do experiments and program." Yes, that's what I said too. Besides, I'm getting old, and I'm about to have a grandson. How can I have the time to fall in love like a young person?" Song Jining and Lu Jin had a lot in common. When it came to the topic of grandchildren, the two of them had even more in common. Lu Jin turned around happily and looked at Song Jining. "By the way, after Yinji and Major General Hua get married, how many children do you think it's better to have?" This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1932, No One Can Replace. Reminder, monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today, at 8 o'clock in the evening. P.S. I'd like to announce that my book group has been streamlined. There are only 3 groups now. History of Cambrian Leader Group. Group number 229600548. Any leader of a certain book can join, including readers from both Chidian and QQ Reading, Cloud Rising. All the benefits in this group are shared. The Cambrian Full Subscription Group. Group number 146941331. This group is for book friends who subscribe to the original book in full. This group also has benefits. Please see the group announcement for details. General Fan Group. Group number 657793292. Anyone who likes Major General's book can join. There are no fan points requirements. Everyone is welcome to join the group to play. You can communicate, complain, or even urge me to update moi. Everyone, little angels. Chapter 1944. Song Jining was a woman after all, so she knew this very well. She smiled and said, "If Nianji wants to have as many as she wants, I won't rush them." Lu Jin took it seriously. "But you just said you want a grandson? Why are you not rushing them now?" The corners of Gun Nianji's mouth twitched. She was about to help Song Jining smooth things over, but she didn't expect Song Jining to explain seriously. "I was just being polite. What I meant was that I'm old enough to have a grandson. It's not that I have to have a grandson, and I didn't mean to rush them." Lu Jin understood and nodded. "Yes, Miss Song is very cautious. It was my mistake." Song Jining had a better impression of Lu Jin when she saw that he had changed his ways. Seeing that Gun Nianji was still driving without saying a word, she was worried that she would be unhappy and said guiltily, "Nianji, don't think too much. I really didn't mean to rush them. Actually, you're only 20 years old and have just started your career. You don't have that much time to have children. I understand. Besides, I'm so busy. I guess I only have time to visit my grandson on the weekends. I don't have time to take care of your children." Gun Nianji thought to herself that Ms. Song had never even taken care of her own son. Her mother-in-law, Xie Zian, had personally brought Hua Xiaohing up. How could she have time to take care of her grandson? She hadn't had any hopes, but she didn't plan to have a child in the near future either. Gun Nianji gripped the steering wheel tightly and smiled sheepishly. "Miss Song, I know you're joking. But to be honest, having a child is really a waste of time." "How is a waste of time?" Lu Jin whispered. "Actually, just be a fertilized egg and find a surrogate or something." Gun Nianji glanced at him sideways. Lu Jin immediately pursed his lips and didn't dare to speak again. After a while, Gun Nianji said slowly, I definitely have to have a child. It's impossible not to have one. But I'll only have one, no more. Also, I don't want to be a fertilized egg, nor do I want to find a surrogate. I want to have my own child." Lu Jin was restless. He thought Gun Nianji was angry, so he racked his brains to make her happy. "Nianji, I don't have any intention of rushing you. Actually, you can have as many as you want." Lu Jin reflected on himself. "Dad hopes that you can have your own family and children. Don't be like Dad and be alone all your life." Gun Nianji's eyes immediately reddened, and she quickly said, "Dad, I know. It's good that you're like this. If I could be like you, I would wake up smiling even in my dreams." "What's so good about me?" Lu Jin looked at himself in confusion. "I haven't been married until now. Even my own children are." Gun Nianji was speechless again and quickly changed the topic. "Dad, you know particle physics. I'll fall asleep when I read a physics book." Song Jining was interested in this topic and immediately started chatting with Lu Jin again. She said, "Nianji is so smart. It's a pity that she doesn't study physics and law. I've been persuading her to study high-energy physics with me, but she just doesn't agree." Lu Jin didn't have anything in common with Song Jining at this moment. He immediately said, "That won't do. Nianji was born to study law. Her biological mother is a very famous lawyer, and I am very happy that she inherited her mother's talent in the law." "Huh? Don't you want her to inherit your mantle and study physics with you?" Song Jining was surprised and curious about Gun Nianji's biological mother. "What about Nianji's mother? Why didn't she come with you?" Of course, Hua Xiaohing had never mentioned Qin Suan to Song Jining. Song Jining had no idea who Gu Nianji's biological mother was. Even if she told Lu Jin about it, it was a taboo that she couldn't say. Gu Nianji glanced at Lu Jin worriedly. Sure enough, his expression darkened. He pursed his lips tightly and stubbornly looked out of the window without saying anything. Gu Nianji had no choice but to say vaguely, "Ms. Song, it's a long story. But my dad doesn't want to talk about it. Please forgive him." Song Jining understood. She wasn't a particularly gossipy person, so she immediately said apologetically, "I was too nosy. I'm sorry, Nianji. Mr. Lu, I shouldn't have asked this question." Lu Jin came back to his senses and said with a smile, "It's a great virtue to know your mistakes and correct them." He and Song Jining had each admitted their mistakes, and they had a deeper understanding of each other. Gu Nianji listened to their conversation, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. She drove faster and faster. Not long after, she stopped in front of the Hua family's mansion in the military compound. There was already a car parked in front of the carved iron gate. The license plate was from the Special Operations Forces. This should be the car that Hua Guanyuan was in. Gu Nianji parked the car and got out of the car. She asked the driver of the car, "May I ask when Senior Colonel Hua arrived?" The driver stood straight beside the car, as if he was standing guard. He quickly said, "Senior Colonel Hua just arrived and just went in." He knew Gu Nianji and was very respectful to her. Gu Nianji smiled and nodded. "Thank you." She turned to Lu Jin and Song Jining, who had just gotten out of the car, and said, "Let's go in." Song Jining had lived here for more than 30 years. Although she had been ill for more than 10 years, she was still very familiar with this place. Gu Nianji had only been here a few times, but she had a good memory and had a deep impression of this place, so she led Lu Jin in with familiarity. The soldier standing guard at the Hua family's gate knew Gu Nianji and Song Jining, but he didn't know Lu Jin. When they walked over, he reached out to stop them and asked, "May I ask who this gentleman is? Do you have a pass?" Gu Nianji smiled and said, "This gentleman is my father. He's here to meet my fiancée's father." The soldier on guard thought about it silently for a while before he figured out the relationship between these relatives. He retracted his hand and saluted Gu Nianji. "Lawyer Gu, please come in." Gu Nianji nodded in return. "Thank you." The three of them walked through the carved iron gate at the entrance of the courtyard and walked along the bluestone path to the main house of the Hua family's residence. Lu Jin looked around and shook his head. The house here doesn't have the grandeur of the He family. Gu Nianji thought to herself, how could they compare? The He family was like an emperor in the other world. They were the absolute leader. The Hua family's status among the higher-ups here was still relatively ordinary. If it weren't for the fact that Hua Xiaoheng had been heavily groomed by General Ji as a rising star, the Hua family would probably be in decline with just Hua Xuanong and Hua Guanchen. Song Jining glanced at Lu Jin. She knew that things in the other world probably weren't that simple, but these weren't things that a scholar like her could ask about. She pretended not to hear him and walked up the steps with Lu Jin. Gu Nianji led the way. Pushing open the ajar door, Gu Nianji saw Hua Guanyuan's tall figure standing in the middle of the living room with his back facing the door. In the slightly sunken living room, an L-shaped navy blue sofa surrounded the center of the living room. Another tall man stood in front of the sofa and looked at the person in front of him in surprise. The man standing in front of the sofa was, of course, Hua Guanchen. His eyes widened as he looked at the man who walked in with steady steps. Big brother." He took a few quick steps forward to shake Hua Guanyuan's hand and said in surprise, "You're really my big brother? You're still alive. Are you disappointed that I'm still alive?" Hua Guanyuan put one hand behind his back. He had no intention of shaking Hua Guanchen's hand, but his fists were clenched tightly behind his back. The scenes that Hua Xiaoheng had told him in the other world appeared in his mind, and the expression on his face turned even colder. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1933, Brothers Meet. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1945. Big brother? You really are my big brother. 18 years, where have you been? Everyone thought you were really in that failed experiment back then. Hua Guanxin was pleasantly surprised as he strode forward. He wanted to shake hands with Hua Guanyuan, but Hua Guanyuan had both hands behind his back. Hua Guanxin's outstretched hand hovered in midair, his expression a little awkward. However, he quickly recovered. After all, the surprise of seeing his big brother had overshadowed his embarrassment just now. Big brother, how'd you been all these years? Did you go on a mission? Hua Guanxin greeted her warmly. Sit down. What would you like to drink? I'm so happy today. Big brother, we haven't seen each other for 18 years. We must get drunk today. He had already realized that Hua Guanyuan was the backbone of the intelligence department back then. Those who worked in the intelligence field would sometimes fake their death and change their identities to carry out missions. Of course, it was very rare for someone like Hua Guanyuan to be gone for 18 years. Hua Guanxin did not continue to ask where Hua Guanyuan had been for the past 18 years. He had already come back to his senses and knew that these were not things he could ask. Hua Guanyuan didn't sit down. His expression was slightly cold, and his tone was gentle. What have you been doing all these years? What did you do in the past 18 years when I wasn't home? Hua Guanxin had admired and respected his older brother since he was young. He had always thought that his older brother was a mountain that he could never surpass. However, after Hua Guanyuan's sacrifice, Hua Guanxin worked hard. Now, his military rank was far higher than his eldest brother's when he went missing. His confidence had returned. Big brother, now that you're gone, father has placed all his hopes on me. I'm under too much pressure, but I've always looked up to you as a role model and never dared to slack off. I didn't let father and big brother down. I'm now a general. Hua Guanxin smiled. Big brother, are you really not going to sit down? Do you know how much has happened in the past 18 years? Oh, right. Your wife Luo Xinxue passed away many years ago. Hua Guanxin couldn't help but sigh when he thought of Luo Xinxue and Luo Jialan. Big brother, you hit it so well. Luo Jialan is actually not your biological daughter. Hua Guanxin shook his head and said regretfully, she made a big mistake and was sentenced to prison. She died in prison. What a pity. Hua Guanyuan's tone, which had just eased up, instantly froze. What a pity. Luo Jialan abused your seriously ill ex-wife for more than 10 years, and you actually feel pity for her? Boom. Hua Guanyuan took a step forward. With a whoosh, he punched Hua Guanxin in the chest and sent him flying backward. He fell onto the L-shaped sofa behind him. Although Hua Guanxin didn't fall to the ground, the punch to his chest almost made him vomit blood. He felt a stabbing pain in his chest and saw stars. His breath was stuck in his throat, causing him to be tongue-tied and his face to turn purple. Gu Nianji, Song Jining, and Lu Jin walked in at this moment. They didn't see Hua Guanyuan make a move. They only saw Hua Guanxin lying half dead on the sofa, clutching his chest and gasping for air. It was obvious that he had been beaten up. Gu Nianji forced herself not to laugh out loud. She almost clapped her hands and cheered. Lu Jin walked to Hua Guanyuan's side and stood still. His gaze wandered between Hua Guanyuan and Hua Guanxin. He asked hesitantly, "This is your biological brother?" Hua Guanyuan nodded. He was no longer gentle and calm. Instead, he said coldly, "He doesn't know me, but I know him. He's not that good." Lu Jin walked over and tilted his head to look at Hua Guanxin carefully. "He's not as handsome as you, and he's not as capable as you. It seems like he's not as good at fighting as you are." He turned to look at Song Jining and asked curiously, "Miss Song, what's wrong with your taste? Why did you choose such a thing and not our boss Lu?" Song Jining's face turned red. This was the first time she had experienced the lethality of Lu Jin's severe interpersonal disorder. It was truly an honest and fair attack, treating everyone equally and indiscriminately. Gu Nianji wanted to smooth things over, but from the corner of her eye, she saw that Hua Guanxin's face was suddenly filled with anger. He struggled to get up from the sofa, so she immediately shut her mouth. Only then did Hua Guanxin see Song Jining. Of course, he also saw Gu Nianji. However, at this moment, he was so agitated that he didn't take Gun Yinji and the tall, thin man seriously at all. With one hand on the sofa and the other on his chest, he finally stood up and said hoarsely, "Brother? Are you really my biological brother? Are you disappointed that I didn't sacrifice myself?" Hua Guanyuan clenched his fists again. His eyes were dark as he said coldly, "Or you don't want to acknowledge me?" Hua Guanshin wiped the discomfort from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. He stared at Hua Guanyuan and said word by word, "It's not that I don't want to acknowledge you, but that you don't treat me as your biological brother. My own big brother has never hit me before." Hua Guanyuan pursed his lips and put his hands in his pockets. He said to Hua Guanshin, "There's a first time for everything. You have to get used to it. Besides, it doesn't matter if you don't want to acknowledge me. General Ji can acknowledge me." Hua Guanshin was shocked and even more surprised. "General Ji also knows that you're back. Why didn't anyone inform me?" When we got off the plane today, General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai were at the airport to personally welcome Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan back home. Gun Yinji deliberately said that all of this was because of Hua Guanyuan, although he was also one of the reasons. The biggest reason was actually Lu Jin. However, Hua Guanshin didn't need to know. As for why no one informed you that your biological brother, Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan, has returned to the army, don't you have any idea? Gun Yinji's sharp tongue was also very hateful. Hua Guanshin's chest felt even more uncomfortable. His face turned the color of a pig's liver. He pointed at Gun Yinji with a trembling hand and gritted his teeth. "Gun Yinji, don't interrupt when your elders are talking." Lu Jin couldn't stand others talking about his daughter. He took a step forward and pushed Hua Guanshin's hand away. He raised his head and said, "Speak properly. What are you pointing at? When did my daughter interrupt? She has the constitutional right to freedom of speech. Tell me, which section of the law says that juniors can't interrupt when their elders are talking?" Hua Guanshin glared at Lu Jin and said in a low voice, "And who are you? Didn't Gun Yinji's father pass away? Where did she get a father?" "Huffed. You're the one who passed away." Lu Jin was furious. He pointed his finger at Hua Guanshin's forehead. "Listen up. I'm Yinji's biological father. I have DNA evidence. Chief, are you okay?" The orderlies of the Hua residence surrounded him when they saw this. They wouldn't just watch as these people came to slap their chief in the face. However, of the 4 people who came, one was the chief's ex-wife, one was the chief's son's fiancée, and the other sounded like the chief's biological brother. As for the tall and thin man, he was the chief's son's fiancée's father, who was the chief's future in-laws. Speaking of which, they weren't outsiders therefore. They were also cautious and didn't rashly go forward. If these people hadn't come to the house, these orderlies would have arrested all these intruders before they could make a move. The guns they had weren't toy guns. Hua Guanshin waved his hand at his orderlies. "I'm fine. You guys can leave." He tried his best to stand up straight and took a deep look at Song Jining, who had been standing silently by the side. He then said to Hua Guanyin, "Big brother, we haven't seen each other for 18 years. I didn't expect you to beat up your brother the moment we met. How did my brother let my brother down? Why did you hit me so hard? Don't you know why I hit you?" Hua Guanyuan was unknowingly infected by Gun Yinji and used her words. Hua Guanshin glanced at Song Jining again. Seeing that she didn't even look at him and looked extremely distant, he was extremely angry and continued, "I really didn't know. I think I'm a fool. Back then, my own brother coveted my wife, but I didn't know. So when my brother returned 18 years later, the first thing he did wasn't go home to see me or my father, but to see my brother's wife. He even brought her to my brother's house to show off. I'd rather not have such a brother." Hua Guanyuan was furious. He took a step forward and grabbed Hua Guanshin's shirt. He said angrily, "Do you only see things between men and women? No wonder you're so shameless." Without turning his head, he pointed his finger at Song Jining, who was standing diagonally behind him. "Back then, Mrs. Song was seriously ill. You actually divorced her while she was seriously ill. You completely disgraced the men of the Hua family. Do Do you think I'm angry just because of Mrs. Song? Hua Guanchen, have you already forgotten how our biological mother passed away? Hua Guanchen's eyes darkened. Like a deflated balloon, he collapsed in front of Hua Guanyuan. Do you want me to remind you? Hua Guanyin carried Hua Guanchen upstairs and brought him to the former residence of their biological mother, Xie. Open the door. Hua Guanyuan held Hua Guanchen's arm and pressed his palm against the fingerprint lock on the door. The door lock opened. Hua Guanyuan looked up. Fortunately, the place was still decorated the same as when his mother, Xie, was alive. Hua Guanyuan gritted his teeth and threw Hua Guanchen in. Then, he walked in himself and closed the door with a bang. Gun Yinji and Lu Jin followed and only heard the sound of the door closing. Gun Yinji looked in the direction where the two of them had disappeared and said thoughtfully, "That was Major General Hua's grandmother's former room, the biological mother of Hua Guanyuan and Hua Guanchen." Lu Jin replied with an "oh" and looked around the Hua family's small building. He nodded and said, "The security here is pretty good. Major General Hua did it himself, right?" "I think so." Gun Yinji wasn't very sure. "Let's go down and talk to Mrs. Song." Lu Jin said, "Boss Lu is better at fighting than Xiaoheng's biological father. Don't worry about him being at a disadvantage." "Gun Yinji, let's go. Mrs. Song must be bored downstairs alone." Gun Yinji said as she turned around and went downstairs. She had originally come to help Hua Guanyuan. If he couldn't beat Hua Guanchen, she would help him. But now, Hua Guanchen couldn't beat Hua Guanyuan. Of course, Gun Yinji pretended not to see and hid as far away as she could. In Xie Xian's room, Hua Guanchen was pressed down by Hua Guanyuan and knelt in front of Xie Xian's photo. "Take a good look. Are you worthy of our mother?" Hua Guanyin knelt on one knee beside Hua Guanchen and pinched the back of his neck, forcing him to look up at the photo on the mantel. His face was livid. "I already knew that the head nurse, surnamed Zhang, had an affair with my father. I warned her many times. You actually let her into the house and brought in her illegitimate child's family. Don't tell me you didn't know." This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1934, What You Owe. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are 2 updates today, at 8 o'clock in the evening. P.S. Thank you to Helen 3500 Meatball for the 30,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Congratulations to Helen 3500 Meatball for becoming the 34th leader of the Major General. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1946. When Hua Guanchen heard his brother, who had been away from home for 18 years, mention his mother, Xie Xian, he said bitterly, "Brother, do you know that you didn't take care of yourself earlier and allowed head nurse Zhang to stay by Dad's side? Now you're blaming me?" He struggled to free himself from Hua Guanyuan's grasp and stood up from the ground. Although Hua Guanyuan was pinching the back of Hua Guanchen's neck, he didn't use too much force. Otherwise, Hua Guanchen wouldn't have been able to stand up. However, Hua Guanchen only felt that he had become more capable. Although his brother was powerful, he was no pushover either. He looked back at his big brother, who was half a head taller than him, and sneered, "Big brother, what do you do for a living?" "What do I do for a living? I'm not as perceptive as you are in my life. I really didn't know that head nurse Zhang had a shady relationship with Dad." Hua Guanyuan's gaze fell on Xie Xian's photo opposite him. His expression was slightly cold as he said, "Don't try to excuse yourself. Even if you didn't know at first, how could you not know when her whole family moved in? No matter how slow you are, you would know. Otherwise, how could you have climbed to such a high position?" "Ha ha! Big brother, you finally spoke the truth. You just can't bear to see me better than you." Under the bright light in the room, Hua Guanchen's expression turned ferocious for a moment. "Ever since we were young, you've always been better and more capable than me. I admit it. Who asked you to be my big brother?" In my memory, Big Brother was kind to his brothers, caring for his comrades, and respectful to his parents. He was perfect without any flaws. He was a good man that everyone praised. I respect and worship such a big brother because he is worth it. But now you... Hua Guanchen reached out and tapped Hua Guanyuan's chest heavily. he said angrily. Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you look like now? Extreme, narrow-minded, selfish, jealousy. You even hit me. I really wonder if you're an imposter. The corners of Hua Guanyuan's mouth twitched. He grabbed Hua Guanchen's wrist and almost broke it. However, Hua Guanchen tried his best to endure the pain and did not bow down in front of Hua Guanyuan. Hua Guanyuan looked down at his younger brother. When they were young, he had been like a follower who had been by his side like a shadow. Now, he had grown up and knew how to push all the blame onto others. Hua Guanchen, if you think I'm perfect and flawless, that I'm a good person that everyone praises, then you don't know me at all. As Hua Guanyuan spoke, his face regained its calm and composure. Don't you know what I do for a living? People who do this kind of work are the best at disguising. If you can't see through the appearance and see the essence, it's your own incompetence. Hua Guanyuan pushed hard and let go of Hua Guanchen's wrist. Hua Guanyuan waved his hand and strangled Hua Guanchen's neck. His voice became even colder. You replaced me with Zhang Baochen? In your heart, I'm just like that piece of trash. Also, you keep saying that your father is the saddest and sickest, but he's still alive and well. Meanwhile, your mother, who you've always taken care of, passed away early. Who's the saddest? Hua Guanchen, are you blind? Hua Guanyuan was furious. We're both brothers, but I didn't know that your IQ was so low. My IQ is low. Hua Guanchen felt that he had been backing down all this time. He had no choice but to resist. It's obviously easy for you to say that. You still think that father doesn't care about you, just because he's not dead? Hua Guanyuan, I didn't know you were such a cold-blooded and heartless person. You really have a low IQ. You can't even understand what I'm saying. Hua Guanyuan let go of his hand. He was extremely disappointed with his younger brother. Not only did you not understand, but you also deliberately twisted my words. You're good. Now I can see that you're capable. You're able to rise through the ranks. You didn't learn anything good, but you learned all these messy things. I also learned from you. Hua Guanchen adjusted his collar and sneered. Yes, I'm not as capable as you, but I married the person I love the most and even gave birth to the most powerful son with her. What about you? You're shameless and coveted your own sister-in-law. That's right. I didn't see your true colors. When you suddenly married your comrade's woman and gave birth to a child only 7 months after marriage, so many people in the military said that you had a problem with your style. It was my father and I who stood firmly on your side and fought against those who spread rumors. But how did you repay me and my father? Hua Guanchen's eyes were bloodshot, and he was furious to the extreme. You think my father wasn't sad enough because he wasn't sad enough to die. You also think that I'm not smart enough and dragged down your heroic image. At that moment, the door behind them was suddenly pushed open. Lu Jin stood at the door with Song Jining, wanting to talk to Hua Guanyuan. Hua Guanchen's attention was focused on Hua Guanyuan, so he didn't notice and blurted out, "But so what? Not only did I woo the goddess of your heart, but I also married her and even divorced her. You're so powerful, but you still want to pick up my used shoes." Song Jining originally didn't want to get involved in the Hua family's matters, but when she heard Hua Guanchen's words, she was so angry that she was about to die. She pushed Lu Jin away and stomped in. She raised her hand and slapped Hua Guanchen's swollen face again. Hua Guanchen, I was indeed blind. Why would I marry a scumbag like you? What made Song Jining even more angry was that she had once loved this man with all her heart. Hua Guanchen had only wanted to provoke Hua Guanyuan to the greatest extent, so he had said the words that could provoke a man the most. He hadn't expected Song Jining to overhear his words. A trace of panic flashed through his eyes, and he immediately ignored the presence of outsiders. He pulled Song Jining and sobbed. "Jining, I was wrong. I was just arguing with my brother. I didn't mean to belittle you. I was just angry. Don't you know how I've treated you after all these years?" Lu Jin walked in as well. A hint of slyness flashed through his eyes, but on the surface, he said seriously, "From a psychological point of view, Words that are blurted out in anger are a person's truest emotional reaction, because these words are actually in the deepest part of your consciousness, and they're also the part closest to your nature. If you've never thought about these words, then no matter how angry you are, you wouldn't have said these hurtful words. So when you said that Ms. Song was a used shoe, it was definitely not out of anger, but the truest reaction and opinion from the bottom of your heart. This kind of argument, which seemed fair from an academic point of view, but was actually biased, added fuel to the fire. Not only was Song Jinning's heart cold, but she was also disgusted. She kicked him hard, and Hua Guanxin reflexively covered his vital parts. He took a few steps back and let go of Song Jinning. Song Jinning turned around and ran out of Xie Zian's room. Hua Guanyuan was worried about Song Jinning. He glared at Hua Guanxin coldly and said, "Hua Guanxin, we have nothing to say. I don't have a younger brother like you. Don't worry from now on. I'm no longer Hua Guanyuan, and I won't regain my identity and name." His gaze fell on Lu Jin, who was at a loss for words, and he said word by word, "I'm still Lu Yuan. Lu Jin is my real brother." This was today's second update. Chapter 1935, Brothers Settle Accounts Clearly. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. P.S. I'll say it again. My book group has been streamlined. There are only 3 groups now, all of which are QQ groups. The History of Cambrian group, group number 229600548. Anyone who is the leader of any of my books, with more than 100,000 fans, can join, including Chidian and QQ Reading, Cloud Rise. All the benefits in this group are shared. The History of Cambrian Full Subscription Group, group number 146941331. This group is for book friends who subscribe to the original book. This group also has benefits. Please see the group announcement for details. General Fan Group, group number 6577939292. Anyone who likes Major General's book can join. There are no fan requirements. Everyone is welcome to join the group to play. You can communicate, complain, or even urge me to update moi. Everyone, little angels. Chapter 1947. Lu Jin's eyes instantly lit up. "Boss Lu, are you telling the truth? I didn't study much, so don't lie to me." Gun Yinji, who had just run up, what great thing had happened. However, she didn't have time to ask. She quickly said to Hua Guanyuan anxiously, "Senior Colonel Hua, Miss Song wants to leave now, and I can't even stop her. What's the matter?" Lu Jin came back to his senses and pointed at the regretful Hua Guanxin. "It's him. I accidentally said what I really wanted to say just now." Hua Guanyuan glanced at him. "Stop talking. Go check on Director Song and don't let anything happen to her." He then said to Gun Yinji, "Don't call me Senior Colonel Hua anymore. Hua Guanyuan has already sacrificed himself. I'm Lu Yuan." Gun Yinji felt it was a little strange, but she still nodded. "Okay, President Lu." Hua Guanxin was also very worried about Song Jinning, but Hua Guanyuan didn't even hide his concern for Song Jinning in front of him. He snorted and rushed out first. "I'll take care of my wife myself. I don't need anyone else to worry about me." Gun Yinji immediately dodged to avoid being hit by Hua Guanxin. Lu Jin quickly ran over to protect Gun Yinji and asked nervously, "Yinji, are you okay?" "I'm fine. What's wrong with General Hua? Ms. Song has already divorced him, yet she still says she's his wife. How shameless." Gun Yinji muttered as she quietly pulled Lu Jin to the side. Hua Guanyuan, or Lu Yuan, walked out with a sullen expression. Song Jinning had already reached the entrance of the Hua family's mansion. Gun Yinji hadn't come out, so she couldn't leave. Standing beside the car they had taken when they arrived, Song Jinning took out her phone to call Gun Yinji. "Yinji, let's go. I told you, we don't have to get involved in the Hua family's mess. Call your father out too. Let's go together." Gun Yinji had already gone downstairs with Lu Jin. When she received Song Jinning's call, she immediately said, "We're out, but General Hua has already gone after you. President Lu, or Mr. Lu Yuan, has also come out." As soon as she finished speaking, Song Jinning saw Hua Guanxin's figure appear on the path outside the Hua family's mansion. Song Jinning's expression was dark as she watched Hua Guangchen approach. "Jinning, it's my fault. I was too angry. Please don't be angry. I apologize very sincerely." Ignoring the guards at the door, Hua Guangchen lowered his head to Song Jinning. Song Jinning didn't bite at all. "General Hua, we divorced a long time ago. I was in the wrong today. I came here to humiliate myself. But don't worry, I will never step into this house again." Lu Yuan came out of the carved iron gate. When he heard this, his eyes dimmed. He slowly walked to Song Jinning's side and said, "Director Song, Xiaoheng's car is over there. Why don't you let Xiaoheng's driver take you back first?" When Lu Yuan came over, he took the car that In Shi Xiang had sent him. It wasn't wrong to say that it was Hua Xiaoheng's car. Song Jinning nodded without hesitation. "Okay, then I'll leave first." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the car that Lu Yuan was pointing at. Hua Guangchen knew that Song Jinning was a woman of her word. Since she was so determined, it seemed like there was no way to salvage the situation. He grabbed her arm anxiously. "Jinning, you can't leave now. Listen to my explanation." Lu Yuan strode forward and pressed his hand on Hua Guangchen's shoulder. Hua Guangchen felt a wave of soreness in his shoulder, and his arm was numb and itchy. His fingers involuntarily loosened. Song Jinning broke free from Hua Guangchen and immediately walked quickly to the car that Lu Yuan had taken when he came. She opened the car door and got in. She quickly said, "Take me home first to the Institute of High Energy Physics." The driver had already heard Lu Yuan's words. He reached out of the car window and gestured to Lu Yuan before starting the car. The car roared and quickly drove away from the military compound. Lu Yuan then let go of Hua Guangchen's shoulder and warned him, "You've already divorced Director Song. If you're a man, don't continue saying such disgusting words. If I hear it again in the future, do you believe that I'll make it so that you won't be able to speak again?" "Hee, as expected, you've had designs on my wife for a long time." Hua Guangchen rubbed his numb arm and snorted disdainfully. "For this woman, you even abandoned the Hua family surname. You've been scheming and putting in a lot of effort. But as long as I'm around, you can forget about succeeding." Lu Yuan glanced at him indifferently. "Just pretend that I'm dead. Haven't you guys thought that I was dead for the past 18 years? Don't mention the Hua family to me. I've already said that I don't have any extra feelings for unrelated people. You're a general. Be careful. If you make the slightest mistake, what awaits you won't just be a beating." Hua Guangchen put his hand behind his back and looked up at Lu Yuan. He sneered. "It's good that you know that I'm a general. Senior Colonel Hua, since you don't treat yourself as a member of the Hua family, then every word you said to me today is disrespectful to the chief. Don't worry, I won't let you off easy either." Gun Yinji and Lu Jin followed him out of the carved iron door. Hearing Hua Guangchen's words, Gun Yinji knew that Lu Yuan and Hua Guangchen had really fallen out. However, she didn't feel sorry at all. Hua Guangchen had always been dissatisfied with her. He always felt that she was an orphan girl without a family background and couldn't bring Hua Xiaoheng any benefits in the officialdom. Therefore, he didn't approve of her being together with Hua Xiaoheng. He had even introduced several women to Hua Xiaoheng on blind dates. Not to mention that she had an accident in Germany and couldn't get help later. It had a lot to do with Hua Guangchen's deliberate delay. Gun Yinji was a very vengeful person. Because Hua Guangchen was Hua Xiaoheng's biological father, it was probably impossible for her to take revenge. However, she definitely didn't like Hua Guangchen, so she didn't even want to pretend. Lu Jin glanced at Hua Guangchen and suddenly asked, "Are you a general?" Hua Guangchen ignored Lu Jin and had no intention of talking to him. He pretended not to hear him and turned to go into the house. The magnificent iron door slowly closed behind him, making him look a little lonely. He deserved it. Gun Yinji thought to herself. Because Song Jinning had already left in Lu Yuan's car, Lu Yuan could only take Gun Yinji and Lu Jin's car. After the three of them got in, Gun Yinji started the car and asked curiously, "What exactly did General Hua say to make Ms. Song so angry?" This time, not only was she angry, but she had also broken off their friendship. Lu Yuan didn't say anything. Lu Jin said quickly, "You mean Huguanshan?" He said that Ms. Song was a used woman, and that Boss Lu was picking up his used woman. "Shut up," Lu Yuan shouted sternly. "Don't say such things again, not even to relay them." Gun Yinji couldn't close her mouth when she heard this. She could practically stuff an egg into it. These words were too much. However, when she thought about the torture Song Jining had suffered over the past decade, Gun Yinji felt that these words were actually considered light. At least it couldn't compare to the mental and physical torture Song Jining had experienced over the past 16 years. Her eyes darted around, and she sighed. Her voice was crisp and moving. "President Lu, don't be angry. Actually, these words just sound unpleasant, but in fact, it's not a big deal." "Yinji, what's the big deal about these words? Where are your morals?" Lu Yuan sat in the back seat of the car and said sullenly. "Really?" Gun Yinji turned the steering wheel and got on the main road. "Actually, Ms. Song has been ill for more than 10 years. She's delirious, and her memory will forever be stuck at the age of 18. In those 10 years, the mental and physical torture she suffered was far more serious than this sentence." Lu Yuan's heart was in his throat. He shifted uneasily in his seat and said, "Tell me in detail, what exactly did Director Song experience during those years when she was ill?" Gun Yinji glanced at the rearview mirror and asked softly, "I thought Major General Hua had already told you." He only said that Luo Jialan abused his mother under the pretext of taking care of her, but he didn't go into detail. "Okay, then I'll add in the details." Gun Yinji still had the right to speak on this matter. Gun Yinji was the one who exposed Luo Jialan's abuse of Song Jining. Luo Jialan worked with General Hua's confidant Bai Jini. First, she mentally abused Ms. Song and forced her to live in a narrower and narrower room. Then, she directly abused her physically, such as not giving her enough to eat. Gun Yinji recounted the evidence she had found when she was preparing for the case. Lu Yuan sat in the back seat with one arm propped on the edge of the window. His hand was clenched into a fist as he rested his chin on his hand. He tilted his face and looked out the window without saying a word. Although Gun Yinji couldn't see Lu Yuan's expression from the rearview mirror, her sharp eyes could still see the glistening tears in the corners of Lu Yuan's eyes. She calmed down a little. "In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound." She told her what Bai Jini had done. "And Bai Jini, did you know? It turns out that the person she has a crush on is you, not General Huguanshan." Gun Yinji paused. "So when General Huguanshan saw that you came back alive, he was so agitated that he spoke without thinking. I can completely understand that, but I don't agree with this kind of behavior." Lu Jin couldn't help laughing when he heard this. "Boss Lu, this brother of yours is really tragic. He thought that his wife was having an affair with his big brother, but then he found out that the person his lover had a crush on was also his big brother. Ha ha ha! No wonder he went crazy." The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. He turned around, and the expression on his face had returned to normal. He said lightly, "I have nothing to do with Bai Jini. Bai Jini has always been closer to Guanshan." TSK. Then what should we do?" She admitted it herself. Lu Jin laughed for a while. Then his expression suddenly became strange. "Bai Jini? She has a crush on Boss Lu? But didn't you say that she's in prison?" Lu Jin asked quickly. Gun Yinji nodded. "Yes, she murdered President Lu's wife, Luo Xinxue, and I personally sent her to prison." "Huh?" Lu Jin screamed. 8 years ago, I called the people here to pick you up. I think it was she who answered the phone." Gun Yinji smiled. "It was her, but Major General Hua also went. The accident happened suddenly, and she hid far away. Major General Hua saved me." Lu Jin let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat off his forehead with his hand. "That was close. Something almost happened." Lu Yuan said in a low voice, "It was my fault. I didn't know there was such a thing." Looking out the window at the street scene that passed by, Lu Yuan recalled, "I married Luo Xinxue back then because I wanted to give the child in her stomach a legal identity. A few decades ago, the people of the Huaxia Empire were still very conservative. A woman who got pregnant before marriage would be criticized. Even if the child was born, it would be very difficult to get a household registration. Most likely, he would become an unregistered citizen and wouldn't even be qualified to go to school. Gunyinji didn't say anything. This was a matter that belonged to the previous generation, and she had no right to interfere. Using the current social situation to criticize the people of the past, she could only say, "Why not eat minced meat?" She was silent the entire way. She drove back to the door of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. She looked up and saw Hua Xiaoheng's tall figure standing under the camphor tree by the wall of the official residence. He was looking up at the branches that stretched out from the wall. Gunyinji followed his gaze and saw that he was looking at the treehouse. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1936. No wonder he went crazy. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today, at 8 o'clock in the evening of the second update. P.S. I'm going back to China on a business trip for a week next week. In order to keep updating, I can only save some manuscripts. Do you want 2 updates a day, 2,000 words each, or 1 update a day for 1,000 words each? You can find the 2 posts I posted about the updates in the book review section and like them as a vote. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1948. The low-key and luxurious black SUV screeched to a stop on the path in front of the official residence. Hua Xiaoheng, who was standing under the camphor tree by the wall of the official residence not far away, did not look back until he heard Gunyinji call out to him. He turned around and smiled as she got out of the car. Hua Xiao. Gunyinji waved at him happily. Is everything done? Hua Xiaoheng had parted ways with him at the airport, and he had only just returned. He must have had something to do. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. He knew from Yin Shixiang that they had gone to the Hua family's mansion in the military headquarters. However, he glanced at the car and saw that Gunyinji, Lu Jin, and Hua Guanyuan had gotten out of the car. Yin Shixiang had clearly said that Hua Guanyuan had returned to the Hua family's mansion alone in his car. Gunyinji, Lu Jin, and Song Jining had gone later. The 2 groups of people had taken 2 different cars. Now that the number of passengers had changed, Hua Xiaoheng sensed that something was wrong. He walked over and naturally held Gunyinji's hand. He nodded to Lu Jin and Lu Yuan, who were walking over. Uncle Lu, Senior Colonel Hua. Lu Yuan smiled and said, Senior Colonel Hua sacrificed himself 18 years ago. I'm Lu Yuan. Major Hua, don't mistake me for someone else. Hua Xiaoheng paused. What happened? Hua Guanyuan had used his real identity to report to General Ji at the airport. In just a few hours, why did he return to the temporary identity of Lu Yuan? Gunyinji saw Hua Xiaoheng's confusion and gently pinched his palm with her fingers. She smiled and said, It's a long story. Let's talk inside. Lu Yuan nodded. Let's talk inside. Lu Jin looked at Hua Xiaoheng, and Gunyinji's fingers intertwined and felt a little sore, but he didn't say anything. He lowered his head and followed them into Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Hua Xiaoheng took them directly to the study on the 2nd floor to talk. This was also his office at home. The security level was the highest. If he spoke here, he wouldn't have to worry about being overheard. Gunyinji obediently went to make tea for the 3 of them and didn't rush to tell them the reason. This was Hua Guanyuan's own decision, and Gunyinji respected his choice. Hua Xiaoheng saw that Gunyinji was acting like the mistress of the house and was much more mature and sensible than before. He was happy, but also a little bitter. The price of his Ninji's growth was more intense and painful than that of others. Lu Jin followed her to the small tea room in the study, leaving Lu Yuan and Hua Xiaoheng to talk. Gunyinji heard someone come in and turned to see that it was Lu Jin. She chuckled. Dad, what would you like to drink? I'm making tea, but you can have something else if you want. Let's drink some tea. Do you have Wui de Hong Pao? Lu Jin walked to her side and looked at the dazzling array of tea cans in the open cabinet door. At the very top was a row of small purple clay jars about 2 inches tall, neatly stacked in a frosted glass cabinet. The row in the middle was made of small blue and white porcelain jars. They had the same style as the purple sand jars above, but they were made of different materials. At the bottom of each jar was a small label that could be removed and replaced. The purple clay jars were filled with black tea, while the blue and white porcelain jars were filled with different types of green tea. Gunyinji picked up the small purple sand jar with the label Wui De Hong Pao on it. She pinched a small handful of tea leaves for Lu Jin and put them into an exquisite covered bowl of tea. Then she went to the induction cooker to boil water. Lu Jin watched Gunyinji make tea and asked curiously, "Is it always this troublesome every time you drink tea?" Although he liked to drink black tea, most of the time he used simple tea bags and brewed them in boiling water. Scientists' time was precious, and they would rather spend it on tedious experiments than on food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Gunyinji smiled and winked at Lu Jin. "No, today is special, so I made the full set of tea." Lu Jin laughed and asked, "What's so special about today?" Gunyinji didn't fall for it. She rolled her eyes and said, "Today is Dad's first time here, so of course I have to entertain Dad well." "Naughty. Dad's not an outsider." Lu Jin smiled and knocked her on the head. While waiting for the water to boil, Gunyinji asked softly, "Dad, why don't you stay here for a few days? It will take time for us to find a house for you." Lu Jin shook his head and insisted, "It was fine for me to live here, but Boss Lu has fallen out with the Hua family. If he lives here, that Hua Guanchen will definitely come looking for trouble. Why bother? It's better for us to live outside." Gunyinji thought about it for a while and took out the door card and key for the apartment on the 3rd Ring Road. She placed them in Lu Jin's hand and said, "Then you and President Lu can stay at my place. This apartment is under my name, although Major General Hua paid for it. Although it's not as spacious and luxurious as your apartment over there, it's still my house. Don't worry about the security. It's 100% insurance." Lu Jin didn't refuse. He happily took the door card and key and said with a smile, "Of course I want to live in a house that my daughter gave me. But," he looked at Gunyinji and said, "What about you? Where do you live?" "I live here." Gunyinji was a little embarrassed, but she had been separated from Hua Xiaoheng for so long, and she didn't want to be separated from him again. Lu Jin knew that Gunyinji and Hua Xiaoheng were actually married. When Gunyinji was over there, she had already told Lu Jin about it in order to make him accept Hua Xiaoheng, but he still didn't agree. "Ninji, you can stay here for a few days, but when Boss Lu and I find a house, you have to move in with us. You can't stay at his house until you have a public wedding with Hua Xiaoheng." Lu Jin was very insistent on this. Although he couldn't build good relationships with people, he understood the things that went into relationships. It was just that he was too arrogant to care about these things. But Gunyinji was different. She was his daughter. He could ignore those ordinary people, but his daughter couldn't be looked down upon by them. Gunyinji nodded awkwardly. "Okay, Dad. When you find a house, I'll move in with you. But you really don't want to consider staying in my apartment all the time? Miss Song lives in the same building as me." "Huh? Really?" Lu Jin asked in surprise. "She has a house over there too?" "Yes, I bought it first, and she bought it later." Gunyinji rolled her eyes and remembered another house. It was the house that Gu Yanran had bought above her. Later, Gu Yanran's embezzlement of the Gu family's property was exposed, and she was sent to prison. That house belonged to Gunyinji. "Dad, I actually have an apartment in that building, but I don't know if I should take it or not," Gunyinji said with some melancholy. She told him about Gu Yanran and the Gus. Lu Jin couldn't close his mouth for a long time. After a while, he said, "You're saying that the person related to the Gu family here, Gu Yanran, once killed little Ninji here and seized the Gu family's property? Then you snatched the property back, and now it's under your name?" Gu Ninji nodded in frustration. "But I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know I wasn't Gu Ninji here." She felt wronged. "I thought Gu Xiangwen here was my father." Lu Jin was so sad that his eyes turned red. He put his hand around her shoulder and tried his best to comfort her. "Ninji, it's not your fault. When I sent you here, I speculated that little Ninji here was already dead. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent you here. Something didn't seem right." Gunyanji suddenly looked up. Dad, when you sent me here, you speculated that little Nyenji here was already dead? Yes. If I hadn't speculated that she was already dead, I wouldn't have sent you here no matter how crazy I was. I'm sending you away to find a way out for you, not to send you to your death. Luji no longer had any psychological burdens, so he said it naturally. Gunyanji immediately chased after him. But how did you speculate that little Nyenji here was already dead? From your tone, it doesn't seem like it's a normal speculation, but almost 100% certain. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said that you wanted to find a way for me to live, not send me to my death. Lu Jin's heart skipped a beat. He thought awkwardly and gratifyingly that having a daughter who was too smart was also a kind of sweet trouble. This is the second update of today, Chapter 1937, Sweet Trouble. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are 2 updates today. P.S. I'll be very busy when I'm on a business trip, so I don't have time to write more words. That's why I'm saving the manuscript now. For 1,000 words a day is at most. I don't have time to write anymore. Please forgive me, dear friends. Looking at everyone's likes, I'll write 4,000 words a day starting from Monday. I'll try my best to update it on time in the morning, around 8 o'clock in the morning. I'll be back in 2 weeks, so I can start adding more updates. Mwah, everyone little angels. Chapter 1949. Yes, I told you before that I have an instrument that can detect the magnetic field of the human body here, but consumes a lot of energy. Lu Jin scratched his head awkwardly and added, "It's only enough to find the energy fluctuations of your magnetic field's counterpart." He knew that doing this was very selfish, and he was worried that Gunyanji would think he was too selfish. His daughter hadn't grown up by his side, so she was actually a little different from him. Gunyanji remembered that she had asked Lu Jin why he hadn't informed Gu Xiangwen to save his daughter. Little Nyenji, Lu Jin's awkward expression was exactly the same as it was now. "Dad, I didn't mean to blame you." Gunyanji quickly comforted Lu Jin. She was a little ashamed, but more than anything, she was satisfied by her fatherly love. Lu Jin said seriously, "Nyenji, you're more important than anyone else in my heart. If the heavens gave me another chance, I wouldn't mind saving someone else's daughter. But unfortunately, the heavens only gave me one chance at that time. I would only choose to let my own daughter live, not someone else's daughter." He spread out his hands calmly. "It's all about the young and the young. God only gave me the opportunity to do the first step." Gunyanji held Lu Jin's hand and said emotionally, "Dad, I'm very lucky because I'm your daughter. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have suffered so much." Lu Jin couldn't help crying when he thought of what had happened to Gunyanji from the age of 2 to 6. Gunyanji took out a tissue and wiped Lu Jin's tears. She thought about the flash of inspiration in her mind just now. What exactly had been triggered? It shouldn't be about little Nyenji here. Lu Jin had told her about it a long time ago. Although she hadn't thought about it for a while, she remembered it when he reminded her. But why did she still feel like something was wrong? Lu Jin looked at her. "Nyenji, Dad is different from Hua Xiaoheng. I know you admire Hua Xiaoheng." Gunyanji quickly said, "Dad, I admire you too. You and Gu Xiangwen here only have the same DNA, but the rest is completely different." Speaking of Gu Xiangwen, Gunyanji suddenly felt enlightened and remembered why she felt something was wrong. She suddenly asked, "Dad, I remember you said that everyone has their own unique magnetic field, and the corresponding body's magnetic field is the opposite." Lu Jin was very happy that Gunyanji had stopped talking about this topic. He quickly nodded. That's right. I have your human magnetic field mark. If I detect the energy fluctuations of the opposite magnetic field in the opposite space, I'll know if there's your counterpart in the opposite space. If the opposite magnetic field doesn't exist, it means that you don't have a counterpart there. Gunyanji's clear eyes narrowed, and the corners of her lips curled up. Her smile was like a spring breeze. She said softly, "There are billions of people in that world. I remember that you used the principles of television to explain to me how to be sure that my counterpart doesn't exist there." Her smile was full of coaxing. If Hua Xiaoheng or He Jichu were here, they would be able to tell at a glance that this was a smile that was about to dig a hole. However, Lu Jin wasn't very familiar with Gun Yinji's expression. He smiled happily and said kindly, "Yes, the principle is actually very simple. This was the principle of using a television to receive images. The television station emits a signal, and the television receives the signal. I used this principle to capture the weak magnetic field of the counterpart as a signal emitted by the television station. Using my magnetic field detector was like a television, and it was received through high-power quantum transmission." After Lu Jin finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and immediately added, "But unfortunately, this requires a lot of energy. I can only lock onto your magnetic field counterpart signal. I don't have that much energy to search for someone else's magnetic field counterpart." Gun Yinji didn't say anything when she heard this. She just looked at Lu Jin meaningfully. After staring at him quietly for a while, Lu Jin felt a little uncomfortable. She asked, "Is your human magnetic field detector really based on the same principle as a television?" Lu Jin nodded fiercely. "Of course it's the same. But for a television, whether it receives one signal or a different signal, it uses the same energy." Gun Yinji pressed on. "But why did you say that you can only lock onto and receive my magnetic field counterpart signal?" Lu Jin's heart skipped a beat, and he cursed inwardly. When Gun Yinji had brought up this topic again, he had been worried that Gun Yinji had thought of this, so he had quickly used his words to divert her thoughts. He hadn't expected that, after going around in circles, she would come back on her own. Lu Jin's eyes flickered, but he had a thoughtful expression on his face. Gun Yinji chuckled and shook her finger at Lu Jin. "Dad, don't try to interrupt me anymore. I know I'm not good at physics, but you fooled me last time. This time, if you don't explain it in detail, I'll ask Ms. Song for advice. Ms. Song will definitely have more insight into the problem that I can't think of." When Gun Yinji brought up Song Jinning, Lu Jin knew that there was no way around it this time. He said awkwardly, "Actually, it's not a big deal. Don't alarm Ms. Song." Gun Yinji crossed her arms, and her feet almost beat the beat. She slanted her watery black eyes, and her disdainful expression was undisguised. It was as if she was saying, "Keep pretending. Keep pretending." Under Gun Yinji's powerful gaze, Lu Jin's shoulders finally collapsed. He said with a sad face, "Girl, save some face for your dad. Can you not be so sharp? I'm just curious. Since your human magnetic field detector is like a television, does that mean that as long as it's switched on, it can receive the magnetic field energy of the corresponding body on the other side? So as long as there's information on the other side that's the same magnetic field frequency as the one on your side, it can receive it?" Lu Jin glared at her, and his lips parted. He seemed to want to deny it, but he was afraid of causing more questions. For a moment, he hesitated and didn't know how to speak. Gun Yinji didn't allow Lu Jin to quibble. She continued, "Here's what I think. You can interpret the magnetic field energy frequency of different people as the television channel set on the television. As long as the receiving frequency of the channel is matched, the television can receive the television program information of different channels." At this point, Lu Jin had no choice but to nod. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look Gun Yinji in the eye. He nodded slightly and said, "You can say that. Then when you set the magnetic field frequency of my corresponding body, did you also set the magnetic field frequency of your corresponding body?" Gun Yinji's eyes lit up. She finally understood why she felt that something was wrong. Or in other words, before you searched for the magnetic field frequency of my corresponding body, did you already confirm that there was a magnetic field frequency of your corresponding body in the other world? Lu Jin looked up in surprise and pursed his lips. He finally admitted, "You thought of that too." "Of course." Gun Yinji couldn't help raising her right hand and snapping proudly. "That makes sense. Logically speaking, you have to confirm the existence of your corresponding body before you search for my corresponding body. Because according to the principle of parallel world counterparts, if you can confirm that your corresponding body doesn't exist from the beginning, then my corresponding body definitely doesn't exist." Then you don't need to create a human magnetic field detector to search for information about my corresponding body's magnetic field. You can just send me over. Gu Nianji was in high spirits. Lu Jin was dazzled, and he quietly took another step back. His daughter's logical thinking was too strong. This was all Su Wen's genes. Lu Jin sighed his heart, but he was also a little flustered. Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin carefully and felt that his eyes seemed to be spinning. He was probably confused by her. Therefore, Gu Nianji quickly threw out her conclusion. She wanted to get the answer she wanted before Lu Jin's brain temporarily shut down. So before you search for information about little Nianji's human magnetic field in this world, did you already know about the existence of your corresponding body? Mr. Gu Xiangwen here. Lu Jin's body trembled visibly, and he took another step back. His eyes flickered, as if he was looking for the door to escape. Gu Nianji blocked the door of the small pantry first. She looked like she wouldn't give up until she achieved her goal. She continued, "Then when did you know about the existence of Gu Xiangwen here? Was it 8 years ago, 18 years ago, or even earlier?" Gu Nianji thought of another possibility, and her eyes widened. "Don't tell me you already knew about the existence of Mr. Gu Xiangwen in this world. You even contacted him?" Lu Jin was about to cry. He immediately pounced on Gu Nianji and covered her mouth with his hand. "Stop talking. If Boss Lu finds out, it'll be over." Gu Nianji felt that she had guessed correctly. She shook her head vigorously under Lu Jin's hand, indicating that she wouldn't say anything. Lu Jin asked uncertainly, "You really won't say anything?" Gu Nianji nodded vigorously again. Lu Jin let go of her hand and said softly, "Actually, it's not as powerful as you think." "Then what's going on?" Gu Nianji grabbed Lu Jin's hand. "Tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone, not even Major General Hua." This was a secret between her and Lu Jin. Gu Nianji wouldn't betray her father, but she didn't like being kept in the dark either, because this was something that was closely related to her. Lu Jin poked his head out of the pantry and looked at Hui Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan, who were sitting on the sofa in the middle of the study. He saw that the two of them had serious expressions on their faces, as if they were talking about something important and weren't paying attention to them. He retracted his head and whispered, "There must be no surveillance cameras here, right? Can't you find out if there are surveillance cameras?" Gu Nianji retorted. Lu Jin chuckled. "There's definitely no electromagnetic surveillance here, but it's very difficult to find out about physical sound wave surveillance." "Definitely not." Gu Nianji remembered that Hua Xiaoheng had once told her about the principles of physical sound wave surveillance. Since Hua Xiaoheng knew about it, then his study, which had the highest level of security, must have taken precautions against it. "That's good." Lu Jin held Gu Nianji's hand and walked into the small pantry. He whispered, "I can tell you, but you really shouldn't tell anyone else." Gu Nianji was very anxious. "Don't worry, tell me quickly. It's like this." Lu Jin looked around and organized his words. "My major was originally high-energy physics. When I was in university, I already had the prototype of the multiple worlds theory. But, you know, a physical theory still needs a lot of evidence to prove it. So I've been working on this since I was in university. The first method I thought of was to use the magnetic field of the human body as a signal to detect the other world." Gu Nianji's eyes widened in surprise. "So your human magnetic field detector wasn't created 8 years ago to send me here?" Actually, in theory, it was indeed a new human magnetic field detector that was built 8 years ago. Lu Jin tried to play word games with Gu Nianji. Unfortunately, a physicist's word games were definitely not as good as a lawyer's. Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin coldly. "A new instrument? Is the basic theory different? Or is the basic principle different? Or is it just a replacement of the materials used to make it?" Lu Jin, damn it, he was showing off in front of a lawyer. Fortunately, this lawyer was none other than his daughter. Lu Jin was embarrassed for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal. He laughed and said, "That's not important. What's important is that when I was young, I had a lot of wild ideas in my mind. I casually invented this human magnetic field detector, but it was only a small thing. because I don't have that much energy and I can't use other people's human magnetic fields to detect it. According to the prototype of my theory, there are counterparts in the parallel world. Although the DNA of the counterparts is the same, the frequency of the magnetic field should be exactly the opposite, just like positive and negative particles. So I think that the two counterparts can exist in the same spacetime. Once they appear in the same spacetime, the two people will die immediately. And I only measured the frequency of my own body's magnetic field. Based on this, I set the reverse frequency of my own body's magnetic field and began to use the instrument to detect and receive information from the parallel space on the other side. This kind of detection requires a lot of energy, but because no one else knew about this theory at the time, it was relatively easy for me to obtain a high-energy magnetic field, Lu Jin said with emotion. Gun Yinji also remembered that Changjian had once told her that Lu Jin had announced his multiple worlds theory to the world more than a decade ago. In other words, before that, Lu Jin had been in the stage of private research, and his detection of the parallel space did not start more than a decade ago, but decades ago. After more than a year, my human magnetic field detector suddenly received a signal from the other world. Lu Jin's entire face lit up when he talked about his discovery that year. The frequency of the human magnetic field I received was exactly the same as my setting. Do you know what this means? This means that my multiple worlds theory is valid. There is indeed a parallel space outside the world we live in. And in this parallel space, there is at least one counterpart that is exactly the same as me. Gun Yinji was so focused on listening that she didn't even notice that the water had boiled. The kettle made an ear-piercing sound, and Gun Yinji and Lu Jin were shocked. Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan rushed into the small pantry together. What happened? They asked in unison. This is today's big chapter update. Chapter 1938. I knew he existed. Reminder, recommendation votes. Today is Monday, and recommendation votes are especially important. P.S. I'm going back to China on a business trip for a week next week. In order to keep updating, I'll start saving manuscripts this week. According to the results of the likes and votes, there will be one update a day, and each update will be 4,000 words. More updates will be added in 2 weeks. All right, I heard that there will be double monthly votes for the 3 days at the end of the month. You can keep the monthly votes and vote at the end of the month. Mwah. All the big shots and little angels that you're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.